When I was a kid, I got more inspiration from Gomer Pyle because I thought Pyle was the Christ figure. I thought, oh my God, there's that camera. The worst angle. I don't know where do you, the seat. I look like a Buddha. I'm sitting here hunched over. I get these things from the mothership. We want to share on Instagram. And they go, oh Jesus, no, forget it. Just I don't want to see it. It's this angle. I mean, Kumia doesn't look like that. It's this weird. It's like blank look. It's strange. I don't get it. Could it be me? Nah. At any event, I used to love Gomer Pyle. Still do. Vietnam. How do you do that? How in the hell? I'll mention it's like all of a sudden, Carl Jung, right? Why am I doing the Indian? The wrong one. I'm doing a Viennese or whatever he is. You'll have Carl Jung handy. Anyway. And he's looking now. He's looking. He's looking for Carl Jung. This is how sick this son of a gun. So, one time, Gomer Pyle, they had these throwaway lines that were the funniest. And I remember being a kid thinking, I'm the only 8-year-old or 9-year-old laughing at this because I was really ahead of my game. Because my mother had a very interesting sense of humor. One of them goes, hey, Sergeant Carter. Yeah. This is during the height of the Vietnam War. They never left Camp Pendleton. All he did was just rake pebbles. People are dying, on the Tet Offensive and Pork Chop Hill, and he's a Shazam. You think, what is he doing? Can you imagine Gomer comes back battle-hardened, PTSD, shell-shocked, with a belt full of ears, It's like, Jesus. Wow. That ain't Gomer. He comes back, Andy. Hey, Gomer. Hey, Ange. Ange my ass. I'm not the same guy. Anyway, I don't mean to make jokes about that. But anywho, they said, hey, Sergeant, we're going to go into town. Luann Poovey, his girlfriend. We're going to go see they always had these festivals. They went to it was a Bluebird Cafe, but this theater. And one was, he went to see a Keith Purcell marathon. Keith Purcell was in National Velvet. It's this nobody, this actor that I howled. Where did Keith Purcell marathon? They would throw these things. And one of the movies that, that Gomer went to see, I heard this and I died, was Make Way for Mr. Nobody. I don't know who it was. My entire life, from grade school through college, if ever I could, if there was an essay, write something, it was always Make Way for Mr. Nobody. It just kills me to this day, and I don't know why. I don't know. I can't tell you why. Another one is, heard somebody say one time, bowling for sports shirts. I thought that was the funniest thing. I don't know who said this. Then there was this wonderful, these momentary lines. One of them is, I've often been frightened by the size of Lincoln's ears. I howled at that. So I've always thrown that in. And do you ever go to bed without saying goodbye? What? I don't know who said that. I didn't. I saw it somewhere. Loved it. Thought it was the funniest thing. There was a comedian also. He said, did you ever hear that story about Abraham Lincoln always, walked 5 miles to school, or 10 miles, whatever it was, in the snow and the rain, 5 miles, 10 miles. But there's one thing they forgot to always tell you. He was always late. I loved it. One of the funniest things, my mother said, if you can't read, you can't buy soup. And at first I didn't get that until one day, before the Progresso people came up with a lot of pictures on soup. It was just one big Campbell soup. It was just, if you can't read, you can't buy soup. My mother also said one time, he lost so much blood, his eyes cleared up. One of the funniest things ever. Before I begin, which is stupid because I've just begun, This weekend was one of the greatest. Had a wonderful time at the cutting room. Just meeting some great folks. And this man came out. Bless his heart. He honored me with his presence and his wife, Pete from Staten Island. Pete, what a pleasure meeting you, my friend. Thank you so much for your patronage and your friendship, sir.
Lionel, it was a great show, and you made everyone feel warm and comfortable. My wife and I, we enjoyed it so much.
Oh.
And meeting your lovely wife and her cause and what she's doing.
I'm telling you,
wonderful.
It was like a family. It was like a family. An Adams family, the Manson family, but a family nonetheless. And you are a mensch. I could clean keel hauls with your mustache. My God. This thing, you could wax floors with that thing. You look like somebody from Foghat, you look like one of the Spinal Tap, which is Derek St. Smalls or whatever. Anyway, it was such a pleasure to meet you, Pete. You're a good man.
My pleasure.
And I am honored to know you, my friend. Seriously, from the heart. Honored to know you.
Thank you.
And I hope to see you again. Please call anytime. Priority for Pete. Anytime you see Pete, just put him right through. No matter what Pete says.
Thank you very much.
Pete can call up and say, I love that, which is what you normally say, but put him right through. I love you, Petey, and my best to your lovely wife. All the best, my friend.
I love you, too.
Thank you, sir. What a beautiful night. It was wonderful. You know what else? Have you ever had this one? You ever had somebody come from out of town, and you got to show them around? Okay. Now, this one, okay, fine. I'm very proud of the city. Very, very, very proud. I love New York. I always tell people I'm a native New Yorker born elsewhere. This is my adopted home. I don't ever want to leave. I don't want to go to Florida. That's my horror. Everybody says, if Mom Dummy wins, I'm not leaving. Going back to Florida. Have you been there? You know what you're talking about? What, are you going to go to Publix at 3 in the afternoon? Sorry. I've been there. I'm in the height of vibrancy. It was just, So anyway, so yesterday, I said, what about, some friends came in and young people, and the one young lady knows everything. She wants to do this. She wants to get a pretzel here, and she wants to get a hat here, and she wants to go see the tickets thing at Times Square. I said, good for her. She does her research. So there's one thing. So she says, I want to go to Brooklyn. I said, okay. Now for me, Brooklyn, you might as well say Tasmania, because like everybody else, remember, in New York, you're in a, am I right? You're in a city of neighborhoods. I know my neighborhood. I go like this. If somebody said you can only go one block in each direction, you're on house arrest. You go one block up in each direction. I'd say that's what I normally do. Got the cleaners there. I got the store there. I got this there. But you don't, Lower East Side, I wouldn't know it. I don't know. Upper, Germantown, I don't know. Battery Park, I don't know. West Side Highway. Oh, look at this. So I said, we'll go to, I'll take you to Brooklyn. So she says, I said, where do you want to go? And I'm glad I went. It was a beautiful day. It was like raining, then it's not, then it's beautiful. It's like, this is the strangest thing. So she says, I want to go to that famous, Washington Street in the Dumbo area, the intersection of Washington and Front Street, that scene that you look and, oh, there's the bridge. And then you see I said, why do you want to go there? That's the most iconic scene in the world. Okay. The cobblestone street, the red brick buildings, and the perfectly framed Manhattan Bridge with the Empire State Building visible through the arch. One of the most photographed spots in New York City. Tourists, influencers. I was like, okay, all right, we're going to do it. Best time we got the best time to shoot it. I said, what are we shooting? It's a street. There's the bridge. There's the street. So I got to park. So you get off here. I'll go park. Where the hell do I go? I find the park. Then I got to find them. I got this thing. Where are you going? We're at the ice cream there. Hang on a minute. I'm looking at the map. Oh, it's behind me. I don't know where anything is. All right, I'll look up. So where are we going? Over here. So I look. It goes, here we are. I said, what? I said, oh, yeah, that's it. Place is packed. They have photographers there and people from all over. I mean, people who were, we used to call them Orientals. Remember that? There are a lot of Oriental people there. Now we call them Asians. I don't even know if they're Asians. I mean, they're doing like this, they're making the finger. It's packed. And I kept asking, what the hell are we looking at? It's iconic. Why is it iconic? That's like Manhattan Henge. Have you seen that? Now that's pretty good. Once a year, you can see the sun perfectly. Okay, that at least, maybe. So you know what I do? I go online, I pick the best picture, and I do my post it myself. Like, what the hell is it? Nobody cares. So anyway, so there we are. There, we're looking at this thing. Okay, we're done. You're done? Terrific. Goes, now, they said, do you want to walk along, you want to walk across the Brooklyn Bridge? And I said, no. Now I'm getting to that point now where I say, no. Daddy's spoken. No. But we can drive over it. How about that if we drive? Can we look at people walking on it? Yes. Okay, we'll drive by. So look at them. Get your cameras out. See those people? It's called walking. And we're there where they're walking. Now imagine, instead of you being in this nice air-conditioned car, you're walking in the 89-degree weather across. So it was packed. Looked like the Bataan Death March. What is that Russian that Russian song that I don't know how it goes, but anyway, it's like they should have had like their hand on the shoulder in front of them, looking down and chain. It was like this death walk, and I thought, wow, that looks like fun, but packed. I've never walked across a Brooklyn Bridge, never. I mean, and when you're in New York, I've never been in the top of the Empire State Building, never been in the Eiffel Tower. You love to say where you haven't been, okay. So we did all this stuff. I thought to myself, why do people just do stuff? Because everybody does stuff. And I thought, wait a minute. Have I forgotten? This is what humans do. So this is when I learned something years ago, and it's nice, but I'm sorry. It's a street. It's a bridge. I got it. I've seen it. That's like, I don't want to go see you want to go to Paris to see the Eiffel Tower? I've seen the Eiffel Tower. I know what it looks like. That's it. I believe him. No, don't you want to see it? No. Don't you want to go up and see it? No. Don't you want to go to the Louvre? No. I don't want to see some little postage stamp thing of Mona Lisa, wait all day long. I don't want to see this. Now, I wouldn't mind going to a part of the village, some village or town. Let me tell you what happened years ago. Did you know what Stuckey's? Anybody remember Stuckey's? Maybe not. In the South, it was this place you fill up and they sold peanut brittle. Peanut brittle. What the hell is peanut brittle? What is it? I don't even know what it is. It's like taffy. Well, taffy I like. That's a different story. But peanut brittle. It's hard peanuts in this gelatinous, hard, shellacked, brittle, hard. You could use it as tile in the bathroom. What is this stuff? But they have this thing, Stuckey's. 10 miles until Stuckey's. You get free peanut brittle with Dad, we gotta go. He goes, I don't want peanut brittle. What is brittle? What is it? He's asking me a question. What is it? Why do they call it brittle? If it's brittle, what does it break? Does it shatter? What is it? I don't know. And we had no phones. And my sister and I are driving in the back of the car from like Florida. We drove from Florida to Canada in a 66 Impala. And we weren't bored. We didn't kill each other. We just looked out the window like in this hypnotic, I Spy. Would you stop with the I Spy stuff? Hey, do you want to play games where we look for different license tags? No. Just stare. Do what I'm doing. Maybe read a book or just stare. And we stared for hours. We never got upset. Oh, anyway, my father said, Dad, can we get the peanut brittle? Would you lay off the peanut brittle? What is peanut brittle? Quit asking us. We're kids. Let's go. So finally he says, all right, here it is. Let's go. So we pull off. He buys a box. Here's yours. Here's yours. My father's like breaking it off. Here, take it. Take your damn peanut brittle. Take it. Eat it. Eat it. There, you happy? Isn't it great? Boy, that was worth diverting our time, losing valuable time for peanut brittle. And I thought, coming up, I'm going to tell you this story about this thing called the most photographed. It's the most photographed place in the Smoky Mountains. One of the greatest scams ever. And speaking of scams, this is Lionel, and the show is called The Other Side of Midnight. I just love behaviors. I love being and following these like cons. You know, this con. Like yesterday we bought a bottle of water. Some water that was somebody had a water go, no, this is good water. I say, would you do you know what you just said? Do you know what you just said? This is good water? What the hell's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? Anyway, because I love the whole, Gustave Le Bon and crowds. So anyway, so one day we're driving and we went to these drives. Here's 50 miles into the most photographed spot in the Smoky Mountains of whatever it was. 50 miles, 40 miles until the most photographed. I'm looking at my sister like, what do you think this is? I don't know. This isn't that peanut brittle thing, is it? No. Don't bring that up. The old man, you know how he went crazy with that one. But this might be, wow, mountains. 30 miles. Huh. And even he's like saying, well, it's not too far from where we're going. And after all, it's a picture. It's not like that stupid peanut brittle. We're not going to bring that up again, Dad. Swear to God. Don't bring that up. I don't want it anymore. Even say peanut brittle, and I break out into hives. So he said, all right. And we're looking. It's like, oh, my God, there's a line. It's like, geez, this must be something. And we finally get through the queue, and we get out, and we look. And there's these power lines, a little bit of a tiny little valley. You know what it was? It was a little shack where they sold film. And all it was this big sign that says the most photographed overlook part of the Smoky Mountains. And it was because they told you it was. And people were out there taking pictures. And before we could add, like Instagram, we have like schmuck. We're all, look at us, like, and we're laughing at ourselves like we have been so hosed. And we're like smiling and pointing to it like, look at us, the yokels, we fell for it. But that's the thing which is so, look, two things, the reason for this. Number one, it's great to see people who love New York because I still think this is the greatest place ever. It is still, I don't care what anybody says, when you're coming back from like the airport and you're bringing somebody in and you see that skyline, if that doesn't get you, nothing does. Even, I don't care where, there's nothing like it. And when you're over like I can't say the Ed Koch Bridge, but when you look and that's really early in the morning and it's freezing and it's so clear, you can see lights forever. Oh my God. It's the best place in the world. That's why Mamdani, I don't think he's going to make it. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. All I want to tell you also, Saturday night at the cutting room, I just do my own sampling. And I said, what about this one? How about a year for Mamdani? Got a reaction. Got a reaction to this. The other one is who didn't know. When I mention Curtis, I'm just telling you, just as an observer, oh my God. You can say it. If you're here in New York, people, remember, I'm just making an observation. Right? I'm just making an observation. That's all I'm doing. But people always have these like explanations for Curtis. Well, what do you mean, well? What does that mean? Well, got that hat. So, what's with the hat? That's who cares? That's it. Somebody, he's got those glasses. People wear that's their thing. 30 past the hour, by the way. You ever see Dr. Cornel West has that thing around his neck? I don't even know what this is. It's like this black. He wears all black. I don't know if he still does, but he wears this. Well, that's his thing. It's like a scarf kind of a thing around his neck. Anyway. But this guy's in the middle of, he's talking to degenerates on the street. It's a whole different thing here. Remember, you've got to be here. But I'm telling you, the numbers are changing. There's something that's happening. Something that's happening. Have you seen the mayor's race in Minneapolis? It looks like, I swear to God, Mogadishu. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's like, whoa. Remember that movie with what was it that Tom Hanks, where the pirates? I'm just saying. It looks like, put it this way. If you thought Eric Adams, remember Eric Adams' group? Remember Caban, the brothers, and all these, the politicals? Those are police? Yeah. Are you sure? Remember that the first time you saw Eric Adams, his team, you would think, he picked these people? I don't know, but they don't, is that a gang signal? What is this? Is that, are they, what do you call it when you flash a sign, whatever I don't know anything about that. Well, anyway, that's nothing compared to Minneapolis. It looks like Tom Hanks and the guy from it's like, wow. Listen, I'm all for, bring us your tire and all that stuff, but I'm going to tell you, there's parts of this country where I am not too sure I recognize it anymore. I'm just telling you. That's all I'm going to say, okay? Now, before we were on there, the show that was the local show on the mothership that preceded me was our good friend, Mr. Dominic Carter, and you were playing for him. Did I hear? It was like, you were playing some Indian woman who was arrested for shoplifting on some YouTube channel. And I said, they're playing my song. I went to sleep. Here I am everybody's partying. I said, good night. It's 6:00, good night. I'm like some demented old guy. I got to get up. So I had to get to sleep. I had to calm myself, put on my mask. And what do I do to calm down? Arrest videos. Get your hand off me! I wasn't driving, I was traveling. Boo! All right, it's calming. I don't know what you trying to say. I love it. So I heard you play. Do you have this woman? This is this woman, this Indian woman, apparently, who was arrested for shoplifting, and the issue of passports came up. And she said something like, you made me a promise. You promised me. I didn't promise you anything. I beg your pardon. I never promised you a rose. Remember, Lynn Anderson, great country song. But this woman, she says, no, wait. You told me okay, let me pay for it. You're not going to pay for it, lady. Now give me your passport. I don't want to give you a passport. You told me I never promised you anything. Do we have it handy? Dig this.
Listen, please don't embarrass me, ma'am.
I think your own choices are going to embarrass you. It has nothing to do with me. Where do you live?
India.
No kidding.
Negative.
She's been in the store about 7 hours or so. I'm watching for at least 4 hours.
7
She's
hours?
taken a ton of merchandise, different kinds. We're getting a total right now for you. It'll be well over 500, I'm sure.
No, it will be more.
You're right.
What am I supposed to do?
That's none of my business. I don't know. You shouldn't have been
What am I
doing stuff.
supposed to do?
I have not yet done anything.
Oh, you have. Pull
Oh,
up your
you have,
passport.
lady.
What? What do I do?
It's too late. Can you please just pull up your
But
passport?
you promised me that nothing is going to happen.
I did not promise you.
Of course, you
You
said
promised
that nothing.
me.
Once we do this,
You enticed me to do.
No.
I
We're
would
not going to fight with him.
We're not arguing.
We're not going to
We're
fight
not
with him.
arguing.
What's it mean to pull
It's
up your
too late.
passport?
So what do you want me to do?
pull it
I
up
need you to pull up your passport. I need to see
Okay.
valid identification for you.
on a phone?
then?
Pull
and then
it up?
you will be going back to the station with us. I need to see your identification.
Not only
He's
back
going
to
to
the
take that
station.
That's simply not going to happen. You don't get to have that choice anymore.
But he's- one second.
You made lots of poor choices today, and now you have to pay for
But
those
he
poor
said
choices.
he's not going to put me in the station.
Well, that's not. He doesn't work for us. I don't know who this man is.
So I'm really sorry. I'm ready to pay for this.
That's again. I understand that you're sorry. I know
A
you're ready to
little
pay
late
for it
there,
now,
honey.
but you didn't want to pay for it then. So I need you to give me your identification, please.
I'm really sorry. He promised
Oh,
me
you
that
don't
he
know
will
how
leave
sorry
my
you're gonna be.
stand.
It's simply none of my business. That has nothing to do with our job.
And it's
So
not.
what do you want me to do?
Passports, please.
Pull it up,
I'm not
lady!
from this country. I'm not going to be staying here.
Okay.
You're
How
telling
far?
me.
Are you allowed to steal things in India?
No,
I didn't
that's
think
what
so. I didn't think so.
I love that. I love when they say, you embarrass me. How dare you? I saw a woman last night. I felt like calling. This is weird. Sometimes I want to like text you, but it's like, I don't want to bother you. I saw a woman with a .4 BAC, blood alcohol. 0.4 on a blood, not breath, blood, as in serum test from the hospital. This is not the most I ever had was at a client who had a 0.3. We one time were part of a deal where we volunteered years ago to be a part of a DUI. It's like, would you come to the police station and get loaded with this? Yeah. Okay. And we were, really boozing it up, and then we did the tests and everything. And one time, I said, we were at a party, and I said, I want you to take me to the jail. I was a prosecutor. I said, I'm not going to drive. I said, but we've been out there. I mean, I wasn't gassed, but I was feeling pretty good. And I wanted to see, like, what am I? It was like a 1-2, which I thought, this is a 1-2? I thought it was like a 1-5 or 1-6. No, it was nothing. So when I see somebody with a 0.2, if you're a 0.2, you're a honker. And you're walking around, you're talking. Whoa, I had a 0.3. This guy was drunk from the time he got up to the time he was just, remember the old joke? We didn't know he had a drinking problem until he showed up sober. Anyway, that's this guy. I saw one yesterday. She had a 0.4, 0.40 off the, that's like Keith Whitley alcohol toxicity. Unbelievable. Does that make any sense? Let's go to Nick in a place called southwestern Pennsylvania. At least that's where he claims he's from. Nick, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Hello there, Lionel. I'm a fan of yours from Lionel Nation on
there
YouTube.
You are. See?
Yes, I am.
What the enlightened. Nick, you
I am.
son
Love
of
you.
a...
I discovered you 8 years ago on the eve of Trump's first victory.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I want to mention, you were talking about these billboards and stuff, and
yes, sir.
Family vacations, probably driving up and down I-95. Did you ever visit south of the border? Did you ever stop there? Because
where is it?
I did, and it was like the ultimate tourist trap.
Now, hang on a minute, Mr. Blaze. You're nodding, either nodding or you're having some kind of a mild seizure. I don't know what you're...
South of the border is between North Carolina and South Carolina, right on the border, and it is a giant tourist trap.
It is. Billboards
for miles,
Correct.
The same thing, 30 miles, I think starting like 100 miles away. 90 miles, 80, and you go there, and there's souvenir shops, you could buy fireworks, I think they probably have rides now. I mean, it's a whole thing, right?
It is, but let me tell you, years ago, like 20 years ago, I drove down. I said, I've never been here. I think I'm going to stop at this place finally and see what it's all about. And I made the mistake, a big mistake, of letting my fuel gauge go down almost to E. And when I stopped there, like, the gasoline was at least twice as expensive as any other gas station along the
Really?
Real, and I'm not making that up. Like back when gas was maybe $1.50 a gallon, it was like $3. Wow. What a mistake!
Now, have you heard of this thing called Buc-ee's?
Have not heard of that. No.
Buc-ee's is I don't know where it is. This is the largest. Have you heard of Buc-ee's? Any of you gentlemen? This is this large. Hang on, Buc-ee's. Let me see if I can get a. Buc-ee's, here we go, Buc-ee's. This is my chat GPT. Buc-ee's tourist trap. Let's put tourist trap. Buc-ee's is, hang on a minute. Buc-ee's, the Texas-sized pit stop that's equal parts gas station, theme park, and cult-like roadside experience. It's a glorified gas station that's also Americans' favorite tourist trap. One of them is 70,000 square feet of everything. Cleanest bathrooms in America. They brag about it. And yes, they are that clean, almost unsettlingly clean. Merch mania, food court disguised as a gas station. Gas pumps for days, over 100 pumps at the same locations. No truckers allowed. No 18-wheelers. Instagram heaven. They go berserk, and people I have no interest in going there. But now, you being in Pennsylvania, do you know that thing about Wawa? You know this, Wawa versus, what's the other one called?
Sheets. sheets.
There we go. Excuse me. It's a family show.
I'm
God.
sorry.
Now,
Edit that out.
Explain for someone who's never heard it. What is the Wawa sheet? What is it?
You know, Sheets is on the western side, and Wawa is on the eastern side over by Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if they have an agreement, like not to
compete,
intrude on one another's turf, and maybe now it's starting to fall apart. I'm not exactly sure, but they're just convenience stores, open 24 hours. So, but they're popular. Sheets is very popular here in southwestern Pennsylvania.
What is the Wawa symbol?
I believe it's a Canada goose because I used to live and work down in Virginia and Maryland, and they have Wawa. They don't have Sheets, but they have Wawa down in the Washington, D.C. area.
Now, it is a goose in flight. This represents Wawa, Pennsylvania, the town where the company was founded. Mm. And Wawa is actually a Native American word for sucker. No, I'm kidding. It means, it's from the Ojibwe language, meaning Canada goose. Crazy. And yes, the flying goose is literally a Canada goose. Now, I remember people, when I heard about this, I go, what the hell are you talking about? But anyway, it's one of those things that when you hear about this, here's another one for you. This is not, hang on, let me look at this. This is the one that this is the one that I did not know about until somebody pointed it out. Are you familiar with, this is not a place, are you familiar with the Stanley Cup craze? Not the hockey, but the cup.
Yeah, something about lead and Stanley cups, Stanley thermoses. Is that it?
Right, that's it, right. And people would, a friend of mine, she said she has a collection of Stanley cups, these things, these stainless steel cups made for Stanley. It's the brand that's been making thermoses and is big on TikTok. And she has a picture of all these Stanley cups. She has the collection. I said, let me tell you something. If ever I have to testify against you in a sanity hearing, I'm just going to put this picture up and say, Your Honor, it's up to you. You want to let her go? You do it. But just understand, this grown woman collects thermoses. All right, that's all I want to tell you. It's a free country. You can do whatever you want. Do you collect any? Do any of you three gentlemen? Oh, I can't wait for Riff to do this. Do you collect anything? Do you have anything that you have?
Personally, I collect things I could use, pocket knives and things like that. I like things I can carry because they're like talismans.
You
know
carry a knife?
Oh, a pocket knife.
Of course you keep it. Oh, I carry a pocket gun. What does this pocket have to do with it? It's a knife. You got a knife in your pocket.
It's a gentleman's pocket knife, like a Swiss Army knife, like Boy Scout.
Well, I've got a gentleman's Derringer in my pocket. You got a problem with that, buddy boy? One time I was at my favorite, I love state fairs. Now, I will pull over for that. Give me the Midway. Let me just walk through it. Let me smell the grease. But let me also go into where they sell stuff, where they got the guys who do the frying, the stuff and the sealers. And there was a guy one time, I was part of this, the bar association in Hillsborough County, where anyway, we went to volunteer. I don't know what the hell I'm doing there. So I'm sitting there and I sat across from this guy who had a little mandolin. Those harmonica things that, Dylan wore, that mouth, you put them on. It looks like kids, remember braces in the old days?
Kazoos?
No, it's a harmonica holder. You put it around. Oh. Anyway, this guy had a microphone like that. And talked like that, and his neck was crooked, and I was just fascinated by the guy. He says, "That knife right here, it's hard," and he would speak a language I didn't know what he was saying. It was about sharpening a knife, and he had this knife, and he would be cutting paper into ribbons, and I was just mesmerized. So one day, I'm sitting there, and I walked over. I said, I've got to tell you something. This is the most incredible. I said, I could watch you all day. He says, you want to see something? He says, how many people do you think carry knives? Be honest with me. I said, I don't know. He said, watch this. He said, for the next 5 minutes, show me your knife, and I'll sharpen it for you. All of a sudden, there's 100 people came in there handing, but they're not handing him a gentleman's pocket knife. This guy's handing him a saber, switchblades, like one of these Bowie knives. He goes, what's going on here? And he said, You realize that this is a felony, what I'm handling.
Right.
Anyway, he took this little plastic thing. You might have seen him on YouTube. He does a couple of things back and forth. Next thing you know, he's slicing tomatoes. He's splitting atoms with it. I was mesmerized, but I couldn't believe how many people carried a knife. I carried a knife one time I was a Cub Scout for like an hour, and I had this dull thing. Couldn't hurt anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But I love fairs. But you know what I collect? I went right in Washington, next to right by the White House, across from Treasury, is a White House gift shop.
Okay.
It's not a part of the White House, but I bought everything Trump there is. Everything from 2016, 2020. I've got mugs, bobbleheads, chia pets. I've got a toilet brush. I've got Trump and Kim Jong-un as Cupid dolls or troll dolls, or and then I said, I can't stop. I've got candy bars, mugs, pins, you name it, I've got it. I look demented. If ever there's some kind of a threat and somebody were to look inside my little office studio, they would say, this guy's demented. And I didn't mean to collect it, but I did. Anything with Trump on it. I've got old signs. So anyway, they're all over the place. And I forgot they're there. Got a picture with Trump. I got this with Trump. Blah, blah, blah. So something was wrong with a vent. So I brought these workers came in to look at it. And I forgot they were there because I don't see it. They're there every day. All this, it's like a Trump shrine. I didn't recognize it. They're looking at me like, who the hell is this guy? Like I'm some kind of a nut. And I don't catch on. And I say, can I get you a water? He goes, no, it's okay. It's all right. I thought, this is odd. Maybe this vent problem is more complicated than I realized. They look perplexed. They're looking at me, they're scratching their heads like they've never seen this vent concept before. Then I realized, oh, God. So now, whenever somebody's coming over, my wife and I says, quick! And we have to like hide stuff and because who knows what they're going to do? Report us? This is when TDS was bad. Isn't that sad? We're hiding in our own home.
Yeah.
Hiding stuff. But I did it. But it was kitschy. It was almost like you think you're a Trump fan? Oh no. I've got hats with misspellings, out of print. Put it this way: if there's a museum, eBay, I hope you're around. Because if there's a Smithsonian that's still around, I've got everything. Anyway, Nick, enough about me. What do you do in southwestern Pennsylvania? What do you do?
I am retired. So, hey, you were mentioning
you're not from
State
Pennsylvania.
Fairs, County Fairs.
Wait. You're from the South. Where are you from the South?
It's southwestern Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but you're not from there originally.
Oh yes, I am. Do I have a southern twang?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something. I spent, 25 years south of the Mason-Dixon line. I was living in Virginia and Maryland and West Virginia, so that's where it comes from.
Okay, that's it. That's fine.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with it. Now, what did you do prior to you hanging up any semblance of productivity and
I
retiring?
used to work in accounting. I used to do financial stuff.
Oh, my God, I'd rather rob.
You're right.
Oh,
you're right.
God.
There have been times they would send me to these, what do I call like conferences and stuff, and people start talking about, the changes in the accounting rules, and I would sit there and think, what am I doing here? Why am I here? What brought me to this place? I mean, it was not a lot of fun, but it paid the bills.
I bet you there was a lot of drinking at these, a lot of accountants saying, help me through this. What was I thinking with this? Dear God. One time.
And it was something I fell into as far as a career path. Like, I had other ideas. It's like, well, this was offered to me. And it's like, and then what happens is, like, one company says, well, I understand you do this. And it's like, yeah, I do that. Like, I would like to talk to you about, a job opportunity. So you sort of stick with it whether you want to or not.
Yeah, I know.
The
I got to tell you something.
Opportunities come along,
And speaking of bad jobs, one time, when I was a prosecutor, we were the last ones, I think, on the planet to actually prosecute pornography. I mean, videotapes, stuff that is so lame today. But there was this one we had to close the door to watch, and it was vile. Okay, let me just leave it at that. It was vile, and it wasn't. And I thought, I don't know if this is obscene or not. It's disgusting, but I don't know if it's obscene. So anyway, so as we're watching this, there's a knock on the door, and somebody says, "What are you guys doing?" I said, "You sure you want to come in here?" "Yeah, what is it?" It's like, "Okay, I'm warning you. We're doing a little evidence research." All right. And he walked in, and this woman, I can't tell you what she was doing, but you would heave your lunch, okay? And he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Let me tell you something. You know who this woman is? This woman is my hero. Why? Because I bet you she comes to work every single day and never misses a day of work. Doesn't care about the benefits or dental or whatever. Never misses a day of life. So don't give me any crap about how you can't do your job. Look what this woman is doing."
Jeez.
And look how she's doing it with a smile on her face. So don't, in fact, if I were the president, I would say, this is American ingenuity. This woman, vile, disgusting as it may be, works hard. She's never missed a day of work. So don't give me this idea that you can't work at 7-Eleven and quit picking up cans. Take this this is her idea of gumption. Anyway, Nick, thank you, my friend.
All right, good talking to you.
All righty. Was that fun or what? Look, it's as good as it gets. Like you're going someplace else? I don't think so. So one of my favorite shows ever was the show Quincy. I watched Quincy like you can't believe. I loved Quincy. You know that Robert Ito, who played Sam Yamana, remember Sam? He's still alive. He's 94. I had no earthly idea. And Val Bisolio, who played Danny Tovo. Not even know, remember Danny's place? Sal was this guy. You've seen him a gazillion times. He lived to be 95. Now, you're wondering, what does this have to do with anything? It has nothing to do with anything. But I just love these old shows, but I cannot watch. I cannot watch. I've told you this. The new shows that I want to talk about, it's a different story. Let's go back to the phones, back to the fun. Jeff, another Pennsylvanian. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
So you collect hats and Hummels, Lionel? Well, I collect money.
I tried. I really, really tried. Lou on Long Island. Lou, you're next, Lou.
Yes, I collect pocket knives.
All right, arrest him. Trace this call.
No. Most of them are legal. I must have about 100 of them.
Most
of them. I must
them.
tell you, some of them are like jewelry.
Really?
I have a pocket knife that has pearl handles, and it's nickel silver bolsters.
Ooh.
It's like a piece of jewelry. I only take it out on holidays.
Wait a minute. You take it on holidays for what? Adoration? What do you do?
I go to my family. We have a bottle of champagne,
and you say, "Want to see my knife?"
No.
Do your family says, "Now listen, kids, your Uncle Lou's coming over. He's going to bring his knife. Please don't run. Humor him. He's going to bring his knife with the bolsters. Just humor him. He's a nice man, but he's got this knife thing. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. But just nod affectionately, and then move on."
My cousins know I always carry a knife. It's just known.
Lou, have you ever been to a knife
that I cut the foil on the champagne with?
I understand it. Lou, that's your story and you're sticking to it. Lou, have you ever been to a knife show?
Yes, I have.
The scariest people I've ever met. I've been to gun shows, but I went to a knife show, I think at the Hilton.
No,
and I thought,
they were the
dear,
nicest people I ever met.
They are. This one guy showed me a knife where at the end there's 2 prongs. He says, "You know what this for? So you can gig them." So you stick it in somebody and you twist it and you can pull out entrails. These are the kind of people.
Yes.
Look at you. Did you hear that?
Lionel, that is not all the people.
Did you hear that? Did you hear?
Yes, I heard that there are people that are in the knife world that enjoy that.
Flag that.
But I am here to tell you, if you could please let me finish.
Oh.
There are handmade knives that go
Put
for
that in their rotation.
Of dollars.
Yes.
Because they are considered artwork. They're not for, like you say,
Ted
ripping
Bundy never talked about women like that.
And, that's not my thing. But
Of
there
course.
are those people that are into it.
I know you're tight, my friend. Yes. Oh, that's in the rotation. You just made history, my friend. You just set it off. That's your Uncle Lou. He likes his knife. Did you ever see it? It's got bolsters. This is the second hour, and I'm not going to tell you what the first hour is about because if you missed it, that's it. But it's a veritable mélange, a pastiche, a myriad, a mosaic, a veritable slumgullion of ideas and thoughts that may or may not be relevant. Now, before we even begin, by the way, this is the other side of midnight with Lionel. Is this really true? Is this Graham in Florence, South Carolina? Is that correct, Graham?
Yes, I am.
And
I'm
are you
standing right in the middle of Bucky's?
Wait a minute, stop for a second. You're telling me as we speak at 2:07 a.m. Eastern time when we are recording this, you're sitting in a Bucky's parking lot, and where is it? What city? What area? What?
I am inside Bucky's over in Florence, South Carolina.
And what are you doing?
On 95.
Is it open?
Well, of course it's open. It's 24 hours, and they actually have, like, hot food here. I stopped at the truck stop at Kenly, North Carolina, that's owned by the same people as Iowa 80, the biggest truck stop on earth.
Wait, stop for a second. Stop. That's where I want to go. Wait. That's where I want to go.
There. I've been there.
I've seen it on YouTube. They have a chapel. Mm-hmm. They have... it's the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Are you a truck driver, sir?
Retired.
Everybody's retired.
Retired truck and bus driver.
So what are you doing there now?
Well, I'm actually driving a car to Florida.
I'm sorry to hear that. Now, tell us about Bucky's, what's going on right now. And for those who have no idea what Bucky's is, try your best to explicate, expatiate, and limn the majesty of Bucky's.
Well,
good sir.
If you had put me on 5 minutes ago, you would have heard the toilet flush in the totally immaculate bathroom.
Our loss, sir. Our loss.
There's little kids running around. You could probably hear them in the background. Mm-hmm. There's a nice lady on the other side of the peanut caramel popcorn and all this other stuff. She's there with a little kid.
Now, this moment.
But like I said, yes. Yeah, there's probably 50 people walking around the store.
Oh, my God.
But the problem is that there is no place to eat anymore past 9 o'clock at night on the highways. Because the truck stops all switched over from having 24-hour restaurants where you could order eggs or a steak or something that's actually worth eating, to now it's Wendy's and Popeyes and Subway.
That's so sad.
Well, that's it. I mean, I used to walk in the middle of the night, order a steak, eat a salad from the salad bar. I weighed 40 pounds less than I do now. Mm-hmm. And I was a car hauler for 27 years. I had a 9-car setup. The kind of thing that you don't want to be behind when you see the cars bouncing.
9 cars you would pull?
At one time, yeah. 3 on the tractor and 6 on the trailer.
Did you ever have any close calls?
A lot.
Did you ever have any accidents?
I've had a couple of minor ones.
And just curious, before we get back to this, people, whenever I see a rig of your size and girth, I stay so far away from it. I don't want to have anything.
You are a smart man.
Because you can't stop. You can eventually, but I want to give you all of it. When I pass you, I flash lights. I zip and zoom by you just to get out of the way. I have so much respect for what you've got to do and how you cannot lose any sight.
I used to drive mine around in New York City. I used to work for places in Brooklyn. I used to work for Potemkin in Manhattan. I worked for Plaza Auto Mall in Brooklyn. I worked for the Bay Ridge Auto Group. So I was all over the place, plus out in Long Island. I used to do work out in a bunch of island stores.
Let me ask you this question, too. This is very important for me. What do you think is the possibility, the likelihood, and what are people in the industry talking about? Autonomous, driverless trucks. Do you ever see that happening?
There is a possibility of it, but in the field that I was in, because you'd have to have 9 driverless cars and somebody still has to strap them in.
Well, I can see putting it on, taking it off.
Yeah.
But from going to A to B, you could, I could see one day somebody just doing this where there is the loss or a tremendous diminution of the truck driver. And if that ever happens, that's a sad day in American history.
Yeah, but at the same time, too, it would be nice if they could get rid of some of the flip-flop guys that are causing all the accidents
and
who are hurting people.
What is a flip-flop guy?
The guys that came in over the last few years who don't have any paperwork, but they got CDL licenses through the last administration, and you see them in the truck stops, and they take their flip flops off, and they're washing their feet in the bathroom in the truck stop.
Oh,
they're known as flip flops.
And is this what effect has the has illegal immigration and the like? Is that what you're talking about specifically?
Well, yeah, what happened was that they came in, they had nothing else to do, so they said, you want to go to truck driving school. And so they put them into a 6-month class, teach them how to drive a truck. Next thing, they're out driving a brand new Volvo.
How long does it take you to learn how to really be good, really be proficient? How long does it take?
Years.
Now,
years.
Give us an idea. What exactly does it take? Why does it take that long?
Well, there's a lot to it. You have to make sure that your load is secure. You got to make sure your trailer's not going to fall off. You have to make sure that you can fit underneath the bridge. Because, like I said, I did oversized stuff, so we had to get underneath. I couldn't go through the Lincoln Tunnel loaded. I'd have to go up through Harlem. Well, some people can. My truck was a little
I'm looking at my crew here, and they know a little bit of it. Who hasn't been loaded in the Lincoln Tunnel?
Otherwise, you start out with a Porsche hardtop, and you end up with a Porsche convertible.
Now, do you have any particular? This has nothing to do with this. Any particular type of song stylist, whether it's Red Sovine or any other trucking, because trucking is so American. The idea of the truck driver, the truck stop, the waitress named Marge, with the bouffant and this. Maybe I'm just making that. I'm kind of romanticizing this. It's too idyllic.
Yes, you are up to a point. Now it's somebody wearing a Wendy's smock.
Oh.
And they're asking you if you want fries with that.
Oh, no. Well, listen, my friend, Graham.
Yeah. When I stop in Manning, South Carolina, no more fried chicken gizzards on the buffet.
Oh, dear. Graham,
that
thank you.
That used to be one of my favorites.
All right, you know what? And I can tell. And you've never been loaded in the Lincoln Tunnel.
And one more thing.
Yes, sir.
Remember when you used to say lock and load every morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I've been trying to call you from home. I don't have anything with me because I'm on the road and I got to fly home. Well, I don't even have a pocket knife with me.
With bolsters. Graham, thank you, my friend.
Have a good night, sir.
Thank you,
sir. We'll call you in a month.
Thank you, sir. I like that. Now, Mr. Blaze, I see you've got that look on your face. You've got that look. And the way your hands are spread out, that normally means one thing. Do we have it?
Yes. Yes.
I knew you would. When I heard that, this is a man describing his pocket knife with bolsters.
Yes.
Yes, he feels it. You can feel the the degree of scintillation, the excitation. He is rubescent. He is turgid. He is tumescent over the notion of his pocket knife, a gentleman's pocket knife that he has pearl handled with bolsters, that he takes out once a year. Yes, it's Uncle Doug with his knife. Get away, kids. Don't ever be in a room by yourself with him. Make sure you always have an exit. Remember the safe word, cinnamon. Remember, cinnamon. Our number is 800-848-9222. George in New Jersey. George, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Yo, Lionel, my favorite character on All in the Family.
Funny, poignant, historic, very good, sir. And you have a great delivery. Thank you.
You know what's really funny?
What's it?
The Meathead wrote Archie's lines. So the Meathead invented Trump derangement syndrome back in the 70s.
Absolutely. George, tell me, where are you right now?
Short Hills Hilton.
Wow. And is there any particular reason why you are there, sir? You want to give a room so we can all party with you? Just kidding. Don't say it.
Nah, Bridezilla's snoring over here. She just went to the bathroom.
There you go. That's the ticket. What are you doing?
You're talking about the tunnel. I got a really funny Lincoln
Well, stop
tunnel
for a
story
second.
you.
Stop for a second. What are you doing in the Short Hills Hilton? What are you doing?
Just chilling.
You're just passing through, or you live there?
Yeah, just passing through.
And where are
I
you
used to
coming
live
from?
I used to live in Short Hills. I was down in Jupiter.
Oh, really? And what are you doing now?
Just road tripping.
Really?
It gets hot down there. So
you going by the
you know?
Short Hills Mall next?
Nah, well, sometimes I go in there to Legal Seafood. They got the best clam chowder in the world.
I'll bet they do.
And the first time I went there was in Boston, and it was good. So they put it in the Short Hills Mall. I was like, well, they got one good store.
So your wife's passed out on the bed after she went to the John, and you're up at 2:18 in the morning, and
I go to bed real early, and I went to bed at like 3 yesterday afternoon, and I woke up at like midnight or something.
What is the matter with you?
Well, I don't like traffic. So, like right now, there's nobody on the road. I just went out and got a Starbucks.
There's a good reason for that.
At the convenience store, because they didn't have any Monster coffee flavors. So I got a Starbucks, which costs like $1 more. But now I'm zipped. You know, I had my energy drink. It was a double shot espresso thing, and I got a nicotine pouch, wintergreen flavored, because I like the wintergreen because it's too hot in Florida, you know, in the summer.
You're getting a nice buzz. You're getting a calf buzz, a nicotine buzz, and meanwhile your wife is face down in the pool of her own saliva, passed out, and there you are. You're raring to go, and you're by yourself at 2:20 in the morning because you go to bed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, and there's no traffic right now.
I understand that.
Manhattan in 20 minutes.
There's a reason for that. It's because it's 2:20 in the morning. It's like that.
You want to hear something funny?
I'll be the judge of that.
Route 24 East from Short Hills Mall, the Highway 24.
Yeah.
At like 4:30 in the morning, the speed limit is NASCAR. Everybody's got their 12-cylinder BMW, and they're opened up going to the city so they can get there early, have no traffic, get a spot.
Watch that language. You're a filthy mouth. You're coprolalic. There's kids listening.
Oh, you're saying it's a family show.
You know what?
You know why? Cheats and you got offended.
You know what? Because you're calfed up. You're doing nicotine pouches. Your wife's passed out. And some weird, looks like a crime scene. All you need is kind of like a chalk outline. Believe it or not, this is the kind of stuff that Keith Morrison will be doing a special on. So here's the question that I want
to Jim Morrison.
Yeah, exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, if you think that call was great, you ain't seen nothing yet. Coming up, Alex in Manhattan was going to talk about Mom Donnie. I'm warning you right now because, believe it or not, if you have something to do, you might want to do it now. If you have any paperwork to do, you have to turn the radio off for a moment. I'm warning you now because he's going to be talking about Mom Donnie, and it should be a real rip snorter. This is, by the way, Lionel.news. Find out how to reach me. And also on Twitter or X, you should see the stuff I put up at Lionel Media. You should see this. You're not going to believe this. It's ribald and concupiscent. And I'm being kind. Or coming up.
Yes.
I'm just guessing pre-Cambrian era, maybe perhaps. Mesozoic. I'm not sure at what level of excellent. I like that. And that's for those who are really good at picking up the sounds. Some kind of Paleolithic, and there's all this stuff, but they have all these wonderful little accoutrements, little garlic powder, those red pepper flakes. I was thinking about taking that, but there's cameras everywhere. And I figure if I'm going to go down hard, it's not going to be for red pepper flakes. But you ever ask yourself, well, it's not that anybody's going to miss them because I dump red pepper flakes on everything. It's that perfect amount of heat. So much so that you hear the crunch noise is from red pepper flakes. Oh, yeah. I'm also getting excited because it's time for my Costco run. I gotta build up for that one. And for those of you who enjoy, one of my favorite little shopping respites is Stu Leonard's off of Route 3 in Jersey. Have you been to Stu Leonard's? It's not Buc-ee's, but it's got a whole thing too. They have a lot of, it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. They've got corn from Florida. It's this family thing. They've got little cows, Clover the cow, and burgers in the parking lot. I mean, it's so smart. Big in Connecticut. I like shopping. This is my hobby. Ready for this? Yeah, sometimes women say, "What do you like?" I like shopping. I like shopping too, but not for clothes. I like things like getting the huge. When I would go to Whole Foods, I like pitted, that Kalamata olives, those pitted. You know what I mean? Not the pits. Get them pitted. And I would go to the salad bar. I would fill up a couple little containers of the Kalamata, like $30. It's like, what am I getting here? What is this, lined in platinum? It's ridiculous. So one day I'm going down the aisle of Costco, and I say, wait a minute, what is this? It's this huge jar of Kalamata pitted from Greece. I said, there's got to be some kind of a catch to this. It's like $8. I said, no, I almost wept. This would cost about $60 at Whole Foods. Now you're wondering, what does it have to do with anything? I have no idea. I hit the jackpot, maybe? Is that it? It's good. You see, what he does is, Blaze doesn't just hit a sounder. He makes you think like, what does this mean? Normally they're pretty self-evident. Somebody lusting over something, the yes. Judice doing that ridiculous rap thing, which always cracks us up. Pretty self-evident. There we go.
Thinking about so many things.
The quiver, the vibrato, I love that.
Waking up in the morning, thinking about so many things.
She was 10 years old and she's this screwed up at the age of 10. She's singing blues. She's hanging around with Blind Lemon Pledge and John Lee Hooker, getting up in the morning. Really hard stuff. I mean, seriously.
Waking up in the morning,
yeah,
thinking about so many things.
And you know what? One of the things she's thinking about is that singing career that's probably not going anywhere. I'm just saying. Look, she's a kid. Bless your heart. But believe me, I'm going to take that song. I'm going to be like somebody who brings it back. We're going to resample it. Let's go back to the photo. Here we go. Let me just warn you. Right? Frankie in Highlands wants to talk about Mom Donnie. Let me just tell you something. If you've got anything you want to do, you want to go out, maybe make a sandwich, walk around the block, I understand completely. I understand. Frankie, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Yeah, maybe Slaywa, if he takes his cap off now and become undercover, maybe Slaywa.
Yeah.
But I think it's really a progressive independent that we need more than anything else. And I think that's Adams. But this Bandandi, this guy, he is just too anti-Semitic. We love the Jews, and there's many and millions of us here and in Israel.
That is true.
Nahu out of power because we got to stop.
We got to stop what?
We got to ask.
Ask?
We got to think of. Did you ever close your eyes?
Yes, many times. Like now. Like as we speak, I'm closing my eyes.
World diplomacy now. Did you ever close your eyes
yes.
and ask
right now, I'm closing my eyes.
And then watch the lights actually become color?
Yes.
Did you ever do that in meditating?
All the time.
In just finding that peaceful place?
Tell us how that works. Frank, tell us how to do that. Tell us how to do it. Close your eyes and see color.
What you do is you relax.
Some nice sitar music might be good. I'm thinking like Ravi Shankar or
I am
Deepak
young, healthy, and watched over by God.
Yes.
You say things like that. And then you actually stop the speaking and you see what is behind your closed eyes is light coming towards you. And you think of a color, and the colors are amazing. And then you actually, as you are entering into
how
dreams,
loaded or nuts do you think Frankie is right
finding
now?
that
Get an idea.
You are
I mean, if I did a
light,
talk screen,
and
what would
light
show up?
is of you,
roughly.
And then it teaches you.
Right.
It gives you glimpses of a wisdom, but just glimpses of it because you forget when you wake up. And when you wake up, you have the kind of drive. In the morning is when you make your decisions of what you need to do.
That is
even
true.
Say on the program instinctively,
indeed,
as you do. Okay? And then there's bases, home structures that can be taken down.
If you have any idea
3 hours by a crew
of what this
that
man is
lives in
talking
it,
about,
and
you're the one.
And you can have baseball competitions.
Why do I love this show? Baseball competition.
One-on-one, we're not interested. Like anyone who has an arm and wants to throw hard.
Imagine somebody. I always think getting into a rental car, maybe at one of the airports.
Both.
Turning
and
on and thinking, what the hell is this?
Do you know what I mean? Like the best
Absolutely.
Cop, the best cop against the best fireman.
Sure.
One-on-one emulations of baseball in the size. Okay, now you can have rooms in it too. Like you got 50-foot ceilings, maybe 40 feet.
How about some circus music, Calliope? By the way, it's 30 past the hour.
You can put them in unsettled, like Ukraine.
I'm thinking Calliope or Calliope, as people
know why? Because they're protected by the USA.
Maybe something...
and they're protected. They're protected in ways like, you know how we protect with shields?
Sure.
Okay? We don't need them. We don't need them here so much.
Right.
Here, these competitions... at every level.
Excellent.
One-on-one.
What is that called, by the way? What is that song called? That song's called...
Economic brilliance. And if you get to find out, if you're gonna draw fame, or if you're gonna be a scorekeeper, or to create jobs, or if you're gonna be a radio announcer. But be emulated enough so that when the player gets on the real field, he shows how he's honed.
How about a didgeridoo?
And made himself worth something.
Or the Mongolian throat music.
He says, I think he's too stupid to take the hats off.
What do you think, Riff? What kind of music would be, I think, most appropriate?
When they see something really happening.
I like that Mongolian throat singing. I'm really into that.
Ever. But, and he says things like, the hawk is barking, when it was always the hawk was biting when it was cold.
Right.
And he said he'd say that, well, I don't think he can play me one-on-one.
Right.
But I want Wit and Judge. Judge can throw, or anybody who can throw will teach him how to throw a changeup.
Right.
We bring in fans, camera ready, all screening, faces and races, We have one at house
dig
in
this.
6th
Dig
Avenue.
this.
Well,
Oh,
when
yeah.
I lived in New York City, I cut out the back fence.
This
so
is
that
actually
there's a
my
wall there.
Sharona,
Well,
but
you
you would
just
never know.
build that up high and put fencing in it. Real baseball, real green. Okay? So I just want you to know that there's a future in a warless world because we can end poverty and we cannot just be powerful. We cannot just get rich, but we can end poverty at the same time.
Ooh, a blending. I like that. Wow.
You got to do both.
That's excellent.
And
Quincy
this
Jones couldn't
is
have done
an
that.
economic solution
I think it'll work.
that will bring
Don't
peace,
do it.
just like
But maybe for
baseball
later. Gia
brought
Judice,
peace in World War
throat
II.
singing.
Okay?
If we can get
you
this guy
remember
to
the influence
waking
that
up
it
in the
had.
morning,
And sports in general.
thinking about all the things.
Competition, we love it. Capitalism, we
Right.
love it. But know where your money's going and what it's going
Yakety
for.
Sax, the
And
Benny
there's
Hill song.
millions of laws.
Dun, dun,
And
dun,
if we went
dun,
by
dun.
them all,
What's the Benny Hill
we'd all
song?
condemn one another. Pick out the laws that are
Right.
appropriate for these new times. 2025, keep more people alive. Tomorrow at NYU campus,
right?
I'll be there with many, many, many others. And we are not anti-Semitic.
No.
But we are against Nahu if he doesn't stop.
I like that.
Okay? And better yet, anybody else who's aggressive.
Right.
Aggressive violence. We'll put drones right on them. We'll show our forces. And before these bases go
Right.
up, okay, in unsettled international, before they go up, there's an agreement with the 5 superpowers
We got to
and
end this
all
with
their
it.
allies.
The best song ever.
Don't mess with these because they'll be well protected and they'll be loved. And if you can't play baseball and you don't like baseball, then sell something in the community and make yourself worth something, not just in America.
Absolutely.
Of course, it's America's ideals.
Sure.
It's America's game, but more importantly, it's America's influence. And Mr. Trump, 50 days for Putin, put it, let him know that we're not afraid to put him out of power.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you, Frankie. Thank you. You have no idea how much we appreciate you.
Thank you, and you're appreciated as well.
Thank
I'm
you,
going
sir.
to sleep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. He's going to sleep right now. You know, what was the one thing he said that you think that you'll be taking with you throughout the day? One idea, one thought, one reference.
I think it was something about Aaron Judge being a good thrower.
right. And juxtaposing that with Middle East peace and anti-Semitism, which I think a lot of people are saying, but that doesn't make any sense. That's the point. That's the point. Doesn't make sense to you, but what is this thing called sense? Where's Erwin Corey when you need him? Let's go to Steve. And okay, let's give it a shot. Steve, go ahead.
All right. That last call is one of the great after dinner speakers, and it's Midnight Madness. And L Train, your epigones are bench warmers.
Thank you.
And before I get to the meat and potatoes,
that's not it.
Curtis,
that's not the meat and potatoes. What was that? A précis, a prefatory prolegomenon? What was that?
That's actually the last dish being served first.
Okay, very good.
Before I get to Curtis, the next mayor, and that clown, Zoran the moron, during the L.A. riots last month, did everyone catch that L.A. councilwoman? Folks, that was 500 pounds. That was 500 pounds of food stamps there. Now, listen, it's always entertaining when Curtis Lewa, goes out to Staten Island wanting to get the Italian and the Irish vote and everything. So I'm urging everyone to vote for the dumb Polak.
Thank you so much. It's that kind of encomium that I think best says it best. That was redundant. Vincent in Ohio. Vincent, you're on the other side of midnight.
Money makes the world go around, the world go around, the world go around.
Money makes the world go round, they're clinking, clanking.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not try this at home. We are professionals. We know exactly what we're doing. We know how to do this. We make it look easy. You may say to yourself, oh, yeah, what are you doing? Are you mocking these poor people? Absolutely. Because here's what you got to understand. This is what truly it's all about. Years from now, my friends, when we run into people, I'm telling you, I know for a fact. This weekend, I saw that people did not remember what my thoughts were about the Arab Spring. No, it's what the caller did. The people who fall asleep repeatedly on the phone. That's what it's about. Our number, 800-848-9222. 800-948-9222. That's what we're talking about. That's what this is. And right now, let me remind you, my friends, that we are the other side of midnight. That's what we're called. So remember that. Write this down. Commit it to memory. We're here every day, Monday through Friday, at or near this time. When you're doing talk radio, when you've done it as long as I have, remember, people have no imagination and they know nothing. So if you can have a story that's simple, base, low-hanging fruit, preferably sexual or racist in general, you are ready to go. How about that Coldplay fella and that CEO, astronomer CEO Andy Byron, who was caught hugging his HR person, Kristen Cabot, at a Coldplay concert. Now, I don't know what's worse, being caught now all over the world or being caught at a Coldplay concert. I don't know which ones were. I don't know what. But do you remember this? There has got to be a morning after. Sorry. There has got to be some kind of God or justice or something. Can you imagine that? The wife's at home. Where's Dad? Oh, I don't know. He's working late. Remember, he's married, has a beautiful family, and the woman's married, has a husband or family too. Now, where they are, what their excuse was, I have no idea. So there's Chris Martin, the lead singer, warned people, now listen, we're going to be doing pictures, cameras all over, the stadium. So want to let you know it's the Kiss Cam or whatever it's called. Now, did you see how big this stadium was? I would think most people say, there's no way people are going to see me. There's 9 million people here, all hugging, all kissing, all, playing up to the Kiss Cam. What are our odds of being caught? There's 20 million people in this huge arena. I don't know where the hell it was, but it was huge. It was at the some stadium. It was a big stadium. That's all I know.
Gillette Stadium.
Gesundheit. Where was that?
That was Gillette Stadium where the Patriots play.
Okay. Well, anyway, so you're there and you figure, should we hide? Nah, what's the point? What are the odds? Why would they come to us? Look at the size of this place. What are we doing? We're just standing here. We're rocking to the music. We're not even kissing. So what? And sure enough, like the first one, bow! And he says, either you're having an affair or you're real shy. And when he looked the other way, that was how many times have you seen this? And then we have to wait. Do you remember what happens? What happens, gentlemen, immediately after an event happens? What happens in the world of social media immediately after some untoward event? You get the meme from Richard Dawkins, the memetic. Remember a while back, the first meme, it was the police officer at UC, I think Santa Cruz, the fellow who was spraying people. Remember, there was this cop who walked up and down spraying protesters with some kind of pepper spray or something. And immediately, this cop became the subject of everything. Thousands. the Jesus at the Last Supper with the cop spray. You know what I'm talking about, right? This that cop spraying the people. Then there was Chris Christie, who was seen on the beach at the shore when nobody was allowed, when he was sitting there in his chaise longue, not lounge, it's long chair, in his most unattractive look, wearing his Speedo or whatever it was, flopping in his chair, and that became everywhere. Some of the greatest minds. Well, now the meme is Epstein and Bill Clinton. They even had Ronald McDonald and Wendy's, the girl from Wendy's. Everybody, every conceivable Trump with Hillary Clinton. They are indelibly. Not only is he caught and subject to divorce and ignominy and shame and lost everything, but he's a meme. He's in history as a meme. Think about that. You will forever, no matter what you do, you're that guy. You look up his name from now until the end of time, whatever he did. He can cure cancer. He could be the greatest CEO. And what is he known for? For this moment of infidelity with that girl. And both of them ducking and diving as opposed to just keep looking. Nobody would have said anything. Nobody would have recognized them. All they got to do is just wave, hug, kiss, just say, don't do anything. Just keep grooving. But Ron, I know, but just do it. Don't dive out of the way. And nothing happened until they did it. All they had to do was say, just keep. It would have been no big deal. No, but who cared? The other people, you remember the other 10 people who were mentioned? No. Why? Because they didn't dive out of the way. What a schmuck. You don't die. It's like a kid covering his face up who's trying to hide. It's the most ridiculous thing. You're an idiot. So what does he tell his wife? What does he tell what was that like? I think she even said, we want a moment, we want privacy. What would you say? When you what? And they have, who was it? Fox News, because let's face it, Fox News has absolutely no. They said, TikTok famous PR strategist has her, let's talk to a body language. Every now and then they have a body language person just to milk this story because they sit around the news. It's not just Fox News, everybody. They say, what do we do? Look, we played this story a million times. Talk to a psychologist. Talk to a Coldplay expert. Somebody just keep talking about this. Do you ever watch when you see these stadium cameras and the guy who wants to protest? What am I trying to say? Propose. You ever see these poor schmucks who propose and the girl says no? I don't believe any of them. I think they're saying, now listen, I'm going to ask you, okay, and you say no, and I'm going to walk off, and, we'll go down in history as those don't become memes because nobody believes them. This is a meme. I'm trying to look. Hang on, just bear with me. I go to my friend ChatGPT. What was the name of the police officer who sprayed protesters at the University of California who became part of a famous meme? By the way, that's the way you speak. You speak to ChatGPT like this. When are the ways that if you want to dictate, I'm telling you, it appreciates it. His name was Lieutenant John Pike. Remember that one? This was in 2011. Where were you, Riff? Where were you 14 years ago? You were in the 4th grade. And this was John Pike, UC Davis. I knew it. Police officer who became infamous in 2004, casually pepper spraying a line of seated nonviolent Occupy Wall Street protesters on campus. He just walked up and down, just spraying with this. It looked like a garden hose, or some kind of like a like an ortho fertilizer. You put the hose on it and you go up to your roses and you spray this stuff. And it was called the pepper spray cop. And it was unbelievable. Listen to this. He was dubbed the pepper spray cop, photoshopped into historical scenes, spraying the Constitution, Mona Lisa, and baby Jesus. He was placed on leave, eventually left the force, and then successfully claimed psychological damages and was awarded $38,000 in workers' comp for the backlash he faced. Where is Lieutenant Pike? This was the man. So that was the first big meme. Then was Chris Christie and the sedan, or not the sedan chair, the folding chair. Unbelievable. I am so fascinated by this. Let's go back to the phones, back to the fun. Joanne in New Jersey. Joanne, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Hi, Lionel. How are you?
Hello, Joanne.
I got to meet you last night, and you got to meet Tim last night.
Oh, it was so great. Thank you so much.
Yes, it was a great show. So I had a question for you.
Yes.
Loved your outfit last night. You looked fabulous.
Thank you. It was Saturday.
Fabulously when you go into the studio.
It was Saturday night, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you know what I mean.
I got you.
Did you hear the question?
And your question was, please? I'm sorry.
Oh, do you dress as fabulously when you go into the studio as you did the other night?
You should see me on now with I'm wearing an Ike jacket, jodhpurs, and pince nez.
I don't even know what that is.
Doesn't matter. You don't have to. I'm in charge of the words. I know what I'm doing. And also, you asked a question about I have the questions.
Oh, yes, the question. So you didn't get to answer all the questions.
Are you kidding? There's thousands. They just...
I know. There was so many.
How many times have you ever seen anybody who takes questions from the audience? Nobody.
No, that's true.
Nobody does it because
they did answer one part of my question. It was a two-part question.
Okay.
The first question I asked was about did your wife ever skydive with you?
No, yeah, that's a no.
Yeah, because Tim wants me to go skydiving, and I'm like, maybe when our kids are a little bit more grown, I'll do it, but I don't think it's for me.
Do a tandem. That's fine.
Well, I don't know.
You have to do nothing. Just jump out. It will change.
Planes.
Just make sure you wear some type of adult undergarment, some Depends or something.
Yeah, some Depends.
Yes.
For sure. That's what I said. That's hysterical. Okay, second part of the question. So if AOC runs for president, can you please run for president?
Well, you know what? I think she can do it now. I would love, you have no idea, I would love to, through some crazy, maybe internet, whatever it is, I would love, what is that noise?
I don't know. I'm walking around you probably hear my house.
Did you hear that noise? What was that? I've got to get to the bottom of this. What was that noise? It's not us. It wasn't me.
It was probably something.
It was something.
A lot of things happening
anyway,
in this house. It's actually pretty quiet.
You know, AOC seems so bland compared to Zoran the Moron Mamdani. Have you noticed that? She's so bland compared to him. This guy is, beyond serious in terms of horror. But Joanne, let me tell you something. The fact that I was so glad to meet you, so glad. I love the community. Those of us who share not only, fans of shows or whatever, but we have this. It's like we have to meet in public, almost privately, because there are so many of us out there who share our beliefs as far as the country. Yeah. And we are growing in number. Don't ever let anybody fool you.
Lotus for POTUS.
That's right. That's me, Lotus. Lionel of the United States, Lotus for POTUS. Joanne, thank you, dear heart.
You have a great night.
Have a great day. Thank you so much. Todd in Maplewood. Todd, you're next.
Hey, Lionel. Good morning.
Good morning.
I was just dodging a sprinkler here at the park next to a golf course, and I got hosed. Anyway,
at 3 in the morning. At 3 in the morning, you're dodging sprinklers at a golf course.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? I take my dog here to let him go run around so nobody gives me any crap.
It's called trespass. Go ahead, sir.
we have an understanding. I just want to know how you stay up every night.
Amphetamines.
She's so full of it. No,
Adderall, a variety of amphetamines. Absolutely. Absolutely.
No. I think it's a positive mental attitude and a zest for life is what does it. And,
I think it's kind of a joie de vivre, but also I think one of the things which is I think important is that I thoroughly love doing this. I love this. When my very, 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 very first radio gig was in a style similar to this. And the reason why it's so important is that nobody can do it. Why? Because there's no rhyme or reason to it. Because you are the star. Everybody can be a star. I think Sylvester Stewart said it best. That's what I love the most. Hour number 3 coming up on the Lionel Show on the other side of midnight, 800-848-9222. More coming up, so don't even think of going anywhere. Long Island man killed in freak MRI accident who was wearing a 20-pound chain necklace with a padlock. I don't even know. It was horrible. Did you see this? In an MRI, the Long Island man who was killed in a freak MRI machine accident was sporting a staggering 20-pound chain necklace adorned with a padlock at the time of the tragedy. Keith McAllister died after suffering several heart attacks following the bizarre incident at Nassau Open MRI in Westbury last Wednesday. At the time, his wife, Adrienne Jones McAllister, was undergoing a routine knee scan in the MRI machine. She said that McAllister would typically enter the exam room to help her get back on her feet near the end of her appointments and never had an issue before the deadly incident. McAllister had taken to wearing the hulking 20-pound necklace as part of his weight training. They'd even discussed his training in the hard-to-miss chain with an MRI technician during their previous appointments. That was not the first time that guy had seen that chain. They had a conversation about it. When McAllister entered the exam room with the technician, the machine suddenly switched him around and pulled him in. McAllister and the technician tried in vain to pry McAllister off of the machine, while she pleaded all the while for someone to turn it off. I was saying, turn off the machine, call 911, do something, turn this damn thing off. When the MRI machines are on, they create a strong magnetic field that can attract metal objects like McAllister's chain. Have you seen the objects fly into an MRI machine? Have you seen it? It's incredible. The next particular topic, which I must speak about very carefully and very gingerly, is something that we're going to add to, and maybe Mr. Blaze, you might want to add this to your potpourri, your selection for things to watch. Because, of course, we like Karen's being arrested, and, I believe me, I love it more than you can imagine. But my new favorite subject, and I want to be very, very careful how to say this. Very, very careful. Carnival cruise riots. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to go into detail about this. I think you know what I'm getting at, but I got to be careful. You got to be careful because no matter how obvious things are, you can't say what things are in terms of how obvious they are. But I got to tell you, somewhere along the line, there seems to be a new iteration of civilization that I was not a part of, or I was not privy to. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, have you seen this? Have you seen how these directives from the Carnival Cruise Line people regarding certain types of festivities, clientele, and the like are verboten? That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Because what I've noticed is that when you watch YouTube as much as I do, you will find out immediately the levels of, I don't know what it is. Next, have you ever watched a pool tournament? Isn't that relaxing? Have you ever watched that and you're wondering, what am I doing? Why am I? And I like that guy from was it the Philippines? The greatest ever, Ephraim. He looks like a mechanic. He looks like one of those guys. You ever see it like in New York? You'll be driving and you can get your car fixed. You just pull over the side road and these people come out and change your tire. I don't know where they're from. How do they do? He looks like one of those people, but he's the greatest, whatever. And then all of a sudden people are wearing gloves. Have you seen how now pool players are wearing gloves? Wait a minute, that's not right. Just like sometimes guitar players are playing gloves. And I'm bringing this to your attention. I'm bringing this to your attention because this is my life. I love noticing random things, which are of tremendous sources of fascination. Our number is 800-848-9222. And here's the question I've got to ask regarding Epstein, because I'm sorry, I would be remiss if I didn't mention this, all right? Does anybody have any information that there was ever anyone who was the victim of, listen to me, either extortion, blackmail, or a honey pot, as it were? Is there anyone? Well, listen to what I'm saying. Because people are saying, well, obviously what this was about was this was an extortion ring. Obviously what this was, obviously, was a collection of information and data that'll be used against other people. And that's what all these cameras were. You see, because the whole Epstein thing was an extortion okay, fine. Here's my question. Is there any evidence that you have where anybody's ever said, yes, that happened? Do we have any evidence of any girl, any woman, any youngster, anybody who says, yes, I was told specifically to engage in this particular behavior? They pointed out the secret camera. They told me to make sure that remains clear so that I can enjoy or we can engage in this particular behavior. Is there anybody anywhere who said that they had a business dealing that was somehow either accelerated or pushed, threatening to release? It's a very critical question because everybody is saying, without a doubt, repeatedly, they are saying 100% that this was an extortion operation. Not black bag. Well, maybe black, but honeypot. Stupid question. I know you're going to say, well, yeah. I'm telling you. How do you know? How does anyone know? Next. This is a very important thing for people to understand. Folks will say, aha! It was a Mossad operation. I love that. Everywhere, especially on YouTube, if you watch the YouTube I watch, people are experts. They say, aha! It was Mossad. All right. How do you know this? Well, I just know this. Because I know all about this stuff. Okay. Is that what you think? Absolutely. Why? Because they were all connected to Israel, and therefore it's an Israel. Okay, all right. It's not far-fetched. But here's my question. Number one, do you believe that Mossad's pretty good at this collection stuff? Absolutely. The best, one of the best, certainly very good at this. Okay. So you think they're pretty good at this? Absolutely. They're known for this. All right. What do you think will be the likelihood of their allowing years and years and decades of hard drives and thumb drives and videos to be accumulated before they were seized in an FBI search? Remember that when the 71st when the mansion was hit, and the FBI came and they're bringing in all this stuff, and Pam Bondi even said, "I've got terabytes." You remember that one? Do you think they would have allowed this to occur? I mean, I'm just saying. I'm asking you a question. You see, sometimes we always say things and we just repeat the same story repeatedly over and over, and we don't ever ask, wait a minute, how do we know what we know? Let me say this again. How do we know what we know? And another thing, Pam Bondi, bless her heart. And as you know, in the South, that's not a good thing. When somebody says, Blake, you know that Matt Blaze, bless his heart. No, not good. No. You don't want to bless his heart. You don't want that. That means he's incompetent, but I'm going to kind of redeem myself from this excoriating, libel. But Pam Bondi made the famous statement on Fox News on the February 21st during an appearance on America Reports with John Roberts. She said, when it's sitting on my desk right now to review, when asked about publishing a list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients, it's sitting on my desk right now, waiting to be reviewed. And this was in answer to a question of a list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Okay. Later, amid mounting scrutiny and questions, Bondi clarified that she was referring more broadly to the Epstein case files, not a particular client list. The clarification came in early July 2025 after the Justice Department released a memo stating that no such client list was found. So she made this statement exactly 32 days after the inauguration. The president was in power 32 days when she decides, yes, it's sitting on my desk right now in February, and then 5 months later, we're looking at this again. Now, does any of this make any sense to you? Can you tell me the difference between a list and a file? And the Dersha would say, well, it was a document. It was a document. Where are we? And all of this exploded. Exploded. Stop for a second. Think about what I said. A, we don't have any evidence of any kind of honeypot stuff or, extortion. B, do you think there would be these files that would just be laying around, or these whatever? And 32 days she got into office. They were still unpacking stuff when this unforced or this own goal came about. And the latest one, and I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I have to tell you this. And it's late at night, so I can talk to you about this. Did you hear the latest controversy regarding the president and his doodle? Apparently in 2003, I think it was 2003, Ghislaine Maxwell. Why Ghislaine is, why this is so difficult for people to explain, or to pronounce. Anyway, she decides to make a leather-bound book in celebration of Epstein's 50th birthday. Okay? Okay. And in the course of this, then, Citizen Trump put together something, a combination handwritten, hand-doodled note that's also typed. And apparently, the name Donald was apparently drawn using the wisps of a hirsute aspidulous thatch from the Mons Veneris area, the inguinal area of this outline of a nude woman. Okay? You following me? I'm trying to clean this up as best as I can. Now, number one, Trump said, I don't doodle. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't doodle. I don't doodle. I call them the pube doodles. I don't doodle. I don't doodle. What do they do next? They show doodle after doodle. He doodled pictures. He sold them. He's actually very good. Skylines. Not, we're not talking, Norman Rockwell, but it's very good. So that's and he says, I've never used the word enigma. Somehow the word enigma, give me an enigma, the enigma. I don't use that word. It's not he's used it a million times. They quote him here and there. What is this about? Where are we with this? What is going on here? I have no idea. Is it to throw us off? Are we, what is this? And also, the latest thing with Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard. She finally comes out and says what everybody knows. Obama was behind this stuff, and believe it or not, the Russian business was all a fake. How many times have you heard them say that Russiagate was fake? Did you not know that? What are we talking about? Tulsi Gabbard. God bless Tulsi Gabbard, getting right to the bottom of that. You know what's going to happen with Tulsi Gabbard? Nothing. Nothing. How about Comey? Nothing. Brennan? Nothing. Nothing. We announced this stuff, so we keep spinning our wheels. So just think what I've just been through. I just told you all this stuff. This, on the tape, and the honey butter, then extortion, and Tulsi Gabbard, and this, and the doodles, and the pubic hair. What does all this mean? Nothing. It's nothing. And the best part is the Democrats are saying nothing about Epstein. Isn't that interesting? They don't say anything about it. Why? Oh. So if this makes sense to you, because if I'm the president's attorney general, you're not going to hear anything from me. Nothing. You're not even going to know I'm there. You're not going to know I'm there. All of a sudden, you're going to be, imagine this. Imagine. You're going to be somewhere, and all of a sudden, you hear this. Breaking news. Dateline Chappaqua. Helicopters flying over. Hillary Clinton has been taken into custody by federal authorities. This is not happening right now. This is not. I'm not going to do a War of the Worlds here in Mercury Theater. But Hillary Clinton is taken into custody at 4:00 in the morning. I want him to be a Roger Stone 4:00 in the morning ninja attack, maybe with CNN standing by. But I want her to be taken out in cuffs at 4 in the morning and brought immediately to the Southern District of New York, maybe the FBI office where she's processed and released on her own recognizance, which is fine. She has a mugshot at 4 in the morning, so she looks like she just woke up. And then we proceed. Then I will appear. I'm your attorney general. And what do I say? Nothing. I say, as you know, Mrs. Clinton is presumed innocent. We will allow the process to continue. I'm going to do all of my speaking in a tribunal of competent jurisdiction. I'm not going to use this right now, nor will I appear on any show on Fox News or Newsmax or nothing. You'll never hear from me. Never. Then we hear breaking news. James Comey, John Brennan have been arrested, taken into custody by authorities for blah, blah, blah. And then you will hear and you will say, oh, my God. But that's not what they do. What Pam Bondi and the DOJ does, and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. By the way, did Dan Bongino quit yet? Remember, he said, I'm going to quit. He's a wimp. Anyway, they talk, they announce Tulsi Gabbard, and then nothing happens. If you make me your attorney general, I promise you, I will get things done stealthily. Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer called for Ghislaine Maxwell to be freed from jail and compelled to testify at Congress in the bid to finally dispel the conspiracy theories about a client list plaguing the White House once and for all. Let it go. You think President Trump would call up as Dershowitz and say, would you stop this? Stop it. You're going to let her loose? Alan Dershowitz, who has represented Donald Trump, told Newsmax that Maxwell should have her 20-year sentence commuted and appear on Capitol Hill to reveal everything she knows. What if she knows nothing? What if she says, I don't know anything about this? Now, do we let her out? That's it? Do we let her out contingent upon or about her saying something of note? It comes as Trump ordered Attorney General Pam Bondi to release more of the Epstein files related to grand jury testimony about the case. Trump's order came after the backlash, the DOJ's announcement that it is closing its investigation without any further arrests or bringing to light the so-called client list. The decision caused uproar among MAGA loyalists who were hoping any such list would identify figures involved in the Epstein sex trafficking ring. Scrutiny in the case ramped up even further after the Wall Street Journal ran a story claiming the president sent Epstein a bawdy birthday message in 2003. This is nuts. Dershowitz has previously quashed claims that his client ever kept a list and suggested that the latest tranche of documents due to be unsealed is likely to contain any bombshells. Quote, Ghislaine Maxwell is basically serving the sentence that Epstein would have gotten. She should never be in jail for 20 years. What should happen is that she should be freed. Excuse me. The women who claim they were trafficked by her would beg to differ. Remember, her conspiracy, her trafficking, her was with Epstein, not anybody else. So you're going to let her go because she shows up to Congress and says, I don't know anything about a list. Because you know and I know what she's concerned about is her family. After her old man, Robert Maxwell, was found that apparently he had this bit of a swimming problem. Now, can I just say something? This is what I would do. I would, if I were President Trump, I said, I want everybody to come here. Automatic, everybody. Pam, Bondi, Cash, everybody here? Everybody here? Bring in Dershowitz. Al, come on, have a seat. Anybody else here? Anybody else? Okay. Everybody here? Good. Close the door. Okay. If any of you say the name Epstein, even if you refer to great moments in Welcome Back Kotter at 30 past the hour, I will personally have you keel-hauled or drawn and quartered or whatever I can do using some common law writ. You're killing me. Pam Bondi, you're killing me. Nobody cared about Epstein. What are you doing? Al, enough. Enough. I mean, if you're going to go on TV, go on OAN. Nobody will know. Just stop this. Stop talking about this. I'm trying to save the country. This thing is over. Whether it's a list, whether it's a black book, whether it's a file, a document, a PDF, a floppy, enough. There is nothing to talk about. The case is over. He's done. It's finished. And who was the one who said that there was no list? He didn't commit suicide. I mean, this is just nuts. Unless you can show me that Trump is somehow this genius who knows 4D chess and he's putting this together in these wild machinations. You know, he's doing this on no, there's no doing it. It's stupid. I don't understand it. Honest to God, I don't even understand it. I don't understand. And do you understand any of his controversies? This pube doodle, this latest case, what is that? Does this make any sense to you? Everybody else, we know exactly what they do. We know exactly what Obama did. We know exactly what Comey did. We know exactly what Brennan did. We know exactly what Hillary Clinton did. And they're charged with nothing. Trump is charged with, this is my favorite. Number one, remember the E. Jean Carroll case? Oh, what a disaster that was. Oh, my God, that was remember when they were basically putting this woman on E. Jean Carroll? Look, I wasn't there. But the whole idea was that she was at Bergdorf Goodman. Yeah, right. Okay, that's a good, yeah, I'm buying that story. Sure, absolutely. That's Trump for you. Hey, I got to have you now. What? In Bergdorf Goodman. But you live across the street. I don't care. Call me wacky. I am so aroused, so crazed by this savagery I feel, this sexual excitation in two methods. I must do it now. What's available? Well, there's that dressing room. That'll do. Come on, let's go. Hey. And you know, he walked the most recognizable man probably in New York is going to walk into Bergdorf Goldberg. Who's that? You know, it looks like Donald Trump. What's he doing? He's going back into that room with that woman. All of a sudden, he hears, you hear like fur flying and furniture flying, and then they come out, their hair messed. And I mean, okay, the jury. I wasn't there. The jury was there. Okay, fine. That was the first case. That was a civil case. All right. Remember when the victim, E. Jean Carroll was it MSDNC with Rachel? Remember that one? Do we have that one? She says, Rachel, we'll get you a car or a motorcycle, a new closet. And her lawyer, Kaplan, was like, that's enough. This was a bad idea. And she was just bouncing off the wall. She was like, I mean, whoever said, this is a great idea. Let's go on Rachel Maddow and gloat about you having been successful in basically being successful in a civil rape case. It was the worst. No sense. But nobody cared really. All right, so that was his first one. All right, that was the first one. Oh, you have it? Yeah, listen to this one. Listen to this.
You've talked about using some of Trump's money you're about to get to help shore up women's rights. Do you know what that might be, what that might look like?
Yes, Rachel. Yes.
Tell me.
I had such great ideas for all the good I'm going to do with this money. First thing, Rachel, you and I are going to go shopping. We're going to get completely new wardrobes, new shoes, motorcycle for Crowley, new fishing rod for Robbie. Rachel, what do you want? Penthouse? It's yours,
Nothing.
Rachel.
This
Penthouse
is a rape
and,
victim.
France? You want France? You want to go fishing in France? No? Oh. All right. Okay.
Here's Rachel with that laugh. That cackle.
Although if me fishing in France could do something for women's rights, I would take the hit. You know, I would obviously take one for the team. All right, let me.
Hang on. Now her lawyer, Kaplan at the time, was just cringing, like, "What am I doing here? What am I doing?" Does that sound like somebody to you? Does that sound like somebody who's a victim of? Oh, listen, we all respond differently. Far be it from me to prescribe a particular way, but that was the most boneheaded thing I've ever heard in my life. Can't believe it. So that's Trump's first one. Then came the case with Judge Engeron that nobody can understand. And I mean nobody, with Tish James and the case involving the overvaluation of real property without anyone even complaining about it. No bank complained. No one. Okay, there are no victims. There are no anything. Nothing. Can't even understand it. It was a case from the days of Javits, and where you bring it on behalf of the Attorney General. I mean, it is so arcane. I'm still trying to figure that one out. That's on hold. Remember Tish James? You ever hear Tish James talk? She talks like this. She sounds like Tina Turner from Proud Mary. We're going to take the beginning of the song and start off nice and easy. And we never, ever do anything nice and easy. Listen to Tish James. She's Tina Turner. It's scary. No man is above the law. No man is above the law. Praise God in the name of Jesus. And then this is a woman who basically married her father, allegedly, allegations regarding and the mortgage. Same thing with Adam Schiff, and the same thing. Is this your primary residence? And nothing will come of that. Nothing. Nothing. The DOJ, they're talking about, is it the list? Is it a document? They're futzing around doing, I don't know what they're doing, wasting their time. This case is sitting there. We bring it up and nothing happens. Okay? That's that. It's crazy. Then it gets even better. And the other case after Trump is with Dusty Saddles or whatever her name is, this strumpet, this trollop, this courtesan, this virago, this harlot, this slattern. And, Trump said, I never had any contact with her. Look, I'll take you at your word, but I ain't buying that. This is a professional porn star who's throwing herself at you. And with all due respect, Trump is not the, shall we say, the embodiment of self-restraint when it comes to certain things. But hey, if that's his story, okay, I guess he can stick to it. So he's with Dusty Saddles or Dirty, whatever her name is. What is her name? Stormy Daniels, Storm Drain, Stormy Weather or something. So anyway, so he's got her. Now, a couple of things here. First, this is the only thing. She basically is a hooker. Because what it is when you're an adult film star, you basically, it's assignation. It's basically, it's hooking. I don't care what you call it. So theatrical, maybe. It's nonetheless theatrical. But, so she had her apparently had her way. Trump sued her for libel. She ends up having to pay his lawyer's fees. Trump's the only guy who goes to a hooker, and the hooker ends up paying him $300,000. I mean, now, if that's not part of the deal, I don't know what is, okay? So that's his second one. In a case that is even more convoluted. You have Judge, what was it? I forget it. You know what I'm talking about. The one who, I'll think of his name. Anyway, they have the checks. This is even more convoluted than the first one. He signs an NDA with her, I guess, which is okay, which is done all the time. It's done all the time. What are you going to do? No big deal. But yet apparently that was being done in order to defraud the election. How? And then through some kind of weird machination, they decide to break it up into 37 counts of, I swear to you, I have no idea of where that came from. And the jury came back in like 3 seconds. They're like, what? What does this even mean? It doesn't, nobody, all right, so that's what they did. They didn't, but they don't care about Trump. There's no case, and they're always successful. They were going to bring, they got him on 2 impeachments, and they were going to bring an emoluments case against him. Quick, for $10,000 in a new car, what the hell's an emolument? Nobody knows, right? You know, gifts to the, I think in the old days it was a prohibition against giving regal titles or whatever. Anyway, they went after him and his family. They went after Ivanka's patents and her, I mean, there's nothing. They're after Mar-a-Lago. They went to Melania's underwear drawer. They're doing this. And they've got, remember this ridiculously stupid file. There was no files, nothing. And this president, if there's one thing, if somebody would say, if you have one bit of advice, you're a president, I would tell him this: you have got to get vicious. You're not ruthless. You don't have it. These people are proving you they are the most violent in terms of their activities. They are ruthless. They are without surcease. Nothing gets in the way. And what are you doing? You and Pam Bondi and Cash, you talk a good game. You and Tulsi talk. You don't do anything. You haven't charged anybody. A couple of judges, maybe for helping out, hiding people in violation of ICE practices. You don't do anything. You don't have it. You're not vicious. 3 things you said you were going to do in 2016. Drain the swamp, build a wall, and lock her up. I guess you built the wall, part of it. Maybe we haven't given up. Maybe border crossings. I don't know. We just don't talk about that anymore. We just don't talk about it. The wall, the beautiful wall. We got to go to the wall. Okay, fine. Drain the swamp. Forget that. That's just a figure of speech. And lock her up? Nothing. What is the matter? Let's go back to the phones, back to the fun. Tom in the Bronx. Tom, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Wow, that was great, Lionel. You know, I was thinking about people falsely accused, like those lacrosse three.
Yes.
Whose lives were destroyed, but they all got $20 million apiece. And the woman who was at the center of the false accusation got no time at all. Years later, she murdered her boyfriend and got 14 to 20 years. She should have been put in jail. No one gets put in jail for lying. That guy, Mike Nifong, who was a piece of human garbage,
right?
He pandered to the black voting public, and he withheld exculpatory evidence. This guy didn't. He served 1 day in jail. He should have been put in for 10 years.
That Duke lacrosse rape hoax was absolutely so horrible. So horrible. Crystal Magnum.
That's her name.
She was convicted of
sex
second.
worker. No, she's a kurva and a hooker. She's not a sex worker. They want to try and... Anyway, I get so upset.
Well, you should. Anyway.
Well, you know, drives me nuts. What's that word, amenable?
Amenable? What do you mean?
Aminable. It means
amenable. When you are concurrent regarding something. I'm amenable to something means I am willing to. I am what have you.
No, I'm using the wrong word. It was about these professors, the group of 88, and they refused to retract their remarks. They stuck by it, right? This is how clueless the left is. They prejudge people. That's why I really despise the
May
left.
I say something to you? They are not clueless. They are absolutely, they are incredible. They are so good. They have a viciousness which this president and the Republicans don't have it. They are...
No.
I would have been, I'm telling you, ready to go immediately before this. Where is this Project 2025? Bring it out. I don't care.
Yeah.
I can't believe how the Republicans, by the way, this is why I'm not a Republican. They're worthless. Worthless. I don't even know what this party business is.
You know why they're not as vicious as Democrats? A lot of them return to business lives after they finish serving. They don't become career politicians to the same extent as Democrats. Democrats, it's all about power and control. And Republicans, they got other recourses. And over they go back to their legal firms. But these other jerks like what's his name, Sanders up there.
No. I think you've got it all wrong. I think what you're seeing right now, and people have to understand that there is a level of corruption that has been here for so long. And it's not the deep state, it's the shadow government. And it is entrenched in years and years and decades of federal judge placement, of USAID will never get to the bottom of that. Never get to the bottom of that. Never. Let me also just say something. As I sit around that Pam Bondi and others, I don't know what they're doing. I would have said, who is going to bring me the head, figuratively, of Antifa? What do you need? This is a domestic terrorist organization. How many of you remember when you went through that George Floyd nightmare? Do you remember when this organized, when these folks showed up out of nowhere? And Intel had that, the PDF, these little circulars, when they were showing up at various corners, when they had bricks and pallets of bricks ready to go, ready to be thrown and hurled as missiles. Do you remember this? Where did this come from? It's Antifa. And people like Andy No and others who are documenting this. What's going on with this? BLM, this Patrice, what is her name? Colors. Has there even been an audit? No. So do me a favor. You can do all this MAGA and They are the biggest wimps ever. I would terrorize the left, terrorize them legally. They wouldn't know what to do. I would have units. I would have secret grand juries. I would show you almost a legal star chamber way of using the full faith and credit against these people, like you wouldn't believe. Double-barrel justice. They wouldn't know what hit them. And again, I'm going to say this one more time. Mr. President, I want you to call everybody in. Dershowitz, Bondi, everybody's. If you want to know me, if you want to work with me, if you want to be my friend or whatever it is, if I hear you so much as go on one show, one interview, and mention the name Epstein, I don't know you. I will exile you. I'm turning like, who was it, Paulie? Who said, I'll turn my back on you, Henry. I can't. Why do this would happen 32 days after the inauguration? Pam Bondi brings up, I've got this on my desk, and the RFK files, and the JFK files, and who Judge Crater, and who let the dogs out, and who shot JR. It's so, I'm going to say this. The president's got a lot of great qualities, obviously, but he's got this fixation. He loves people on TV. He loves people who look good or he thinks are famous. And I'm still not thrilled with Pete Hegseth. Pete's so good. Look at he's doing PT. Is he training with them anymore? No. Is he still doing jumping jacks or whatever it is at 4 a.m. with? No. Remember when Kristi Noem was walking around with her Barbie outfit and the hair extensions and the $60,000 Rolex, pretending she's Charlie's Angels to go on raids? No. They always do this at first. But by the way, while we're at it, you know who really impresses me? And I will tell you. Well, Tom Homan, first of all, if you can understand what he's saying. But Alina Habba in New Jersey, excellent. And Judge Janine in D.C., excellent. U.S. attorneys, absolutely great. I like what they're doing. But and let me tell you something. You're going to find this. Remember, I'm telling you this. The biggest one to watch very carefully is Susie Wiles. Watch her. This idea she's a gatekeeper. Do your background on that. Check with her and Pam Bondi and the Ballard Group. Do some research. Don't sit back and believe what they're telling you. Remember, when you hear a news organization tell you about something about Trump, this is what they want you to believe, not necessarily the truth. 800-848-9222. 800-948-9222. More coming up. Robert in New York. Robert, you are on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Good morning, Lionel.
Yes,
Lionel, I got to tell you, first of all, a very, very wise journalist and someone who I considered a friend, even though he's been gone for quite a while, named Barry Farber.
Oh, yes.
Once said to me, if you are against injustice and chicanery and duplicity and sordidness in locale A, you'd better be against it in B, D, E, J, Q, W, Z. Otherwise, you lose my vote.
Right.
And I got to tell you, Lionel, listening to this whole business about Epstein and the list and not the list and all the pimps and the whores, Lionel, I feel sordid. I feel like after this call, I'm going to have to go take 6 showers because I feel like I'm being lowered into a vat 100 miles wide and 100 feet deep of excreta and buffalo droppings and everything else.
And egesta.
Yes. Now, I want to bring back a few things about, I'm going to call him what he is, President Cankersore. Okay? To me, he's Cankersore.
Who?
Do you remember
who is
phenomenon?
President Cankersore?
Yes.
Who?
Trump.
Well, I disagree with that, but go ahead.
Okay. You remember the birther fiasco? Oh, did he run with that? And everyone on your radio station ran with that. Did he ever apologize to Obama? No.
Has that been disproven?
The birth? What? You're telling me that President Obama was illegitimate?
Has it ever been disproven?
I don't know, but it never was proven.
Is there
Are you telling
anything?
me
Is
that-
there anything basis? Are you able to tell me that you were 100% satisfied with the fact that President Obama was a natural-born citizen? Are you able to say that?
Yes.
Really?
Now, I want to get to something else.
I
you
can't
still
say
there?
that.
Okay,
I think it's I think it's moved at this point, but I've never been able to say that has been
All right, let me get to one other
100%
thing.
satisfied. Go ahead, sir.
One other thing.
Hmm?
Do you remember a few years ago? Let's walk back in history. You remember the Central Park Five?
Oh, that was a joke.
A joke, huh? Well, remember that this president, I'll call him Trump, okay? I won't call him what I really think he is. He took out a full-page ad in the New York Times. That had to cost a lot of money, because maybe for him it didn't mean anything, saying that they should be executed. Well,
No,
luckily speaking...
go back and read it carefully, by the way. It wasn't that they should be, but whoever's responsible should be. You know that the Central Park Five, they weren't exonerated by a court. You know that Matias Reyes didn't act alone. You know that all five confessed in detail, with many of those statements corroborating each other. You know there was the Wilding evidence. You know they never even sued Reyes, and their civil settlement, as you know, was political and not legal, and the other victims were ignored, and the Reyes confession was conveniently timed, and the media created kind of like this hero. So if you think that case is 100% over, again, as you do with others, you have not tested this enough. You have not investigated.
Let me question. Didn't the DNA just exonerate them?
He didn't act alone. Well, no. I mean, it depends upon what you're saying. See, there was no evidence that he acted alone, though. See, that's a very interesting thing. The forensic analysts and the investigators from the original case maintained that the brutality of the rape and the assault suggested multiple attackers. Anyway, we can go into that. It's one of those things when I appreciate the fact that it's people who think they know what happened, but trust me on this one. When you go deeper, it's not as clear as you think. But at this particular point, it might be, dare we say, moot. The final hour coming up on the Lionel Show. Stay tuned. Sometimes people will say things that they think they know, but they're not really sure. Our good friend, the the Proverbs expert who got before, who's very, very punctilious when it comes to getting stories right. Robert, I believe his name is, right? Is that our... But when it comes to the President Trump story, he thinks that President Trump issued constructed or drafted a full-page ad regarding the Central Park Five. But he did not, in 1989, directly or indirectly or any mention the Central Park Five. He was talking about the tragedy, the horror to this woman. On May the 1st, let me spend a little time with this because this is important. And anytime we can use this as an example of explicating the truth, let me see if I can explain this to you. And if you were the juror, you tell me whether you think the president mentioned these five or not. On May 1st, remember April 19th, whatever it was, I think the actual attack. So on May 1st, Donald Trump, citizen, paid for a full-page ad in 4 New York City newspapers. 4. With the headline, "Bring back the death penalty, bring back our police." Contrary to many what people think, the media spin and the like, nowhere in the ad did Trump ever name or reference the 5 teenagers who were arrested, known as the Central Park Five. Instead, reviewing very carefully Trump's language, it was general, it was focused on the wider crime epidemic plaguing New York at the time. The ad stated, quote, and I quote from this, "Criminals must be told that their civil liberties end when an attack on our safety begins. And they, the criminals, should be forced to suffer And when they kill, they should be executed for their crimes. And when they kill, there's no death in this case. So Trump was clearly responding to the broader wave, the broader issue of violent crime, of which the Central Park 5 rape case was one. But obviously, there's no death penalty. They said when they kill. There was no killing here. So here's a couple of reasons why the Trump argument was not an attack on the Central Park 5. Number one, he never named them. Trump did not identify any of the accused. He didn't refer to teenagers or the 5 or even suspects. He criticized crime in general, a common theme in New York at that particular time. Number two, he reacted to a city under siege. In 1989 in New York, crime was skyrocketing. Violent crime was skyrocketing, with 1,905 murders that year alone. And Trump, who, as you know, I don't need to tell you this, a high-profile citizen, was responding to what many New Yorkers felt at the time. And he basically explained and expatiated that particular worldview, I think, rather eloquently. Number three, the timing doesn't equate guilt. The media, believe it or not, I know it's hard to believe, conflated the timing of the ad with the judgment of guilt. That's projection. Trump was advocating for policy change, the death penalty in law enforcement funding, not playing judge and jury. Again, he said the death penalty when there's murder. There wasn't murder in this case. Next, the media reframed the narrative 20 plus years later. The real backlash didn't happen until the 2016 election, when left-wing media weaponized the ad to paint, of course, Trump as a racist and unjust. Yet for decades, the ad was simply seen as a reflection of the 1980s New York City law and order sentiment. Remember that. Nobody talked about it before until 2016. Next, it's a lie that the ad sent them to prison. The Central Park 5 were not convicted because of Trump's ad. They were convicted based on their own videotaped confessions, witness testimony, corroborating evidence. The courts didn't cite the ad. Trump had zero legal influence on the trial. Next, Trump was advocating for victims. The ad, listen to me carefully, expressly stated the outrage for and regarding victims of violent crime, calling for safety and accountability. Trump didn't say these teens should die. He said murderers and violent criminals should be punished harshly. And also, the most important thing, his position was consistent with public opinion. At the time, more than, they say, about 80% of New Yorkers supported the death penalty for brutal crimes. He reflected it. So fast forward to 2019. This is when it gets good. There was this dramatized Netflix production, Ava DuVernay. It was called When They See Us. This was this hyper-dramatized, notice, dramatized Netflix production that blurred fact and fiction, heavily implying that Trump helped railroad 5 innocent boys. The truth? Trump had no legal role, never mentioned them by name, and acted as a private citizen. It goes on and on. The victim, by the way, this victim, her name was Tricia Meili, M-E-I-L-I, the 28-year-old white investment banker who was out jogging in Central Park, which was tragedy. She was brutally assaulted, raped, left for dead in a ravine near 102nd Street. She suffered skull fractures, internal bleeding, hypothermia, was in a coma for 12 days. She was not identified publicly. Remember at the time, on the evening of the 19th, multiple groups of teenagers roamed the park, assaulting joggers. Remember wilding? Back for when people say about this idea that it was beyond the pale to suggest that the president Barack Obama could possibly, that there would exist any indicia, any indication, any evidence whatsoever that perhaps he might not have been a natural born citizen. You don't know the facts of the case. You simply don't know them. And especially with this. When you go back and before you see, we have this idea of kind of thinking in general stuff. We repeat, and you've done the old telephone joke, the trick at parties. We have this ability to rehash and to state and to repeat not what happened, but we repeat what either we last said or what we last heard in a way that comports and is consistent with the reality we want to be true. See, this is, believe me when I tell you this, believe me, when it comes to memory, when it comes to eyewitness testimony in particular, when it comes to what you remember what I told you. How do you know what you know? I have said this, we have gone, there is history that's wrong. There is mythology. And what happens is when you don't like Trump, and I'll be the first one to say, I understand exactly why some people don't like him. I understand completely. That doesn't excuse anything, but I understand. But so great. Did you hear that caller? And he's a good man, by the way. How he felt like he was dipped in this fetid, feculent, rancid cesspool of Egesta and Trump and the Epstein. And you just work yourself into this. And if that's what you want the facts to reflect, that's what your memory will reflect. Your memory will reflect and will validate that which you believe. You have no idea how many times I talk. I ask people I've done this. People think they know. This has nothing to do with Trump, but I was talking to somebody about the Mediterranean diet. It came up the other day. I said, do you know what that is? And they said, no, not really. You know this movie, Superman? Yeah. You know the director is? You know James Gunn? Yeah. Remember what he wrote when he was fired from Disney? Did you ever go back and look at that? Of course not. See, because not only do we remember, but here's the best part. We don't research. My first thing, whatever it is, before I start talking about something, I make sure I go back and look at it. What did they say? What were the quotes? Give me the research. Tell me what happened. Give me the dates. Give me the names. Before I start telling you what I think happened, because sometimes we get things wrong. Because we think we know what Trump. In fact, they always talk about the New York Times. There were 4 different papers. But the point is, President Trump spoke as a citizen. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, you've got to know what you know. And you got to know that what you know is correct. And that's why I said before, what people know about Epstein, it never ceases to amaze me. There's 2 things, for example. Number 1, when they talk about why they don't think Epstein committed suicide, the most important, I don't care what anybody cares about. Well, his behavior, his affect. At the time, he was in a good mood. No. It's the evidence. It's the evidence. It's the forensic evidence. It's a pathology. It's the hyoid bone. It's the thyroid cartilage. It's the petechial hemorrhaging. It's everything. It's the livor mortis. It's all of those things which a forensic pathologist like Michael Baden would be adducing and asseverating and presenting in trial. Not what you feel. Like, it's kind of unlikely. How about his cellmate at the time? And I go through this. I mentioned this Saturday night at the Cutting Room. I know it's a comedy, but most people look at me and they say, I didn't know that. It's like, because nobody researches. You've got this phone in your pocket. You've got an iPad. You have the ability to research so deeply, so thoroughly, like you never had before. But we don't teach people to want to do that. We don't. We're not into this. We love the surface level. We like the theme. We like to believe what we want the truth to be. And that is very, very dangerous. And it's not who I am. Is it because I'm law trained? Maybe. But I think it's who I am. And I love to stand corrected. And I also love sometimes to defend people that are seemingly and theoretically my political or intellectual or theoretical or theological adversary. If AOC's right, I'll say it. If Bernie Sanders is right, I'll say it. Just like I'll tell you, Zoran Mamdani is not a communist. He's not a socialist. He's not a Marxist. He's into it's welfare. He's a welfare giveaway. It's a welfare society. It's called a giveaway. It doesn't follow any of the trappings, the rules of anything involving socialism. Is that a defense of him? Hardly. But for God's sakes, with all due respect to socialists and communists, don't ever confuse him with one of theirs, because what he is a maundering dolt. He is created out of central casting. Our number 800-848-9222, 800-948-9222. This is Lionel, and this is The Other Side of Midnight. Let's go back to the phones, back to the fun. Russ, in a magical place called White Plains. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Hi, Lionel. Hey, my wife and I enjoy watching Lynn, your spouse, on Lionel Nation. It's really great. The two of you are
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But I do want to criticize you about your prosecutorial ideas.
Sure.
I mean, Michael Sheehan was a cop during the Central Park 5 prosecution. Michael Sheehan, who became a reporter later for WPIX, who drunk drove and ran his car into a horse and then blamed the horse.
I knew
for hitting him.
I knew Mike very well.
Okay, well, that might bias you against what I'm about to say, because he knew Matthias Reyes was already identified as a rapist, but he never connected Matthias to that with the DNA, because he didn't want to disrupt his other fellow cops' investigation of the Central Park 5. And I want to ask you, because I know prosecutors are there to do justice, not be zealous or overzealous. And you know what I think you do when you defend Trump, who lies like it's water. I mean, I voted for him. But Trump lies effortlessly. Truth has no meaning for Trump.
Give me an example of a lie. Give me an example of a lie.
An example of a lie that Trump does?
Yeah.
You're right. I should have it handy. But the fact that he says, I never use the word enigma, you said it yourself. He uses it all the time.
Oh, no, but I'm saying, okay, that's
Okay, yeah, I know. It's twisted pretzel logic, and I don't like to see you have to do it to defend him.
Oh, no, I just said before. I said that. He also said he doesn't doodle. Now, if you think I don't want to use the notion of big lies and little lies and fibs but you're right, though. I mean, if you want to, would you like me to go through, if that is your criterion, then nobody should be in office. Nobody.
Some people should be less in office than others, and whether he should be president or not.
Some people should be less. So some people. The thing is that if other people lie, and you don't dislike them as much, the lie doesn't seem as critical.
No, I voted for him.
No, I didn't say that. You're changing the subject. No. If somebody else, if I point out a Bernie Sanders lie, or a Hillary Clinton, or a Barack Obama lie, or a Zoran Mump, or anybody else for that matter, since they don't really matter to you, it's like, yeah, whatever. But Trump amplifies what he does. So if he lies, or if he fibs, or if he misrepresents, or whatever you want to call it, because it's Trump, it's louder to you. And I understand that because of who he is. Yeah. It's magnified.
Yeah, he's larger than life. That's because he's a performer, like a lot of people in media. But, you know, Mamdani said that Netanyahu would be prosecuted if he came to New York. And there's a lot of outrage on the right. Why would they do that? But Sanctuary City for a guy at Home Depot who mows the lawn for old ladies, that's a problem. But we should have sanctuary for Satan Yahoo, who's obviously a war criminal.
No. What happened was he said, I would have him arrested. First of all, he can't do that. He doesn't have the authority to do it. It's nice try. And he did. He was playing to his group. And listen, I understand because there are these others. Putin has there's other forms of, was it Putin, Kissinger? They've had these before in the past. And I understand why he's saying that. And whether you agree with Netanyahu or not, it's a different story. But what happens is, and I recognize the fact that Trump does something to you, it goes to the core. When he says something, it just matters to you. And I understand. I've told you, I will say so many things. I've spent time being able to tell you this is not what I like. But as far as him lying, really coming out and saying, oh, I'll tell you one thing he does. I'll be the first one. It's not really lying, but I'm going to give you this. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Changes his mind. Like, for example, one time he said, I think it was Netanyahu. I've had it. That's it. I'm done. Then he said, well, whatever. Same thing with Putin. One time he said, I don't know what's going on with Putin. He's crazy. And then they said, are you aware of the fact that they tried to shoot his helicopter out there? Oh, I didn't know that. Same thing with another guy who I think is a nincompoop, is Marco Rubio. So we can do this, and I can sit and check this lie, misstatement, whatever. Okay, all that, fine. But if you don't like him to begin with, everything he does seems even greater, even more awful and lethal in terms of the anger you feel. I understand that. Believe me when I tell you that. That's exactly what he does. By the way, it's 30 past the hour. Did you know that? It's 30 past the hour. Let's go to Rusty in Queens. Rusty, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Very good show. Listen, remember that documentary with Ken Burns?
Yep.
How'd that go off? Wasn't this guy a big phony, this Ken Burns?
Well, wasn't it his daughter or something? I think it was his daughter who did it.
He represents her, whatever. You know, he puts on these documentaries. But that was a farce, I think. I don't know. I'm asking your opinion.
Know, I got to do some more research. I'm not sure if I even saw that. I will tell you, though, that is a case which, listen, we can talk about. There is a lot. Believe me, there is so much about who hid what. I'll tell you another case which I thought was really, absolutely, positively, not misprosecuted, but Son of Sam Berkowitz. Did you ever see Maury Terry? Was an old friend of mine. He wrote, the book on Son of Sam. But if you look at the who was it? David Berkowitz's handwriting, and it is so glaringly different. I never knew anything about this. It goes to show you, though, Rusty, that the closer you look, the more you pay attention, the more you focus, the more you recognize that maybe we didn't know all there was about it. Again, I think we can't do a cursory kind of a drive-by review of it. I think we need to spend some time. Let's go to Mark in Michigan. Mark, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Hey, listen, I want to tell you, first of all, I think you did a really good job in laying out the Epstein thing the other night.
Mm-hmm.
I think the real problem I have with this whole trial, or this whole thing, is the very first arrest. And I think you explained that well.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a real problem with how much you just are constantly apologizing for Trump. You know, it's endless. And you said this guy that he doesn't lie, you know? He was in front of an audience recently, a couple days ago, and he went into a deal about his uncle from MIT, and he said his uncle taught Ted Kaczynski. And he asked his uncle, well, what was he like? He said, well, he was a very good student, corrected everyone. And he said, well, was he a nice guy? And he said, well, you know, crazy people can be very intelligent, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the problem is Ted Kaczynski didn't go to MIT.
Mm-hmm.
His uncle wasn't the longest-serving person, a professor at MIT.
Mm-hmm.
And Ted Kaczynski was arrested 11 years after his uncle died.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And in the same day, he said that Jerome Powell should never have been put in his position. You know, Biden should never have done that. Well, Trump put him in office.
Okay.
So that's one day. And he does it all the time.
Okay. What would you like to have done with that?
I'm just trying to make the point that this guy on the phone before.
No. As far as the Trump statement that his uncle taught the Unabomber was false. Kaczynski never attended MIT. Trump's uncle passed away years before the crimes were known. Okay.
The thing that I don't understand is why would he even bother to tell that lie?
You know what? It's an excellent point. Now, here's the question. And it's one of those things where I can't even. I can't. I told you before. Why would he pick Marco Rubio? Why does he pick these people? Why does he say these things? Why our foreign policy is a joke? Why this nonsense about I will give you a list of so many things which I am absolutely 100% against.
Well, you know, you said something a week or so ago that I was surprised you said that I really agree with.
Mm-hmm.
They're the people are for show.
Yeah.
You said that he picks good-looking people,
right,
for TV, and that's what it is. They're not qualified.
I don't think any of the ones he's picked, like Bongino and Kash Patel, and I hate to say it, Pam Bondi, I do. But here is the thing. Now, let's get down to brass tacks. Assuming arguendo, everything you've said is correct. What is my alternative? If he were to run tomorrow, if we could somehow do it again, I would vote for him again.
Yeah, but you see, MAGA.
Who would you vote for? Who, Mark? Mark,
sorry, go ahead.
If you could pick anybody that would be perfect for you for president, who would it be?
I don't know. That's something I'd have.
You
to think
must
about
have
for a long
somebody somewhere, a politician you've heard who does not lie, does not prevaricate, does not embellish, does not expand, does not exaggerate. Certainly, somebody must be the exemplar.
See,
but who is it?
See, that's where it gets crazy.
No, but tell me somebody that you've
See, that's where it gets crazy, because it's not a matter of someone that doesn't lie. It's a matter of someone that doesn't lie multiple times.
Okay, but I'm saying, Mark, one more time. Give me somebody in your life, the most impressive politician.
I told you, it's something that I would have to think a long time about.
Do you mean to tell me that based upon...
I'm telling you that. I don't know.
You're saying that out of everybody, nobody has ever stuck out. So what you're saying is, this is not at all atypical. This is not at all out of the ordinary.
I'm saying MAGA gives him a pass.
No, what I'm saying is...
And that's the reason
idea,
he thinks he's God.
Aside from that...
This is a man...
See, but now you're angry.
That,
See, Mark?
He said that
Mark,
in his
you're
first
angry.
Term,
you
he
are
said
so...
he controlled the United States.
Mark, you hear what you're saying is... Why is it so...
the United States and the
Okay,
world.
why is it so visceral? Why is it? Tell me deep down.
I hate liars.
Okay, but you can't even explain to me anybody else who's not a liar.
It doesn't matter to me.
It does matter. If you hate
He's lying
liars
about the JFK.
If you hate liars, you can't tell me somebody who's not a liar, then you must hate everybody. Is that right?
No, I hate him because he's lied since the 1970s.
Since the 70s?
Since the 70s.
55 years?
This man, you want to talk about Epstein?
What happened?
This man started out with his crap with women in the tabloids in the 1970s.
Something. This is not just... What is it? Let's go deeper. What is it about him? Not what he said, because other people have lied. Other people have, Bill Clinton.
hate liars.
You don't bring up Bill Clinton. You don't bring up Barack
It pisses
Obama.
me off every day because he lies.
But Bill
every
Clinton
single
lied.
day.
Bill Clinton lied. Barack Obama lied.
No.
Oh yes.
No.
Yes.
No, not like this.
Wait a minute. Yes, they have. Yes, he has.
Day.
No, Mark. Nobody lies every day. Mark, what is it about? You're not answering my question.
I'm not going to answer your question.
It's apparently so. And there we have it. Let's go to Joaquin in Pennsylvania. Joaquin, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Lionel, the deep state runs deep. And my problems with the Epstein thing are the unanswered questions. And actually, I was going to question you because, yes, you also bring up the questions of how Epstein committed suicide. And there's nothing that really makes sense. And it's the potpourri of incompetence around everything between Epstein's, alleged suicide and Butler, Pennsylvania. And then you throw in Virginia Giuffre. I can't find where it says how she committed suicide.
Well, she didn't commit suicide. There was no mention of how she died.
Exactly right. Well, no, every article I find, they say that allegedly she committed suicide. Okay?
I don't know about that. I heard she died. She was. I did not see.
Okay, but and then she's cremated right away afterwards. Okay, so there's so many open questions about her. Then there's this Lane Maxwell conviction. Okay, if there's a list, there's 4 women that testified against her. So it's all these things that we're supposed to believe, and unfortunately, I hate to say, I think that the deep state just runs deeper than we know. And that answers the question of, why there's people like Marco Rubio, and they're just like the first time around, it was even worse.
Now, by the way, it's very interesting. It shows that she died. The official account, according to People magazine, April 25th, she died by, quote, suicide at the age of 41, but they didn't have any kind of mention of a note or why. And at the time, At the time, she was very, very excited about, if I recall correctly, she was redecorating her house, or she was planning a variety of different things. She was going to be planning some type of an effort. I think of her settlements were done. Anyway, as is usually the case with the people who were involved in this, she was suggesting that there were different things in her life she was looking forward to. So the notion of suicide seemed a bit strange. In the months before her death, Virginia Giuffre struggled with multiple personal crises, health issues, following a car accident, estrangement from her husband, custody challenges, emotional turmoil. Authorities have not flagged the death as suspicious, and a coroner's review is pending. We don't know if it was how official. All I know is it's just forgotten. It's done. She's finished. Suicide. Nothing to see here. Like Epstein's French connection. What's his name? Towards the end, these names get so many. You know what I'm talking about? The fellow who died and was found dead in his cell I'll get to his name, in France. They just say, okay, that's it. Move along. Nothing to see here. Let's go back to the phones. Back to the phones. Let's go to let's go to Chris in the Catskills. Chris, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Good morning, Lionel. So the previous caller that you were asking, who would you vote for other than Trump, or, name a Democrat that you would vote for that is worthy of doing a better job. And I would say Sherrod Brown, the former Ohio State Senator. I wrote him in for president the last time around, and I wrote in Dean Phillips for vice president. If you live I'm assuming you live in New York, New Jersey, or Connecticut, those are going to be winner-take-all electoral college states, and the Democrats always going to win all those electoral college votes. So you exercise your Democratic privilege and right as a voter to write in somebody to give yourself a peace of mind to vote for somebody that you believe in that would do the best job.
That's why I wrote my name in 2016, and I think before that, because I didn't think anybody could beat Hillary Clinton. Oh, I do. I believe that. See, but I want people to understand something. I'm not. I could go down the list and say, I'm not asking, I'm not suggesting, in any respect, that Trump be elevated through some kind of apotheosis or beatification or nothing, or that he be canonized. Not even close. I have said repeatedly that there are some things that he's done I think are just beyond stupid. But who else do I have? Who? I think what he's done is we need him. Let me give you an example of something which is very interesting. Not that there's a comparison, or not that there's a similarity, but there were people historically who were really kind of strange, who were very, very good. George Patton. I know this is military, but George Patton is very interesting. Patton was kind of a misfit. He was a guy who was just absolutely just filthy wealthy because I think he married the right people, but he did something and he was really crazy, had a problem, people didn't like him. However, when it came to being a tank commander, he re-established modern tank warfare, actually moving in advance. I'm not an expert in this, but rather than sit there and just hold up positions and wait for the enemy to come, he would go after. He did things that were incredible. Curtis LeMay, who, remember he had Bell's palsy and he had the cigar in his mouth, and this guy he was just, they call him crazy. By the way, he ran for president with George Wallace on the Green Party, but that's later on. And by the way, Curtis LeMay and others were against dropping the bomb. But this guy they thought was a nut. Crazy. But he was into like dive bombing, whatever the bomber was. Again, revamped. Don't hold me to this, but absolutely was a genius. Ulysses S. Grant. Another one. Sherman. Ridgway. Iron Tits. Remember that? Pardon me. That's his nickname. I'm not trying to be mean, but he wore Matthew Ridgway. He was a general. He probably saved the country during Korean War. He wore a grenade on one side of his jacket and a first aid kit. That was his nickname. Again, married and had 5 heart attacks. Married somebody like 30, 40 years his junior. All of these people, Winston Churchill to an extent, something happened when it came to leadership, when it came to warfare, when it came to doing what they did better than anybody else. Their own particular shortcomings, their own particular proclivities, their own particular idiosyncrasies, their own mendacious behaviors, kind of to be the president of the United States. Number one, you got to be crazy. But let me tell you what this guy did. And let me ask you if anybody could. Sherrod Brown, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Jimmy Carter, anybody. Imagine being shot. And you hear the sound of that bullet go by you. I remember when there was a Vietnam veteran one time who said that he said it sounded like a steel mosquito, this noise. And imagine, but it doesn't go by your ear, it hits you. And you are seconds away. And there's 2 things, if I recall correctly. When he dropped, remember he dropped to the ground, and he said, one thing was, get my shoes. I think he's worried about his shoes, or John loved shoes. But anyway, but what does he do? They're holding him down. He's fighting to get to the top. He wanted to stand up in front of a crowd, so that people saw what he did. How do I say this? He shot, and theoretically there could have been other. He didn't know necessarily the direction of. You're not saying that. Oh, that was left to right. That was a 20-degree angle. Oh, he must be from over here. No, you don't. You don't know where bullets are coming. But he stood up instead of just listening to what I'm sure his Secret Service detail was. He said, "I'm going to stand up. I'm going to stand up in front of everybody with his fist high." He goes, "Fight!" Now, You tell me that. Take all of his lying, all of his mendacity, all of his exaggeration. Tell me what kind of steel resolve it takes to do that. Good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. Our number is 800-848-9222, 800-848-9222. More coming up in the waning moments of The Other Side of Midnight with Lionel. Barry, you're on The Other Side of Midnight with Lionel.
Good morning, my good friend. I just want you to know, Erica and I enjoyed so much the wonderful performance that you had at the cutting room, having a delicious meal while laughing for almost 2 hours. That was pure pleasure.
It was also so great for me to see you. I mean, those were the WABC days of yore. It was so great to see you. So wonderful. And also I hope people understand, Barry, sometimes we need to get together to share. Like, there's more of us out there than people realize. And I'm not sure what us means. But
I absolutely agree. By the way, when I walked in the beginning, because I arrived quite early, I noticed there was drums on the stage and a guitar. And I said to Erica, wow, I'm hoping maybe Lionel will pick up a guitar and play a couple of tunes. It's another good thing that we have in common. We're both musicians.
I play
the accordion, and you play the guitar.
Well, we're going to do
it. One of the things that you mentioned before, you and I have another thing in common. While I was having my personal pizza at the cutting room, I requested red pepper flakes.
Oh, yes.
And I love on my pizza red pepper flakes.
Oh.
And here I hear that you enjoy it also.
I mean, to the point where it's ridiculous. I mean, I just lay pasta, it doesn't matter. I just sell ice cream. Anyway, Barry, I love you, my friend. Ti voglio bene
Thank you
assai.
so much for the great show and continued success. And I'm a loyal fan.
Thank you, my
so
friend.
Much. It was a wonderful evening.
Thank you. What a great guy. Thank you so much. Mike in South Carolina, you're on The Other Side of Midnight with Lionel.
All right, Lionel, buongiorno. I got to echo what that last caller just said. I didn't know you played the guitar because I was always a drummer. Mm-hmm. Do you still play?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm going to bring it in with you. I'm going to come up with a few licks for you. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I had a chat with my radio friend yesterday, Pete from Staten Island, and I heard, you just cut it up at the cutting room, man. And I told Pete if I had a friend with a private jet down here, I'd fly up and check out your gig, and I will. I will eventually.
Well, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. Thank you, sir.
Yes. You know what? I woke up this morning. I had them Statesboro Blues, but I'm
Thank you so much. You and Gia Judice. Thank you. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Bobby in the Upper West Side. You're on The Other Side of Midnight with Lionel. Bobby! Don't tell me. Wait, keep it up. Hang on. I hear noise in the background. Bobby! Bobby! Bobby, did you fall asleep, Bobby? I got a butt dial the other day. Do you ever call somebody back when you get a butt dial? Do you call back and say, "Did you call me?" When you know they're not? Just keep it up. Let's listen. What is he saying? Who cares? Let's go to Pamela in New Jersey. Pamela, you're next.
Out of all the leaders in World War II, the Germans were most afraid of Patton.
Yes.
Sure, he had his idiosyncrasies, but all leaders do. Don't we all? We all have our frailties. But their positive attitude towards tough situation outweighs all of them.
But, but Pamela, one thing I've never said, I'm not an apologist for anybody. And I will tell you that there are some things that President Trump does that I think are just stupid. However, I don't have any other choice. Put it this way. I almost feel like you and I are in a home or in a house. It's on fire. And we look and there's this ladder that's coming up. It's like, wait a minute, we're being saved. And I look down and I'm saying, is he a good man? Is he a moral man? No, he's saving our life. We'll get to that later. Is he good to his wife? Is he that idiot from that CEO at the Coldplay concert? I don't know. No, he's saving. I'm not. This is not a beatification. I'm not picking a pope. I don't. And by the by, I would never let this may sound crazy, but I want to hear about performance when it comes regarding the president. The Biden thing, I never cared about what I hate to say it, what Hunter Biden did or his wife. It's what he did as president. As president, his plans, his policies, and that's all. I mean, there's nothing really that deep to it. Let me see. Let's finish off with this one. This will be good. Ron in Michigan, you're the last caller. Ron, make it good.
Lionel, Mike Joyce for liars. He lied about calling soldiers suckers and losers. Mm-hmm. The person who I would have picked for president, first of all, was Tammy Duckworth. Her lineage goes back to the Revolutionary War. And as far as giving up, she gave up her 2 fine legs today, and she was still conscious and fighting. So you talk about bravery.
What does her? I'm saying aside from leadership, I mean that, and I have no reason. I have no reason necessarily to believe or dispute what you're saying. But why are these people necessarily able to be the president? Let me ask you this: what does it take to be the president? What do you really need? What is it? Is it leadership? Is it vision? The answer is yes. It's all of the above. I'm going to say something to you, just so that you're very, very clear about this. I am not suggesting that President Trump is perfect, but he is the best choice. He's my guy. I'm sticking with him, and I wish he'd change a few things here and there, but I don't have anybody else. There is nobody right now who does. And by the way, all you have to do is talk to people from around the world. Let me just stop it right there. Mr. Riff Raff, thank you so much for your expert screening. And Mr. Blaze, thank you for your absolutely punctilious attention to detail. This is Lionel with you, reminding you, as we always say, the monkey's dead, the show's over, sue you. That.
Yesterday, Tulsi Gabbard, hugely popular show Sunday mornings on Fox News. And then, of course, she does her daily show on Fox Business up against me, but she's on television. Anyway, we're trying to put together this week a simulcast where Maria will become a guest on this radio show, but it will be televised live on Maria's very popular Fox Business morning show. Well, how about that,
That's a great idea.
It was her idea. She loves me because we talked about me coming in and being a guest, but during the week it's hard. We're on the same time, obviously. And Sunday morning is very tough to get on. She said, how about a simulcast? I said, I love that idea. So we're putting that today. That may happen as early as Wednesday this week. So a lot of cool stuff about to come your way. Sid and Friends in the morning. Back on a Monday morning. Are you ready? I am. People got so angry with George, Peter King hated his guts, and fine. And Lawler would get angry with him, and D'Esposito would get angry with him because, of course, he's a Long Island. He won on Long Island, and he was a shyster, blah, blah, blah. But I liked him. I don't know. I still like him. In fact, I remember when I went to the State of the Union, he was already at that point thrown out and disgraced and all these things, And I went inside the chamber early because that's not I got kicked out, of course. But Danielle and I were upstairs, and we entered first. And there was only a smatter of people downstairs in the actual chamber. We were in the gallery. In the actual chamber, I saw Lauren Boebert sitting there. I saw Matt Gaetz. That's gone well. And I saw George Santos. And I'm like, wait a second. He's not even a member of Congress right now. He was ousted in disgrace. How is he in the gallery right now? And I was told that when you leave or when you're asked to leave, whatever it is, you get to keep coming back for a while. I don't know about now that he's been convicted and he's going to federal prison. I don't know about now, but at least back then he still had access to the Capitol building. And I was surprised to see him. But we talk, and he's going to jail on Sunday for at least 7 years. I shouldn't say that. The maximum, I guess, is 7 years. He went through 7 years. He's a very nice guy. He's got his issues, right? I mean, he's going to prison not because he's a nice guy, because he's got issues, okay? So he's getting what he deserves. He'll be the first to admit that, but he ain't doing 7 years.
Is it going to be like 25th Hour for him?
Oh, what a great movie. Oh, my God, Lewis. God, I missed you. What a great movie. If you haven't seen that movie, it's a Spike Lee movie, and I can't stand Spike Lee, but this was brilliant work, okay? So Ed Norton, the great actor Ed Norton, is about to go to prison, and the movie is all about his last night, basically, before he goes to jail. And his buddies in the movie are the guy, he's dead from heroin, Philip Seymour Hoffman. Then you had the kid who played Mickey Mantle in the movie 61, Barry Pepper.
Barry Pepper, who is also in Saving Private Ryan.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Yeah. And then you had the girl, too, Anna Paquin.
And then
she was in True Blood. She was great in that.
Rosario Dawson.
Yes, well, that was his girlfriend. Very good.
Yes.
And the movie, and the scene in the movie that's so good, he's looking in the mirror in the bathroom, and he's like, he starts blaming every ethnic group. He goes, F the Jews, F the Puerto Ricans, F the Asians, F the cops. And then he stops. He just stops. And he looks in the mirror, and he says, no, F me. And at that point, he takes accountability and realizes it's not everybody else's fault. It's such a great scene, and maybe George will do that on Saturday night or Sunday morning.
He goes through all the ethnic groups.
All of them.
But what they're kind of known to do, too, I think, in the city. With your ticky and your prices that you're gouging and this and that. He just yells about every single thing that's wrong in the city.
Yeah, and then he stops and goes, no, F me.
Oh, it's just a great movie.
Great
They go
movie.
out to a club, and he confronts the drug dealers.
Yes.
I think that's how he got caught.
Yes. Oh, he had a bunch of coke underneath his sofa.
Yeah, and he took the fall for that.
Yes,
I
he
think
did.
That's what's
Yes, he
going
did.
on.
Rosaria was the one who let the cops in. She was all freaked out. So
yeah.
we got a long list of great guests today. Once again, two great cops live in studio, John Schell and Kaz Daughtry. We'll talk to Charlie Gasparino, John Katsimatidis, the aforementioned George Santos, Dr. Mark Siegel. But we start our Monday guest list with our first guest coming up in studio momentarily. He is our enthusiastic choice to be the next mayor of New York City, and he is surging in the polls. He is surging. Don't ask me, can he win? The answer is, you bet your ass he can win. Curtis Sliwa in studio next. He's in every borough. He's surging in the polls. Mamdani's going backwards. Adams, I mean, that's over. I hate to say it with Shell and Daughtry on the way, and I'll probably see the mayor sometime this week, but the guy that's really surging right now, the guy that has the momentum is Curtis. He's doing a tremendous job. And all the people that have loved Curtis over the years but were afraid for some stupid reason. Same thing with the Trump guys last year. Yeah, I love Trump, but I love Sliwa, but now they're jumping in. And this is a much different campaign, Curtis, than the one you and I went through together 3 years ago plus, when you did, to your credit, win the nomination but lose to Adams. This feels a lot different. And you and I spoke a lot over the last 2 years, before this even started. And we both knew it was going to be different this time. But I'll ask you to be honest. Did you think it would be this good at this point a year and a half ago?
Yes, because I recognized from the Eric Adams situation, he's so hopelessly corrupt, even when given a new opportunity, a new political life by Donald Trump. Even when re-announcing his candidacy for the mayoralty, say, I'm the only one who can beat Zoran Mandami, surrounded by all of his crooked friends on the steps of City Hall. And then what really blew up was on Friday, he went down to Chinatown to have a rally, because as you know, I won the Chinese vote last year. And getting out of the city-paid-for SUV, Malcolm Smith, the former state senator, the most corrupt elected official in the history of politics in New York State. He did 7 years for political corruption, the full 7. And he's getting out and he's arm in arm with Eric Adams. And then Adams goes before the Chinese community, surrounded by people who are affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, because the Chinese know The next day, I had the rally, one-year rally, 86 and 25th Avenue, where we stopped Eric Adams from putting that men's shelter in Bensonhurst. And the Chinese were there. And half the people who had been in Chinatown the day before came and said, Curtis, I was going to give him a second look, a second opportunity, but this guy is hopelessly corrupt. Look, his police commissioner sued him, 251 pages. You have to read this. It made it seem like Eric Adams was running the sixth family of organized crime in the police department. He outlines it. And then Eric Adams says to a group, oh, Donnellan had cognitive difficulties. Really? He gave a full interview to Craig McCarthy at the New York Post. Didn't seem to have any cognitive problems. See, Eric Adams is a degenerate liar. And as I tell all the billionaires, go ahead, throw your money at Eric Adams, because now that all the crooks are back, they're all back, all you're doing is playing Santa Claus, because most of that money is not going to go to his campaign.
I can't figure out for the life of me who's in Eric's ear. Now, I know some of the billionaires you're talking about, so do you, and a lot of people that have been in my ear for 2 months now, calling me the same things they're calling you, everything from selfish to a New York hater. But they don't have any data, like I said in the 6 o'clock hour. In fact, the data spits in their face of Curtis needs to drop out. Adams is getting run over. He's getting run over. Cuomo is remaining relatively consistent around that second place. You are surging to Cuomo, and Mamdani is still winning. But who's in Adams' ear? I mean, whether it's, I don't know who it is, okay? But whoever's in Adams' ear, why would they be okay with these people being around him when he relaunched his campaign? This guy, Malcolm Smith, around him on Friday. Isn't somebody in the mayor's ear saying, hey, listen, buddy, I know you love this guy, but it's going to take 15 seconds for Curtis Sliwa or maybe even Andrew Cuomo to go out and expose you? Is anybody in Adams' ear?
He doesn't listen. His complexion is his protection. You know that. He's always thought.
Curtis, he's in dead last.
Understood.
At some point, doesn't he have to listen to somebody?
No, the money's rolling in. The billionaires and millionaires keep throwing money at him. Again, and they're listening now, you're playing Santa Claus. That money ain't going to the campaign. You got Winnie Greco there. You got Malcolm Smith. All of these people are crooked. They belong in jail, and you're giving money to them. So don't ask later on, where's the money, Eric Adams, because it'll be gone.
What's interesting, too, is a lot of these people say, hey, listen, I'm with Eric because President Trump is with Eric. Okay, I'm going to slow all of you down. Now, some of you talk to Trump more than I do. I get that. And I'm not sure what he told you, but I think I know what he didn't tell you. And that is he hasn't endorsed Eric Adams. He's not endorsing Eric Adams. He said, and I quote, he's a nice guy. There's a lot of nice guys. Lou's a nice guy. Justin, he's a nice guy. You want Justin to be mayor of New York City? All he said was, he's a nice guy. In fact, I'll tell you something else. You told me this. His daughter-in-law, who, as you know, in this business at least, is one of my best friends. She'll be back on this show Wednesday. Lara Trump, who had Eric Adams on her TV show and was promoting Eric Adams, she has now switched her endorsement to you.
Well, wait. I don't know if officially yet.
I'll make her do it Wednesday.
But we had a very good conversation at the Fox News channel. I shared with her the analytics. But Eric Adams has basically taken an opportunity of a lifetime. He should have been in jail with Bobby Menendez. He should have been in jail. And he's blown it already. Now, let's look to Cuomo, who always wants to pay for dinner or lunch with you. This guy. So I killed him last week while you were away. 18 million hits on my comment about why Andrew Cuomo loses and will continue to lose, because he's best known for slapping fannies and killing grannies. 18 million hits.
I saw. I was in Europe, and I was getting text messages from everybody from Michael Rappaport to a very, very well-known senator in Washington, D.C., who said, and I quote, this is why Curtis is going to win. This is epic.
He refuses to apologize, refuses to do his mea culpas, and worse yet, he's campaigning in the Hamptons. So not only was he at John's breakfast, and it wasn't, it wasn't Waffle House. We're not talking eggs, grits, and toast. He's not only at John's breakfast in the Hamptons with all the rich, He goes to the synagogue there and then blames the Jews for his loss. He says more than 50% of you voted for Mandami. First off, there's no way to know that.
That's not true. I think the more accurate number, and yes, he was at the West Hampton Synagogue yesterday. We spoke about 30 minutes before. And I'll tell you what I told him. I said it last hour, but I'll tell you again. I think the number is probably closer to 20%, which is still disgusting. Any Jew that voted for Mandani and will do it again really deserves, as you would say, to be impaled by a menorah.
Right, but the hubris, the chutzpah, to go in front of Jews who, oh, save us, Andrew. We need a Gentile to save us. Hey, Jews, I tell you time and time again, no Gentile's ever going to save you. History is replete with instances where the Gentiles take your money because they love the geld and they don't have to run to the bank to cash the check. And then they leave you hanging like this guy. He goes before you, say, you're the reason I lost. 50% of you, your young children and grandchildren voted for Mandani. First of all, analytically, that would be impossible to know. Secondly, you should have booed him on the stage for mailing it in and not aggressively campaigning. The reason Zohran Mandami is favored to be the next mayor is because of Andrew Cuomo.
No, there's no, and he's doing it again. And this is...
And then he says, he waves the white flag, he says,
I'm moving to Florida. Yeah.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, you can't. You got to stay and fight. That's what you do. You stay and fight. So, Andrew, terrible job. I mean, it's bad enough he said a couple of years ago, America was never great. Now he's ready to move to Florida. That does not sound like a fighter. And again, with the math, Andrew, no one cares about your math. You're the only candidate, Curtis. I got to give you credit. And to a certain extent, Jim Walden, but he's not going to be there in the end, okay?
Oh, yeah, 1% Walden. You couldn't pick him out of a lineup if your life depended on it.
He's a nice guy. I like him. He's a smart guy.
Let's drop out. Let's go get in a room and drop out.
No.
Walden, who the hell are you?
No. He does not want you to drop out. No, he was in the studio just last week.
Well, hopefully some sanity has prevailed.
Trust me. Not only does he not want you to drop out, he thinks you can win. But these other guys, all they talk about is math. Adams and Cuomo. And why is that? Because they're the two failed politicians. Cuomo failed governor. Adams failed mayor. Mamdani's not talking about the math. Guess what? He doesn't care. He's winning. Right? He clobbered the field.
He's in Uganda for the next 12 days.
It doesn't matter. And you're not talking about the math because you are actually campaigning.
By the way, he's gone to Uganda, a country that believes you should kill gays and lesbians, for 12 days. Is this not a sanctimonious hypocrite?
And he will win that vote by a mile.
Right, but let's go back to the numbers. Polls will vary. The one thing that never varies is what you call a pullout. Favorable versus unfavorable. Eric Adams, 69% unfavorable. Oof. You cannot overcome that.
Oof. That's even higher than de Blasio, I think.
Yes. Andrew Cuomo slapping fannies and killing grannies, 55% unfavorable.
Big.
Zohran Mandami, 15% favorable. Curtis Lewa, 35% favorable. You can build on favorable. You cannot build on unfavorable.
No, it's too late for some of those guys. You can if you're in office for a year or two and you fix some things, but for somebody who already went through governor and mayor, it's too late. I was asked this question in Europe, actually.
Yeah.
Person said, I really think Curtis can win. The issue becomes so many young people vote, and it seems like Mamdani is getting all the young voters. And I said, let me tell you something. Yes, he got a lot of young voters in the primary. He got them all. Correct. That's how he beat Cuomo. Correct. But you need to know this. In the GE, where he's up against Curtis does very, very well with the young people here in New York. Is that not true?
Yes. You look at the analytics. You look at your Instagram. And my tallies on Instagram, which gives you can tell the analytics, 40 down. 40 down. Look at the pictures of the people who are coming to me. These are young people. Because I don't vilify them. I don't badmouth them. I embrace them. This is what I do in the Guardian Angels all over the world. 13 countries, 130 cities. You think most Guardian Angels are like me, baby boomers? We'd have no Guardian Angels. They're mostly millennials, Gen Zers. You see, the problem is when you badmouth them and you ridicule them, you basically make them apathetic and indifferent. They're going to sit on the sidelines and won't get involved. The really aggressive, liberal, progressive socialists will obviously glom, to Zohar Mandami. That's not the majority.
No.
And I have to tell our baby boomer friends out there, we are no longer the majority of the voters. We are no longer the majority of the population. I'm the only candidate who knows how to get millennials and Gen Zers. You think a millennial and Gen Z, first off, a 22-year-old girl would even want to come near Andrew Cuomo?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Do you think any young people would want to come near Eric Adams?
No.
Who makes the corniest videos. He's on a corner.
I saw.
He's doing chin-ups.
I saw.
On
Pull-ups.
Right.
Because
Like
the guy, he pull-ups for peace or some nonsense.
I know, but you're the mayor.
By the way, he also does videos every morning.
Oh, they're
For
horrible.
some reason, he's making a protein shake. I mean, Eric, how about showing us a video where you tackled as a former cop some wannabe rapist in the Bronx?
No, it never happened. In fact, let's find out how many arrests he made in 22 years. He was a house mouse.
7.
Hid in the precincts. Bernard Carrick, when police commissioner, just writing.
Get ratings. That's it. Okay, that's how this game works. You can be the most entertaining guy in the world. You can be beloved. And if you don't get ratings, you don't matter. You don't make money. The show doesn't make money. It's over. You get ratings, okay? And then, along with the ratings, well, how do you get ratings? Well, hopefully you're compelling and funny and informative and all those things. Okay, that's great. But on top of all that, I've taken it upon myself to make sure, if I can help, if I can, I want to make sure I can help every Republican win. There's John Shell shadowboxing again. Shell should really arrest himself, put himself in a crazy place. And there's Batman Kaz Daughtry. He's another psycho.
I couldn't tell who was coming down until
you have to understand, these are our two best cops in New York City. I swear to God, these are our two best cops, and neither one of these guys should be let out of their house in the morning. Neither one. They're actually great guys and great cops.
And they're in here. He goes. They're saying he's get the Real American song ready.
Yeah, I know. Well, Shell loves that, and Daughtry.
Officer Daughtry just says, "I want the animated Batman theme song." That's what he wants.
He is Batman. Well, these guys not that far removed from taking a picture with Trump in Bedminster. They know how important it is for Republicans to win. So anyway, let me make this quick because I want to get to Shell and Daughtry before Charlie Gasparino.
Their theme songs.
Yeah.
It's a first order of business.
Like the city is out there. You get the Batman theme.
These guys are dancing and gyrating Kaz Daughtry. So there's a guy named Scott Pressler. You know who he is. He's been on this show, I think, only once, but I've seen him at events. Trump loves him. He was on Lara Trump's show Saturday night, and he goes out to all these places that are purple, maybe even blue, I don't know, and he turns them red. That's Scott Pressler's job, and he's great at it. Trump loves him. Long-haired guy. You know who he is. I think I was with him at Vicky Palladino's Christmas party. Anyway, he wants to help turn New Jersey red, and again, at the risk of sounding arrogant, because I just said the same thing about Curtis, which I'm going to help Curtis win. I'm going to help Jack Ciattarelli win in New Jersey. So they're calling it New Jersey Unites, and it comes your way Saturday, August the 9th at 11:30 a.m. at the beautiful Beachcomber Bar and Grill in Seaside Heights, New Jersey. A lot of big names are showing up for this one, including Curtis. I've invited Curtis. But the flyer, which I just saw this morning, has me, Pressler, and Ciattarelli, the next governor of New Jersey, on the flyer. And people are really excited about that. So as hard as I'm working to make sure Curtis Sliwa wins this mayor race, and no one has worked harder than me, that's how hard I'm working to make sure that Jack Ciattarelli wins in New Jersey. August 9th, make sure you're there. The lovely Beachcomber. Already I got a text here from Joe Nolan, and he says that place is 4 blocks from my house. Every time I mention New Jersey, I get some type of text from Joe Nolan. He's either had a couple of drinks there or something's happened, So Nolan will be there. That's great. Anyway, coming up Saturday, August the 9th. We'll take a short break. A lot of great guests still to come your way. Curtis Sliwa was terrific early this morning. The 1-2 combination of John Shell and Kaz Daughtry. Then you get Charlie Gasparino, John Katsimatidis, Dr. Mark Siegel, and George Santos. All that Monday morning. I'm back in New York. Sid and friends in the morning. So John Shell, who happens to be the chief, he's a big-time guy, this guy. Now he has his own entry music on Sid and Friends in the Morning. And this is it. This is your song, right?
This was a contract that we brokered last time I was here, so I don't know why you're bringing it up again. This is part of the norm.
Yeah. So when you show up at like an anti-Israel rally, for example, and you get out of your car, do you blast this song for the media and the public to hear it?
I don't think that'd be apropos in that situation, but in this situation, is that and let me tell you something, Sid, I'm a little annoyed here. We're going to start the show off in a bad way here.
Why?
You don't ever leave this country without proper notification to me.
Yeah.
And then now we've established, Kaz and I have established that you're the Dos Equis guy. You're the most interesting man in the world.
I am.
You go parachuting without a parachute. You wrestle with alligators and come out with nice boots. You are the Dos Equis man.
That's hilarious. And after going to Europe and seeing all those Muslims, it's akin to what you're talking about, just so you know. And if I sound Islamophobic, it's because I am. I don't care. I am, okay? Like my friend the Misfit Patriot says, we're not Islamophobic enough in this country. But you go to Europe, I walked around Paris, London, Wales. I mean, I landed at Heathrow Airport in London. I thought I landed in Pakistan. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, that's not for today's discussion, but we'll talk about this later. Kaz Daughtry, Batman, how are you, handsome?
I am doing I'm doing good. Sid, I must love you if Batman gets out of his bed at 5 o'clock in the morning to make his
I know. And why do you look? You always look good. You're a good looking guy, but you look great today.
Sid, honestly, I'm looking at you with your shirt popped open. I'm like, oh God, I'm drooling over here.
But you must have a press conference or something today. You got a tie
at 10:30.
Oh, you do? Yeah. And is this about the migrant who shot the cop in the face? Is that what you're doing today?
No, today we're doing an announcement at Central Park in regards to drones. A drone announcement at Central Park.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
The mayor had a major about drones
and subway surfing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Subway surfing is a big problem. Yes. I don't understand how many kids have to die before they figure out, first of all, what's even fun about it, but you're going to die.
Hey, what we have to really do is start going after the social media companies for putting their videos of them subway surfing up online. That's the problem.
That's a start.
Yes.
So when you say more drones in Central Park, and tell me if I'm wrong, there's been an uptick. That's what I've heard in crime there. I'm not saying it's the days of the rapes and the wilding and all that stuff that we saw in the late 70s and early 80s, but there's been an uptick in crime. That must be true if you want more drones there. Yes or no?
I don't need more drones in Central Park. We have 2 drones already over there. And you got to think about this, that's a huge, huge park. I mean, huge. And there's certain nicks and crevices and crannies in that park where regular beat officers can't walk to. That's why they're utilizing bicycle patrols there. But the drones can get closer to areas where the cops can't go into the park. So it's a huge, huge, huge W for the officers there. And then the second phase would be to roll out where the officers can actually see it on their cell phones, their department smartphones, and what the drone is actually looking at.
I love that. So, John, let's get to you contacted me yesterday. This is part of the reason why you and Kaz are here today. And you were frustrated. You were frustrated because here you had this illegal, that's what he is, enough with the migrant, this illegal who we caught at the border in 2023. And we let him go, which is bad enough. But then this guy's no dummy. He goes, let me find a sanctuary city. Because if I find a sanctuary city, whether it's New York or Los Angeles or San Francisco or Atlanta, all our good cities, right? I can go there. I can rape and pillage and do what I want and basically get away with it. And he did. This guy that they arrested yesterday has a long rap sheet of some very violent crimes. And now he shot somebody in the face. What happened here?
And this is the frustration because we're talking about New Yorkers. We're talking about my family, your family, Kaz's family. This is what we're talking about. The guy comes in, Mr. Mora comes in the country in April of 23. He gives a notice to appear. He got to go back to court. He blows it off. And the judge on November 6th gives him a deportation order. You're out of here. All right. What's the response to that is he gets arrested 2 weeks later. He's in front of a judge here in New York City. And it was a low-level crime. But the judge can't hold him on that.
I'm just curious when you say a low-level crime. Did he piss in public? Did he jump a turnstile? Because low-level crimes these days, to me, aren't so low-level. What was the crime?
Well, you know what? Maybe low-level is the word. He violated an order of protection based on an assault, okay? So we can... But the point here is, though, the judge sees the order to hold, but he can't, or she can't, or the judge, he can't let him walk out the door. Now, he didn't let him. He had to. Sanctuary city laws. So now what is the response to that? He goes out in December, commits a robbery with a friend in the Bronx. Then in January, he stabs someone in the Bronx. Then he takes a little trip to Worcester, Mass, and robs at gunpoint with another accomplice with a stolen license plate in a car, robs a store, takes guns out of it in Worcester, Mass. Then we don't know what he's doing between January and this Saturday night where he Miranda's he rides on a bike with his buddy on a moped. He's a person of interest, strong person of interest.
Right.
They rob someone of their phone, goes five minutes later. We have a New Yorker who happens to be a border protection officer sitting in a rock with a friend, pulls out a gun, and there's a shootout. And this officer gets shot in the cheek, loses teeth. The gun is still lodged in his neck. The point is, we shouldn't have been here. This should never occurred. So what we've been saying for the last 2 years, very adamantly, is when it comes to sanctuary city laws, in this part of it, let's have a thoughtful discussion to fix this piece, because at the end of the day, these are our family, friends. These are our New Yorkers. We are the good guys. Mm-hmm. We are not the bad guys.
100%. And as I just laid out, all of our great cities are garbage because they're sanctuary cities. Okay, not that New York is garbage, but we've seen better days. Now, Eric has been trying the last couple of years, I'll give credit when credit is due, to change that. He was the guy at the very front of the line, loud and proud that we were a sanctuary city for years. This is part of the frustration with me and the mayor, is that I'm glad he's come to the realization some of the things that he thought were good are horrible. That's great. Better late than never. But he was loud and proud about sanctuary cities. Now he's trying to change it. I know he's been to court. What is he doing? What are you guys doing, basically, this administration, to try to change that?
And for the good folks that come here, for the good migrants that come into New York City, like those are the ones that are looking to take advantage of the American dreams. Those are our food delivery workers working on restaurants. I mean, Sid, you go out to eat a lot of times. I'm sure you eat very healthy.
Yeah.
Those are the ones
grilled chicken. I want grilled chicken.
Those are the ones that that are here and they are living the American dreams. But those bad elements that come into New York City. Come into our city and want to take advantage of the American dreams. For example, John's called him Mr. Mora. I'm calling him Mora, the strong person of interest that committed this incident against the Border Patrol. And listen, we're all brothers and sisters, even though we wear different patches. Those are the public safety threats. Those are the ones that we want to go after. Those are the ones that cannot, after you commit your crime here in New York City, you do your time and then we send you back.
Really, that's simple, right? That's it.
It's just a practical solution to a serious problem.
Yeah,
this is not rocket science.
Let's John, let's talk about the deportation order. Let's say if that was honored, right, for after the second incident, the stabbing, or the third incident, the robbery. They would go into Rikers Island, and we can safely transfer this individual over to the federal authority.
Right, except.
Right, so listen.
And that officer would be sitting on the bench.
Of course.
Tom Homan said, just tell us where the bad people are, and we won't have to, we'll just go get the bad, I'm talking about the bad people now.
Yeah.
And we want to run around your city, any other city. I mean, this is.
I'm glad you brought that up, John, because the lies every day. They're going into neighborhoods. They're grabbing kids out of church. They're grabbing kids out of school. No, they're not.
No, and Sid, have your respected journalist, radio host here in the city, the #1 show in New York. Have you ever heard of immigration officers or ICE or federal agents going into our schools? Have you ever heard of them going into our houses of worship?
No.
You haven't heard them going to our restaurants. Like, this is what this administration is about, having a seat at the table and working with the federal authorities to go after the public safety threats here in New York City.
Which is
that's
great.
What we would continue
now,
to
listen,
do.
you are, Kaz, I have to give you some credit here. Sorry, John. You get credit, too.
Do you really?
No, you get credit, too.
John, just please.
You guys, if I give one of you credit, you automatically get credit.
I'm going to go sit in the bathroom. Goodbye.
Put him in the closet. Put him in the closet.
Put him in the bathroom. Joey coffee cake. Joey coffee cake. No face.
That's funny. I get all this credit from Vinny Valalang, who's a terrific guy. He's the head of the Sergeants Union. Because Vinny's out there giving me badges. You guys were here. John was here. You were on the phone, Kaz.
You are a sergeant, by the way.
Yeah, I am a sergeant now. I am officially a sergeant in the NYPD. But the truth is that when I was done with the Vinny interview in studio, the first call I made was to you. So I know that Jessica Tisch and the mayor and a lot of people took their victory lap. But the truth is that Kaz Daughtry, for you sergeants out there, you should all be sending Kaz flowers.
Or chocolate chip cookies.
Is that your favorite?
Yes.
That's my favorite, though. Do you are you a Chips Ahoy guy? Are you
Chips Ahoy's and the red ones, too. The blue and the red ones.
Now, Shell, you're no stranger to a chocolate chip cookie either, by the way.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. At times in my life, I was on the anti-Atkins diet.
You were anti-Atkins.
I was carving up at all corners.
Yeah. That's funny. One thing too about Tish when you were here last time with her, I thought she was terrific, and I like her. But she was both of you guys and you too, Kazman, on the show talking about the crime numbers and how they're significantly down, especially the serious crimes, murders, shootings. So I'll give you an example. It's a much bigger number, obviously, much bigger. But let's say 1,000 people are on my Instagram page looking at the video of me, Tish, and you guys. 500 go, yeah, she's doing a really good job, and I do feel safer in the city. And 500 go, I'd love to know where they get these numbers from because, I don't know, I'm still scared to death to be in Manhattan. What do you say to the folks that flat out call you guys liars when you present numbers about crime?
Well, the commissioner is doing a good job. And what I say to the folks is we stay focused, no distractions and grind. We don't listen to the noise. This 5 straight quarters decrease in crimes. She's breaking records over there in the police department. We have to give credit where credit's due, Sid. The police commissioner is doing a phenomenal job over there.
There you go.
And listen, she plays to win, and she does.
Yeah.
And there's 8.5 million people in the city. I can't control 500 people who just want to knock us all the time.
Right.
And we're cheating on numbers.
It's more than that, by the way.
Oh, listen. Look, 8.5 million people. You got some
500 people knock me every day.
We got 8.5 million people with 37 million opinions, right?
Of course.
But all we could do is just keep fighting a good fight, supporting the cops, taking the bad guys to the street, making people feel safer.
Listen, I think you guys are great. I think the NYPD is far and away the greatest police force in the world. Now, look, I'm a bit biased because we've got relationships. You guys are like my brothers. But I know that I felt unsafe in this city at times, even back to the Eddie Caban days. I still like Eddie, okay? Even then. And when I felt unsafe, when there were issues, if I call you guys or text you guys, in 30 seconds, you guys get back. You genuinely care about people in this city. So with that said, while I'm giving you guys all this credit on the way out, if one guy wins this mayor's race, he doesn't appreciate you guys nearly as much as I do. In fact, he would like to see social workers out in the street.
Sid, before I answer your question, one thing also, because I was thinking about what you said before. Like I said, we got to give credit where credit is due. The commissioner is a person of integrity, and believe me, she's not fudging her numbers. Those are the real numbers, and I look at them every single day. And their second question is, we're going to be here for another 4 years, so get used to us. Me and John want a standard day, maybe like a Tuesday, every day, 8:00 on your show. So,
that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
So
for the next 4 years.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm more of a Friday guy.
No, but if Mamdani wins, God forbid, then you guys would be able to come in, but you would no longer be members of the NYPD. What would you be doing at that point?
I'm still going to be here as the deputy mayor for public safety because I don't plan on going anywhere.
He can't make you leave?
No, the mayor will still be here.
Till January?
No, until January 4 years from now.
Oh, you see what he did? You see what he did? That's pretty good, John.
That's why he's the Batman guy.
That's why he's Batman. But in all seriousness, even with Mamdani, you guys are going to be, whoever wins this race, and in your case, I know you hope it's Eric, but whoever wins, you guys are still part of the NYPD. It doesn't just all of a sudden turn over when there's a new mayor, right? Or does it? How does that work?
When the mayor comes in, whoever they can pick who they want. But the bottom line is we still got to close out this year.
Yeah.
The next 5 months. We have a job to do to reduce crime. The politics of things will take its own course.
Yeah.
We stay focused on public safety, and that's all we can do. That's it.
In the public safety world, which we've been doing, we're playing to win, and we are winners.
No, listen, I'm going to say this honestly. The best part of Eric Adams' mayor job, the last, I don't know how long, the last whatever couple of years, is you guys. Like if I'm the mayor, that's what I can boast about the most, is Kaz Daughtry, is John Schell, is Jessica Tisch, is the NYPD. Because while the other stuff, there's a lot of noise, a lot of periphery, you guys and girls do a great job. Great job.
And I've said
and you don't have all the liberties at your disposal. We've been over that too. We've been over that too. I mean, I know there are times, John, especially you, we'd like to turn somebody upside down, but you can't do that all the time.
We're going to play by the rules, and a lot, this mayor doesn't get. I feel, especially coming into this role as a deputy mayor for public safety, leaving the department, being appointed as deputy mayor.
Yeah,
I feel that the mayor doesn't get a lot of credit for all of the W's that he has done for the city.
That's fair.
And I feel that people just want to write about all the negative things. They don't want to talk about. I heard on one of our senior leadership calls that the mayor has the highest number of jobs that in this city. There are just so many different things, from crime and housing and what he has done to turn around the city. But nobody talks about it. Nobody wants to write about it. They only want to talk about the bad things that the mayor has done. And I feel like he doesn't get a fair shot in the media.
How do you feel, John?
Listen, when it comes to public safety, I've said this time and time again. We play West Coast style offense.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yes.
Is this Joe Montana's West Coast offense?
No, I'm going to go with Roger Staubach and Troy Aikman, if you want to go there.
You're a Cowboy fan.
With number 22 in the
He's
back.
a huge Cowboy fan.
Yeah, exactly.
I know Emmett very well. I know Emmett very well.
Half my friends are New York Giant fans. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not very popular on Sunday football.
Well, right now, if you want to talk about doing a good job in this city, I wouldn't mention the Giants or the Cowboys. You may want to talk about the Kansas City Chiefs or the Philadelphia Eagles.
No, I disagree. I'm Cowboy Nation. That's the way it's going to be.
But you're losers. Losers.
No, we're just having a little blip in the road. 26 years plus. A little speed bump.
You guys are great.
Speed bump,
you guys are great. I got to tell you, seriously, we are lucky to have you guys in this city. And I've always said that, even when I'm bashing the mayor, which I do, or bashing anybody. I think you guys are great. I do. And whoever wins this race, they be very, very smart to make sure that you guys continue the job that you're doing. Whether it's Eric or Curtis. You run for Curtis, right?
Listen, I am working for the mayor. That's who Mayor Adams. That's my boss. That's who I support. And after 4 years, when I'm done with another 4 years in the city, I'm looking at how I'm going to decide to where I'm going to put the curtains at in this room. John, we can actually take over the studio.
You guys are ready. I know, you guys are so ready. Well, you're both very good at this. I got to say, you're both very good at it. Both of you. Thank you, John Shell.
We want to thank you. We want to thank you because you give us an opportunity on the best radio show in New York City.
Thank you.
To talk to just the average New Yorker.
You could say the country.
Well, I'm actually lying right now, but I want you to feel good.
Hey, before
all kidding aside, I said you give us a platform for the message, and we're greatly appreciative.
And thanks for having us on. I think they want to play something for me as we're leaving.
Yes.
This is not going to go over well.
Best.
This is.
I'm actually excited. Cutie music boys.
This is. We had the entry music for Chief John Shell. Now we've got the exit from Mr. Deputy Mayor Kaz Daughtry. It's not with the Deputy Mayor, I guess that's Randy's job. What is your exact title again?
Deputy Mayor for Public Safety.
There you go. Here's your exit song, Batman. You guys are both great. I love you both. Thank you so much.
The best. Love you, bro.
I was reading when I was in Europe, Charlie Gasparino, because I love Charlie. Specifically, the story about Stephen Colbert. I never liked Steve. I know Steve was a Republican at one point. Then he went to Comedy Central, and he went completely bonkers, like so many other people. He went from a pretty smart guy and moderately funny to really stupid and a complete jerk-off. And CBS is getting rid of him because I guess they pay him about $15 million, and the show loses about $50. You do the math. You don't even need Charlie Gasparino. You can do that math. It's kind of easy. So here he is, one of my favorite people in New York City. We'll get to Curtis Lee with 2 with him. Charlie Gasparino. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Sid. Not a bad deal, right? You lose $50 million, you get paid $20 million. you get that. How does that work? Listen. A lot of people think they're doing this to appease Trump. Because, there's a deal that's being done. Paramount, which owns CBS, is being sold to Skydance, the independent studio. It needs Trump's regulatory approval. It couldn't be further from the truth. And I'll tell you, I know this just from the Skydance people weren't even informed of this move until literally the last minute, from what I understand. And $50 million is a lot of money. The current management may not be in there once the deal gets blessed. So I think they'll be in there for another couple months or maybe a year. But here's the interesting thing: they still have a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders, And current management could be sued by shareholders if it gets out, which it will get out now, because when these mergers happen, all this stuff gets disclosed, that they were shelling out all this money for a show that was costing shareholders $50 million a year. They had to cut it. I mean, it's just there's no way around the business. Not like this is not a sort of charity for liberal comedians. Plus, the guy was insufferable. I mean, let's be clear. I mean, did you ever watch the guy? I mean, I don't know how he got away with what he was doing as long as he was doing it, because it was so one-sided. And this is like, this is supposed to be comedy, and it's literally just political agitprop. It's propaganda, and I don't know how he got away with it, but obviously you can't get away with it forever.
Well, what do you mean how he got away with it? Jimmy Kimmel's even worse, and I would imagine that ABC is going to fire Jimmy Kimmel next. I've been hearing those rumors he's about to go too, so that does kind of spit in the face of this is just about money. I mean, don't forget, Trump just won his suit against 60 Minutes, another CBS show, for that embarrassment with Kamala Harris. So it may be a combination of both.
Yeah, and what happens, and all these networks are doing deals, right? They're all, I'm sure Disney wants to buy something. You're going to need FCC approval. They may not approve it if Jimmy Kimmel keeps doing what he's doing. So you're right. I mean, there's a good chance that these shows will get cut, particularly in this environment where broadcast news, linear TV news, is under tremendous cost pressures right now. Every single network, even the good ones, even the ones that are making money hand over fist, like a certain network that I work for, everybody's got the same sort of broader issues about people, not watching cable. Everybody gets their information from iPhones. They look at snippets. So how to adjust to that environment is very costly. And if you got something that's losing $20 million a year or $50 million a year, and the ratings are going down, even if it's number one, you could be the tallest midget in a room. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter.
No, it's rough. I mean, you look back at the days when I was a kid, and I did stay up. It was a big deal for me if Mommy and Daddy let me stay up when I was very little to watch Johnny Carson. But even after that, I did enjoy David Letterman. I didn't hate Jay Leno until later on in life, but you look at this now. I mean, like you said, he's insufferable, Colbert. Kimmel is even worse. Fallon kind of goes back and forth. I mean, it's gotten so bad that Greg Gutfeld, who's not Carson, trust me, is like, Trump is talking about him like he's God. He's the king of late night. No disrespect to Greg. He's not that great. But when you're going up against people like Jimmy Kimmel and Colbert, guess what? You are the tallest midget in the room.
Well, he's my colleague, so I'm going to say he's great. No,
well, you're lying. You're just lying, and it's pathetic.
No, I don't lie. I think Greg is really funny. I think he's hysterical. I watch his show, and I occasionally tune into the other ones, and I just can't watch it because it's not funny, and it's like, it's so predictable. Okay, crack jokes about Trump. I mean, come on. I mean, really, you can't do better than that. One thing about Johnny Carson, he was a flaming liberal, but no one ever knew it.
Right. It was the same thing with the 630 guys. I mean, it got worse at the end. Trust me, Tom Brokaw, not even Brokaw, the other one, rather really, really exposed. But there was a while there that you had three flaming liberals with Dan Rather, Tom Brokaw, and Peter Jennings. But you could watch it.
Because they were professionals. I mean, Walter Cronkite was a professional. He lost it a little. Remember on Vietnam, he drew the line, and people could see why on Vietnam, where he came out and he made a political statement like, "How long are we going to stay in this war?" I'm paraphrasing, but it's a famous statement from Cronkite. But other than that, you wouldn't know anything about what's going on politically in his head. He was just the guy that presented the news. And I'll tell you, Sid, one of the reasons why this Epstein stuff, even though I've reported it out, and there is no client list. Everything was done by Epstein. He was friends with a lot of people, and I've chased down so many leads, and nothing. Just take that out. You're not going to find that in my view, you're not going to find that there's any connection with anybody else in his perversions.
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
But one of the reasons why people believe that is because we have news that's so biased right now. We have these guys that come on There's burning buildings in the back after a social justice rally, and they call it a largely peaceful protest. They say Trump is a Russian asset. They say women can be men, men can be women, and the men that are women can compete against women. That's okay. They tell you that virus didn't occur in a lab in China where the virus was developed.
Yeah.
I mean, this is literally the news right now. Joe Biden is sentient. Joe Biden is doing backflips.
I know. I mean, last week they had the nerve. Some guy last week had the nerve to say President Trump never got shot, and that's fine if you want to say that because you hate Trump so much. But I want that person on the news to call Helen Camprator, who buried her husband Corey. Right? Call that guy.
Yeah, that's just horrible, stupid stuff. But that's what passes as news right now. So if you're going to have news and entertainment that's this biased and stupid, and because it is stupid, you're gonna have the Epstein thing. Just because you could see how the Epstein thing has much more salience.
Yeah. It's nonsense. I'm glad that President Trump is sticking up for Pam Bondi. I love her. Final 2 minutes. So your piece on Colbert was great. Your piece on Curtis yesterday was great. I mean, you listen to me, Charlie. I've been screaming this for months. I mean, I'm dealing with billionaires. I'm dealing with smart people who love New York who keep freaking out about Curtis and these other people. They want the mayor to win. There is no data. There is zero data, okay, that says that A, Curtis can't win, B, Eric can win. In fact, Eric, for what it's worth, I just had Sheldon Daughtry in studio, has consistently been in last. Now, you're going to say to me, well, polls don't matter. Well, I got news for you. That's how we judge these things until we get to Election Day. So if you want to wait till Election Day, it's like saying to me, don't talk about the Mets and the Reds from yesterday. Wait till October. We don't do that. We talk about these things every day, and we're going to talk about it every day. There's no data to suggest that Curtis Sliwa can't win.
In a four-way, and these polls are pretty consistent. I mean, you look for the consistency in the polls. In a four-way race, he's got a shot. Every poll says that. Now, does he take it home? And he's got to take it up a notch. He's got to raise more money. Listen, he should call Kathy Wild of the New York City Partnership and get before the business community like right now. She said she'd meet with him. I asked her. As long as he calls her, like everybody else, and he should he should get his name out there in with the establishment, because that's where the money is. And yes, continue to go on the subways, which he's doing a great job. Continue. And by the way, Curtis is a smart guy. I'm telling you, I've sat down with him. He comes across like a them, these, and those guys a little bit. That's part of an act. He's a really sharp guy. He speak policy with him. He knows what he's talking about. He'd be as good of a mayor as anybody that's running. I'm telling you, and better.
He'd certainly be the best mayor we've had since Rudy. Even Mike. Right?
I'm talking about intellectually. He's smart enough. People think because he's wearing the red beret and this and that, he's a smart guy, and he should get in front of people and show his smarts, his policy chops. Because I know it, because I had dinner with him, and we have mutual friends, and I followed the Guardian Angels as a reporter for the Pace University newspaper in like 1985, and I stayed in touch with him off and on since then. But that's how much I've known the guy. I've covered him for so many years. And when the New York City subways were really a mess, and back then, if you saw a Guardian Angel on a train, you were like saying, "Thank God."
Listen, I got news for you. You feel that way now too. I hate to say it, but yeah,
right.
Still, almost 50 years later, Charlie. It all started at the McDonald's on Fordham Road in the Bronx 47 years ago. And as I said this morning, no fanfare. He didn't make money. People didn't love. I mean, the people in the streets love him. This guy got shot 6 times by the Gaudis, broken teeth, broken jaws, broken face. That's all he got for 47 years of defending New Yorkers.
Maybe I'm wrong here. He told me the McDonald's was on 149th Street, right over, but where the 3rd Avenue Bridge is. It's in Fordham Road?
I believe it was Fordham Road, yes. I do, yeah.
I see if my memory serves right, because if my memory serves right, I feel really good. I feel I'm not Joe.
Right. Listen, folks, you got to follow Charlie on Twitter. I have to tell you, Charlie, not only do I read your stuff when it's in the papers, but I love your Twitter. It's @CGasparino, @CGasparino. Go follow Charlie, and he talks about everything. Politics, money, TV. He can do it all. He's one of my favorite people. Charlie Gasparino, thank you so much.
Anytime, Sid. Talk to you soon.
You're great. Charlie Gasparino right there. We'll take a short break. Noam's got the news. 2 big guests to come your way in this hour. George Santos. I like George. But he's going to prison on Sunday. This will be, I believe, the last interview he does before, as the promo says, the cell door closes. We'll talk live with Santos late this hour. And, of course, my main man, Mr. at Apple Media himself, the great John Katsimatidis. He'll be here, too. Santos and Katsimatidis right after Noam with the news.
You know, part of that gang, Sinatra, Dean Martin, Tony Bennett. And you know what it is? It's the songs they sang. It's the ones they picked. A lot of people have a great voice. But if you don't select the right songs, then people don't love you 100%. As much. Now, I'll tell you, if you remember our old friend Ricky Nelson.
Sure.
When he decided he wanted to do a different thing. And he went into Madison Square Garden. I was there that night.
You were?
I was there that night. And he started to sing a bunch of crap. And people came over there to hear Hello, Mary Lou, Traveling Man, and they booed him. Yeah. And you know that song he made afterwards? Garden Party? Yep. You know what the garden? You know, if you listen to the words, you know what it is.
That massive failure at the garden, right?
Yes, he's telling his fans that I went to a garden party and they didn't like it, but if I have to live like that, I'd rather die or something like that. Well, he did die. But people, it's like Frank Sinatra trying to do rap, jazz or something,
or hip hop. Yeah.
But listen, you said. 2 great shows. I'm also in the dugout for Sid.
You are.
And in the dugout.
And you did a great job last week.
I'll be back next week.
I know you will. Now, I know you heard me this morning when I started. I thanked you, you and Curtis and all you
Curtis guys. Did a great job. Noam did a great job. Farley. James did did a great job. Yes. And we're not sure. We're a team. George Venizelos came down. Richard Weinberg was a little under the weather. He wasn't in, but we have a dugout. We have a lot of great people at Red Apple, and
we do.
Everybody contributes a little bit here and there, and that's what it's all about.
We have a great team, and I know that if I leave, that the show is in great hands. And like you said, I'm leaving again. I'm not just leaving, John. But this one is near and dear to you. I'm going to be in a city you may have heard of on Friday night, Athens, Greece.
Athens is a great city. The food is great. The people are great. And
were you born there? Were you born in Athens?
I was born on a little island across the way, about the island of Nisidos, right off the, it's Kos is the main city. So when we fly our airplane there, we fly into the bigger island of Kos and pick up whatever boat we're going to have. But my assistant Effie is there, and if you need any help, Effie will help you.
I will. I'm going to reach out to Effie and Yana, who also works here. There's a lot of folks here. And it's funny because I think you were just in D.C. maybe a week or 2 ago.
Kimberly.
Yeah.
Kimberly, I talked to her yesterday. They're going to try to squeeze it in for August 4th, but the Senate has been very busy on other stuff. And September for sure. And I guess we'll both go there when Kimberly.
That'll be great. Let's do that. Could we make a date now?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd love that. And she's going to be a great ambassador.
Maybe we'll have our new airplane under the new rules.
Are you getting
a new airplane?
What, are you getting your plane from Qatar also?
No. Yeah, I get fully tax deductible.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. And how long is that? How many months away is that new airplane away from? You're getting it?
Well, we'll see. We're looking at a few things.
So I spoke to Cuomo yesterday morning, and I'm very honest with Curtis. I have endorsed Curtis for 4 years.
We had a breakfast meeting for him.
Yes. And he said...
Curtis is family.
Right.
Curtis is our family.
But I got to speak to everybody, just like you do. I got to speak to all of them. So I know Andrew knocked him dead at your breakfast on Saturday. I know he spoke at the West Hampton Synagogue yesterday. But I'm going to tell you something. I yelled at him. And
Yes.
he lets me yell at him. He listens to me. I said, Andrew, enough with this guy has to drop out. That guy has to drop out. I'm
Curtis
doing
is
the
not
math.
dropping out.
Correct. Neither is Adams. So let's do this. Let's try this. Let's try to run a really good campaign. If you're Andrew Cuomo, tell me why you don't believe that Eric Adams deserves a second chance. If you're Andrew Cuomo, tell me why Mamdani's going to ruin this city, and then I'll listen. But I don't want to hear about math anymore, John.
Mandani is not, he's 32, 33 years old. He has no clue how to run anything. I don't know if I make him a store manager of one of my stores. I mean, but he wants to run General Motors. I mean, General Motors, the city of New York is a $100 billion budget. I mean, I would be scared to turn over $100 billion to a kid that wants to defund the police, a kid that wants to, if you have extra bedrooms on Park Avenue or Fifth Avenue, he thinks you should give those bedrooms to the migrants. I mean, this is not New York City. New York City is the place where immigrants came through Ellis Island. Immigrants came and say, I want to work 100 hours a week and I want to make a success of life. And my grandfathers, my fathers, and
you.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. It's not all about getting a free lunch. Socialism, what did she say, Margaret Thatcher? Eventually, you run out of other people's money.
That's right.
It doesn't work. And remember, what was it? About 4 years ago, Andrew Yang was the hottest thing in town.
He was. He was winning for a couple of months.
Until, poof.
Yeah, he was gone.
Well, this kid, the same thing.
I hope so.
He has zero qualifications. And look, he's against the Jews. He's against the Italians. He's against the wealthy people. He's against anybody. I mean, it's just, look, let him go and do something else, but he's not going to be mayor.
Okay, so let me ask you just said he's not going to be mayor, okay? And you are one of the smartest, most successful people in New York. I'm not saying that because you're my boss. I'm being honest, okay? So you're telling me, because if somebody put a gun to my head today, John, I would have to say Mamdani's the mayor tomorrow. You're telling me, though, he's not going to win come November.
I think every New Yorker will come out and say enough is enough. But what I warn is they better have the right people at every polling booth to make sure they don't do something that's stupid.
Well, how do we make sure that's the case? That's a great point.
I think you have to have somebody at every polling booth to make sure the people that vote are qualified to vote.
I would imagine that your good friend, and he is, President Trump, has those same concerns because he doesn't want Mamdani. He hates Mamdani because he went through it himself in 2020. Has Trump said to you that he's concerned about, fair voting come November?
I think President Trump has said to me he's worried about all the United States to make sure one American, one vote. And enough is enough with some of the nonsense that's going on. You saw what happened with remember the 20,000 Chinese that came through? The FBI, that were like soldiers. The FBI, guess what? They found 20,000 driver's licenses.
Yes,
that
fake ones.
Were generated.
Fake ones.
And they took these 20,000 Chinese and put them into swing states.
Yeah.
And you guys, it smells.
It stinks. It stinks.
Our city, our country is under attack step by step. Look what they just found out. I don't know the whole story, but Tulsi Gabbard on Friday night, we're going to find out.
Well, she was on...
What I said to President Trump, he was on Hannity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said to President Trump, and I said to everybody in Washington, the American people deserve the truth.
Yeah, of course. She was on, Tulsi was on with Maria yesterday, our friend Maria Bartiromo, and she talked about how she is 1,000% convinced, based on a lot of evidence, John, a lot, from Brennan to Comey to Clapper to Susan Rice to Hillary Clinton, that Barack Obama committed treason. That's how she feels.
Well,
the Russian collusion.
The truth is, we don't know the truth yet, but the American people deserve the truth.
Well, they deserve the truth about Epstein's files, too. No, I just said Gasparino one.
Listen,
What do you think?
I think, in my heart, I don't think Epstein committed suicide.
You think he was murdered?
I think he was.
So did I, but people said I was crazy.
Intelligence agencies, either the British or the Israelis.
But they say we're wrong. But you know what that means? We're right.
Yeah,
so,
who knows?
So,
Who knows?
But I don't believe that President Trump is guilty of anything in this.
I don't think President Trump is guilty of anything.
But yet the media is running wild.
Look, the CBS, NBCs, and ABCs of the world, the big networks, television networks, they have been going south for a long time.
Yeah.
CNN. I mean, they had CNN last week. They had CNN on and MSNBC. I don't know why.
I shut them off in the morning.
I'm glad you did.
I can't do it.
You talk to Noam about it. Noam has a tendency to go closer to that direction.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
So
you're not fooling anybody,
Noam.
Noam.
Us, but we know the truth. And we just let it slide sometimes.
Yeah. No, because he's a great news guy. But yes,
no, he has a great voice. He has a great voice. But he talks about what he likes to talk. But look, the big story today and tomorrow, the Canadian government, the ostriches.
What is this?
I talked to Bobby Kennedy yesterday. I talked to Dr. Oz this morning. And the ostriches in British Columbia that are ancient animals came to trial in Ottawa, and they're going to make a decision if they're going to kill them.
What do you mean kill them?
They want to kill the ostriches. 400 ostriches. Ancient animals.
They're going to kill these defenseless animals?
Yes, because they may have a cure, an antibiotic. They may have a cure for certain diseases, and there's something rotten in Denmark. You used to say something rotten in Denmark?
Yes.
Something rotten in Ottawa sometimes. And I don't know who it is, whatever, but I appealed to I sent a letter, I sent you a copy of it to the Prime Minister, and we sent an appeal letter. We said, look.
Have you heard anything back?
Dr. Oz, by the way.
Yeah.
Dr. Oz offered the FDA to check him, and they haven't taken him on it yet.
They have not.
Dr. Oz, and he offered to take the ostriches at his farm in Florida. And look, we're here to help. All we want is the right thing. And I appealed to the Prime Minister of Canada, and I said, Canadians have to have, what do you call it, a heart.
Yes.
And please prove yourself at this point, because American people, United States of America, we all have hearts.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay?
Yes, we do.
Canadians have to have a heart.
True.
On this too.
Yep.
And us in Canada always work together. And we're one people. And we just have to do the right thing.
Well, hopefully. This Trudeau is rough. But they give us good hockey players and comedians. Final 60 seconds. You know that over the years I've helped out, like you, in Nassau County quite a bit. I was there for Bruce Blakeman and his run against...
You got the phone call yesterday, too?
I did.
Okay, I got it, too.
But Ann Donnelly, tell me about that, Nassau County.
I understand Ann Donnelly. Nassau County is the safest county in the country. It's been established. And I understand there's this other woke person running against... and she wanted to hire criminals in her office or something?
That's true. That's true.
Look, Nassau County, I urge all friends, everybody in Nassau County, Bruce Blakeman, Ann Donnelly, the safest county in America. Don't change horses when you're winning.
That's it. Don't fix something that's not broken. Well, again, I want to thank you for a tremendous job last week. I want to thank you already now for a great job next week. And I did miss you. John and I were talking in the middle of the night on Friday, literally. And I missed you, and I missed the station, and I love you. You know how much I love you.
Yeah, and look, we all work well together, and you know what our mission is? To help make a difference in our country and the world.
which we're doing every day thanks to you. John Catsimatidis, thank you
sir.
so much. That's my guy, John Catsimatidis, right there. Catch him this afternoon and every weekday afternoon at 5 o'clock. Katz and Cosby, 8 a.m. Sunday morning, the Katz Roundtable. A bunch of shows on Fox. He's great. Fox Business with Maria, Fox News as well. And as he said, my fill-in guy when I'm in Greece and Cyprus next week, my friend John Catsimatidis will take a short break. Coming up shortly, we're going to talk to the former congressman from Long Island that goes to prison on Sunday. This will probably be his last interview before the cell block door closes. George Santos coming up on Sid and Friends in the morning. The spring book came out last week, and the morning show, the station WABC did very, very well. But this show, I will tell you the God's honest truth, when you combine what we do here every morning with WLIR, who carries this show all 4 hours, so you got to count that. That's how it works, folks, okay? The only station in New York to beat us in the demo was 1010 Wins. That's it. That's it. Second place in all of New York for Sid and Friends in the morning. So when John Catsimatidis says it's just common sense to advertise here, when you look at the numbers that this show does, specifically, we're a monster, but the whole station. John does great, too. John kicks the living daylights out of my dear friend Sean Hannity. Kicks his ass. So this is the place to be. Nice to hear from so many friends who are texting me this morning. Pete Morgan, he's in Nantucket this morning on the app. Sid, you sound great. I missed you. Everybody from Joseph Abboud to Ralph Napolitano to Norman Seabrook to Mark Oranger, Big Mark, I love you. Karina Slamins, listening in Texas right now. Glenn Tachinelli also lives, just like Joe Nolan, just 4 blocks away from the Beachcomber in New Jersey. Well, how about that? And then, of course, some of our social media friends, Olga, Pat, Lynn, all you folks, Liz, Rios out there in Jersey. Thank you all so much. It's great to be back. I did miss you. And we've got more to do this morning. Dr. Mark Siegel will stop by in the 9 o'clock hour, Fox News, tell us about President Trump's leg situation. But coming up next is a guy I've always liked, former congressman out of Long Island, and he's about to go away on Sunday, but he's kind enough to talk to us before he does. My friend George Santos coming up next on Sid and Friends in the morning. I don't think George Santos is a bad guy. He did some silly things. I think he'd be the first to admit it. He will admit it coming up. But I've always liked George, and I reached out to George, and he's going away this weekend, and it's got to be pretty scary. At the most he'll do is over 7 years. I would bet he'll do a lot less. But at any rate, the thought of going away this weekend for a long time has to be a little scary. Even for a guy like me, and I'm a lot tougher than George. So here he is, the former Long Island Congressman, George Santos. George, how you doing this Monday morning, pal?
Sid, long time no speak. Thank you for having me. And it's a countdown. It's a very sombering, long countdown between now and Friday.
Oh, it is Friday. I thought maybe it was Sunday. So how does that work on Friday? Do you drive yourself to prison? Does somebody pick you up? How does that work?
Well, yeah, I have arrangements, but yeah, we just go in ourselves. We self-surrender and, move on.
So I read something recently, maybe it was a week or two ago, and you were pretty angry. You were on Twitter, and you said, listen, I'm not killing myself. I guess some people said you may kill yourself. I'm not killing myself. I did what I did. I'm going to pay the price, and then I'm going to come home and resume my life. I don't know what was the impetus behind that tweet or why you were saying that. Were there people out there that thought you were suicidal or that depressed?
I'll tell you what it is. There's enough people out there, enough detractors. I'm not going to name names. It's just I don't give people oxygen anymore. People I worked with in the chamber, they have this funny way of saying, oh, George Santos should be taken in faster. He's going to either escape. He's going to kill himself to evade accountability. I mean, I actually have to deal with that on a regular basis, Sid. I've actually been having to deal with garbage like that on a regular basis since I was in the House. So I just wanted to set the record straight for everybody to see. And the benefit about me and my detractors are that I get way more coverage than they'll ever do. So at least I got to put it out there so more people get to see my side of the story instead of their side of the story.
But how have you been? Has there been bouts of depression? Has there been major bouts with anxiety? Were you even suicidal for a minute? I mean, this is pretty scary stuff. How have you been for the most part over the last couple of months?
Look, to say you're not scared, to say you're not nervous, that's just BS, right? Let's keep it straight. Let's keep it straight for the audience over here with Sid and friends, because I think it's important. It's not an easy road, right? You do some dumb stuff, you get caught, you effed up, you got to pay the price. Now, one might argue that the price is a little too steep here, and some are saying it's not enough. I mean, I have people like Nick Lilota who doesn't think this is enough, or that I got it off easy, whatever. Look, I'm not here to litigate this, but if I'm talking on face value, how this feels, it sucks. I've struggled with mental health in my life before, and that's no secret. I've always been very open about that because I encourage people to seek help. But this has been very challenging. It's been a moment of a lot of self-reflection, a lot of deep thought, and definitely how did I get here? How does my life, at 37 almost, tomorrow's my birthday,
Oh,
so
my
it's
God.
like, wow. How did I get here? That's the question I keep going over and over in my head.
I mean, the good news is you'll be 38 tomorrow. You're still a young man. You serve a couple
I'll be
of years.
37 tomorrow.
Oh, you'll be 37. So look, you'll be in your early 40s when you're out. And I think, talking to you as much as I have over the last couple of months, even though the last couple of months we haven't talked often, but we certainly had enough conversations for me to get the feeling that you are accountable, that you fought it. Who doesn't fight it? I mean, come on. I mean, Bill Clinton told us time and time again he never had any sexual contact with Lewinsky. He knew he did. So I don't get mad at you because you fought. I knew the truth. I think you did too, but I feel like you are remorseful. Some say he's a psycho. This guy's a sociopath. He's not remorseful. He would do it again if given the chance. So here's your chance, Santos, before you go to jail on Friday. Do you admit you made mistakes, and are you remorseful?
Sid, absolutely. And I've been having this struggle session, I guess, with people saying that I'm not remorseful. They seem to know more about my feelings than I do. But I say this, I leave your audience with this last comment. You would wish and be very lucky if every politician who's ever told a lie had the courage to go on Fox News or on WABC, Newsmax, you name it, and admit to it. Because last I checked, I'm the only one who did it. Everyone deflects. So if that's not accountability, I don't know what is. And I'm sorry. I've made colossal mistakes. I've disappointed a lot of people. I've let a lot of supporters and former staffers and family members and friends down. And that's my own doing. That's my own unraveling. And I just want to say thank you for all the years and for all the great memories, Sid, and to everybody who's listened and sent positive messages. I appreciate them. You guys keep fighting. I'm going to be MIA for a while, so I just want you guys to remember, keep fighting because there's something worth fighting. We have a intense mayoral race coming up. We have a lot of things happening in the national stage, and unfortunately, I will not be in action for these. And I just want to say thank you, and I'm truly deeply sorry.
I believe you, George. I really do believe you. A couple more minutes, I'll let you go. I know you're pretty emotional right now. I do want to get your opinion actually on the mayor's race, but what are you most afraid of? You watch these silly TV shows, and some of them are real. Some of them are certainly over-dramatized, like Oz, for example, right? I mean, guys in prison and guys get raped and all this nonsense. What are you really, on a realistic level, what are you most afraid of? Is it being locked up? Is it being alone? What scares you most about the next couple of years?
I lived somewhat of a sheltered life, Sid. I was afforded the life of not having to deal with certain situations, elements, and circumstances. And here I am going into a place that is circumstantial at its root. So definitely everything scares me. Everything concerns me, and there's a problem with that is I'm not a take it and shut up kind of human being. I speak my mind. If I see something wrong, I'm going to say it. And if somebody tries to do anything with me that is not within like my acceptable norms, I'm going to speak out. I also understand that there's a very toxic culture of machismo, let's call it, that goes on in these places and even among COs. So it's a very challenging experience. It's different than everything I've been in any situation I've been in my life. So the whole thing is scary. The whole thing is concerning. Yeah,
and you're a known name, so you go into this place. I don't know if there's been any conversations, George, with your attorneys, with you, about protecting you, because you are a known name, right? And some idiot, some jerk off in that jail is going to get his jollies off. I'm the guy that kicked George Santos' ass. I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen. Believe me when I tell you, George, you know how much I like you. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But there may be that guy there. So have there been conversations about protecting you above and beyond the other inmates who people don't know?
Well, that request was made and essentially scoffed off and made fun of by District Judge Joanna Seibert in the Eastern District when we requested protective custody. She essentially laughed and found it to be funny. So I don't know. I mean, we don't have an arrangement for protected custody as of yet. And hopefully if we rise to that moment, I think that it would be appropriate because it's been afforded to so many people with the same type of predicament. And if we all remember well, lots of high-profile inmates, when they go in, they tend to get, put through the ringer just because of exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
So we're definitely trying to look. You might be an inmate, you might be a felon. You're still an American, and you have civil rights. That's how this works.
Agreed. So you talked about Lolota and others that thought you deserved more. I got a text from Joseph Abboud. He happens to be the most successful and best men's clothing designer ever. I wear his clothing, his stuff just about every day, either him or Anthony from the garage. And he said, wait a second, there are murderers and rapists on the streets, and Santos is going away for 7 years. So that's a very high-profile guy that is actually sympathizing with you. Have others reached out to you from the House, political people?
Oh, my goodness.
Yes?
Oh, my goodness. Plenty of my former colleagues have been amazing in trying to help me with a disposition even. And I got to say, so many. And you want to hear the better part, Sid? It's not just Republicans. It's Democrat and Republicans. I've built enough goodwill with people, and I can say this. Everybody thinks it's outrageous. I mean, you have people like my treasurer who did literally performed all of the activity, and she got 3 years of probation because she was in George Santos. First-time offender with an absolutely insanely pretzel-twisted case, and they're throwing a book at me that didn't even really exist in a case like this, but they created it so that it can exist. So I get a lot of sympathy.
But why do you think they did that?
I mean, it doesn't help when you have Sid, my downfall and my inability to defend myself is when I was denied due process. I was fired without very little qualms from the House. Anthony D'Esposito and Nick Lolota's crown jewel moment in their lives. I believe they reached peak doing that, right? By denying me due process and parading around like if they were the saviors of the universe. And the rest is history. But I lost all my juice and my ability to fight and defend myself at that point. And here we are.
Here we are. So before I let you run here, you did mention the mayor's race, and you're a politically astute guy no matter what, okay? And this race has become national. You've got Cuomo. His name is a national name. You've got this Mamdani, who's become the sweetheart of big names like Bernie Sanders, AOC, all these psychos. You've got the incumbent mayor who's still serving, Eric Adams, and you've got a very famous guardian angel leader named Curtis Sliwa. So this is no longer a local race. The national shows talk about this mayor's race almost every night. My position is I love Curtis. I think he'd be a great mayor. I want Curtis to win. But if not that, anyone but Mamdani. What does George Santos think?
I say the following, Sid, and it's at odds with a lot of my friends. I think at this point it's anyone but Mamdani, even if that means a coalition campaign against him. Everybody drops out, pick one guy, the other guys all get appointments in their specialty sectors in the city. I even struggle with that because I wouldn't want Cuomo involved in any level of government in New York. But over Mondami, sure, I'll take the Grandma Slayer. I mean, it's the only alternative that makes it excusable. But the reality is we're in a very, very bad position because it's anyone but Mondami. The man's an existential threat to everything we believe in. He's a dangerous human being. New Yorkers should be nervous, focused, and involved for this campaign because this man literally represents everything we've been screaming at the hilltops to be worried about. And he materialized in the middle of our backyard, and we let it.
What about this 2026 gubernatorial race here in New York? I know we're far away from that, but you know the names. Elise Stefanik seems to be the front runner. Trump loves her. But guys like Mike Lawler, Bruce Blakeman, they're kind of throwing their names in that ring, too. Does George Santos have a favorite in the governor race next year?
I mean, look, not endorsing no favorites, but I think there's two people that I think are the appropriate candidates, and I can tell you Bruce Blakeman ain't one of them. It's definitely either Elise or Lawler, but somebody has to announce so people can start galvanizing.
It's funny. You say Bruce Blakeman definitely isn't one of them. So clearly you've got a hard on, and I get it. I would too.
It's not a hard on. It's not a hard on, and I know how to. I know how to put politics aside. Are you kidding? I think Mike Lawler shouldn't run because I think he's the only one that can win his seat. I have a bone to pick with Mike. I don't hate Mike. I don't make it personal. I might have a difference of opinions, and I told him that during the inauguration. I don't hate him. I genuinely don't. I like Mike Lawler. Despite everything, I don't hate the guy.
Right.
And I said that to him. I said that much to him at the inauguration when we were at the Crypto Bowl. The difference here is I know how to put things aside and be pretty pragmatic, unlike, my kind nickname for both Lalotta and D'Esposito is the Salami Brothers. And that's not to be racist or anything. It's just something that came up once by a staffer and I adopted it and I thought it was funny. There was a meme that circulated around, and that's why I found it funny. So
listen, those guys are my friends. I know that, but I'm friends with you too. So, and I tell them, I go, I don't care if you don't like them. I like them. Hey, how come President Trump hasn't reached out to help you with this?
It's a great question. Your listeners would love to hear. I believe that you don't need to like somebody, right? And whatnot, but to hear from the horse's mouth that the Speaker of the House was forced by New York Republicans and the New York GOP apparatus to go to the White House and essentially say you cannot pardon or give George Santos clemency or else this contingency of Republicans in the House will not vote for the agenda. So they're leveraging their power. I mean, look, for New Yorkers who are represented, and you don't need to take this from me as face value. Go do your own research. It's out there. Your representatives in New York at large, not all of them, but some of them, are leveraging their power to step on my neck versus to actually advance a better life for all of you. That's what's happening, Sid.
I'm going to reach out to President Trump, somebody in that campaign, to reconsider and pardon you and get you home, hopefully, sooner than this sentence says you should be there for. I'll tell you this, Tuma, I'll let you run. Is your career over? I don't think it is. Again, you get out, maybe you're 41, maybe you're 42, you're still a young guy. We are certainly a country of second chances. Christ, I've had 9, okay? Now, I haven't been arrested for a felony.
You're
but
special, though.
No, so stop. Well, thank you for that. But on a serious note, do you think that there's a second act for George Santos in politics?
I leave that to God, and I know that sounds cliche. I don't know. Personally, today, my headspace is I'm uninterested in a second act in politics, but that's just probably given the circumstances. But in the future, we just don't know. Things can change, and if they do change, you'll be the first one I'll let know.
Well, I appreciate that. Listen, I just want you to be safe.
Wouldn't be the first time.
You're the best.
It wouldn't be the first time I gave you an exclusive.
No, that's true. That's true. Listen, I just want you to be safe, and I want you to be well, and I want you to come out and resume life and have a great second chance at life. But before I let you go, you got emotional about 7 minutes ago. I do want the final words from George Santos to my listening audience, because there's a lot of my audience that actually is rooting for you and actually does feel like you got jobbed here. So as you get set for your next chapter in life on Friday, which is not going to be the end of the book, okay? There's a lot of this book left, George. Take it from me. I've been to jails. I've been to rehabs, all this stuff. Not federal prison, but there's a lot of this book left, okay? So people are still rooting for you. What is George Santos's words to this audience before you leave on Friday?
You know, Sid, as I said earlier a few minutes ago, thank you. Humbly, thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for being there. And thank you for engaging in dialogue, whether it's pro, whether it's anti, whether you think I deserve a chance or not. I just appreciate you for engaging, you all, right? From your network to, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out John Katzmatidis and his entire family for creating a platform where we can communicate with one another. And also, I'm profoundly sorry. I know there's people listening right now. I know who you are, and you're disappointed, and I'm sorry. Whether you're in Queens, Nassau County, I'm sorry. I didn't do my best. I had an opportunity to show up and do my best, and I electively chose not to. And for that, I will forever live with the guilt of the consequences of my bad choices. But Sid, and to you, and I'm going to say this to our late friend Bernie, who was dearly missed by everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you for always giving me a shot. From the day we met in Eisenhower Park, thank you very much for always giving me a shot. And it's always a pleasure, and I couldn't have it any other way than stopping by to say goodbye for now to you and your audience.
It's a so long, as far as I'm concerned. We will talk again. If you need anything along the way, I'll be in touch. I'm going to get all the pertinent info that I need to make sure that you're okay. Just get there on Friday and, keep your head up and be positive, because it'll be over before you know it, and we'll get you back out here. So, George Santos, thank you so much. I wish you the best. We'll talk again soon. God bless you.
Thank you, Sid. Appreciate it.
All right, pal. George Santos, right here on Sid and Friends in the Morning. And that's got to be tough on a Monday morning, knowing you're going to jail for years and years, coming up on Friday. I wish him the best. I really do. We'll come back and continue the Monday edition of Sid and Friends in the Morning right after this. I just came back after missing all of last week as I was in Europe. I'm going to miss all of next week because I'll be in Greece and Cyprus. So I want to get Curtis on a bunch this week. He'll be on Monday. He was on this morning, Wednesday, and Friday. He'll be on with Brian Kilmeade, who will join me tomorrow on his radio show tomorrow. So Curtis was great. Then we had an amazing 1-2 punch of two of our best cops, John Schell and Kaz Daughtry, live in studio. Then, of course, Charlie Gasparino stopped by, talked about why CBS got rid of Stephen Colbert and why he thinks Curtis now has a legitimate chance to win. The big man himself, John Katzmatidis, a variety of subjects we discussed. And moments ago, and it was every bit as good as I thought it would be, George Santos, former Long Island congressman, on his way to prison on Friday with, I guess, his last interview. He leaves in 4 days, and I thought George was great. I really did. We are going to talk to Dr. Mark Siegel coming up, find out what's going on with President Trump and that leg issue. But a big story coming out of California, and I have to bring this up because years and years ago, a long time ago, we went to San Francisco, Danielle and I, my beautiful wife, because she was running the Big Sur Marathon. She's done that marathon twice. She's done 41 marathons, and she's about to run New York for the 6th time. So we went out to San Francisco on our way to Big Sur to run the marathon, and we drove by this place called In-N-Out Burger. And I'm like, Danielle, all I hear about on the East Coast is how great In-N-Out Burger is. We got to try it. We got to try it. So we did, and I was underwhelmed. I make the argument to this day that I'll take a Five Guys burger. I'll certainly take a Shake Shack burger over In-N-Out any day of the week. But that's not the big story. The big story is that's a California burger. That's a California establishment. Guess what? They're gone. Their lovely owner, this lady, I forgot her name, she has decided after all these years to move the headquarters of In-N-Out Burgers from California to Tennessee. Tennessee is one of the states now that Republicans run to, right? You leave sanctuary cities like L.A., New York, all these effed up cities, and you run to places like Nashville. Well, In-N-Out Burger is going from California to Tennessee. That's major news. No, major news.
That's huge news. I mean, she just talked about how hard it is to do business in California, and she just got tired of it.
Yeah, Karen Bass is a douche. Gavin Newsom is a complete asshole. So she gone. The number is, just so you know, since 2023, 700,000 people have left California, including my good buddy Scott Baio, the great actor. He's down in Florida these days. And since 2020, now 192 companies have left California. Good luck, Gavin. And they're talking about the next governor being, you ready for this? Kamala Harris. You can't make it up. Dr. Mark Siegel, Fox News, I swear to God, on what's going on with President Trump. And I got to tell you, almost everybody I know, now men and women, are taking all these weight loss drugs, you know, the Ozempic, and they've got other names for these drugs, I forget. Everybody I know is on it. Everybody I know. They microdose, they do this, they do that. I want to talk to Dr. Mark Siegel on the craze that's making America skinny again. Dr. Mark Siegel is next. I got to talk to Dr. Mark Siegel here about two very, very important items. One, of course, President Trump, an issue with his leg last week. People thought, oh, my God, it may be attached to his heart. And that has been, thank God, dispelled. But let's talk to the great doctor, Dr. Mark Siegel. Dr. Mark, how are you, pal?
Sid, I got to tell you, before we get to all this important news, I've been listening to the show carefully, and I want to talk about the In-N-Out Burger because Lindsay Snyder, who owns this thing, is 43 years old. In California, she's the sole heir. She's worth over $6 billion. Wow. This thing opened in 1948. They donate to the California Republicans. DeSantis tried to get her to move this operation to Florida. Now she's going to Tennessee. But they don't even have a veggie burger. You know, you compare them to Shake Shack. They got that delicious mushroom burger. In-N-Out, you already slammed them. They don't have a traditional veggie burger.
Well, you know, and I saw Snyder on TV. She's attractive. She's in her 40s, like you said, a billionaire heiress. So she's certainly a very impressive woman. But I just didn't love the burger. What can I tell you? But now not even a veggie burger. That's terrible. And you're a doctor. You know, those veggie burgers are very, very healthy. In fact, I would imagine it couldn't hurt my dear friend President Trump to have a veggie burger every now and then.
No question about it. And by the way, to segue to that, the president is in very good health. And what was very impressive about the way that was handled by the press secretary and also Dr. Barbabella, who's his White House physician, was they came in loaded for bear with medical details. Hey, the guy's got some leg swelling. A lot of people have leg swelling over 70, but it's not his kidneys. It's not his heart. It's not his liver. It's not a deep vein clot. They ruled that out. They gave us all the blood tests we needed, an echocardiogram of the heart, a sound wave test of the legs, and then we figured out that it's just superficial veins, which, by the way, the president is on his feet 90% of the time. He's never going to rest. If I tell him to elevate his legs, he's going to laugh in my face. Then they made fun of his having a bruise on his hand, and, of course, he's on aspirin, and as you get older, your skin gets a little more friable. So they're there looking for bear, right? But what they ended up doing, the media, it backfires. Because compare that to the last administration,
right?
When the guy's mumbling, has prostate cancer, nobody knows a thing. There's a smoke screen over everything. Look at that compared to this.
Not only when he was president, but even since he's left office. You and I, not that long ago, had a conversation about Joe Biden's cancer.
Which, again, there's only two possibilities. They were too stupid to screen for it, or they knew it and hid it from us, which is most likely the case. I mean, I wrote about that in the New York Post, that I think it was hidden from us, and I can't believe they were too dumb to screen him for it. So we have a president that you know, clearly they called it gaffes. It wasn't gaffes. He was not aware where he was half the time.
It's terrible. I mean, terrible.
Medical diagnosis. And you know, again, it's the contrast, because I feel that the public has a right to know about the clarity and vision and cognitive abilities and thinking abilities of the person with the finger on the button.
Of course. You remember even Biden's military guy. You believe it or not, I forgot his name already. Not Milley. Oh, Austin. It was Austin. You remember last year, maybe before that, when Biden was still the president, Austin disappeared We couldn't find him for like a week and a half. It turned out he was sick in a hospital somewhere. He never said anything. The administration never told us. So it wasn't just Biden. There were people inside his administration who were sick and literally disappeared for a week, and they never told us.
Right, they handed over the keys to the next in command, and you had to kind of try to figure that out. Hey, I haven't heard from that guy in a while. Wonder what's going on.
I know. So the good news is he's 79 years old. He's still out there golfing at every opportunity. He's still working 18-hour days. The best president in our lifetime, Donald J. Trump, is a healthy man.
His blood pressure is good. His cholesterol is good. You know, his acuity is good. He should eat more veggie burgers, but I mean, less Diet Coke. But he's in incredible shape. There's no question about it. Has great genes also. That doesn't hurt.
Yeah. I want to get to this GLP stuff. It's just amazing how many, women was one thing. I remember when one of the Real Housewives of New Jersey, Dolores, she became like the first one to start with this stuff. She took Ozempic. Now every one of those housewives does it. Every movie star does it. But now I'm seeing more and more men. My friend Gabe Boxer admits to using it almost every day. And these people are not obese. These people are not even 30 pounds overweight, but they want to lose that annoying last 5 or 10 pounds. Do you recommend that people take this stuff to do that?
No, first of all, I recommend that top doctors be involved that have training in this. The idea that you can get it from a dispensary like you can in Beverly Hills is just ridiculous. And even though I think there's great value to these drugs for obese people, and there may even be value to the heart and even to the brain, and we're finding out more and more, there's also long-term downsides that we don't even know about yet. And there's concerns about the eye and about vision and about migraines and about the thyroid. So there's no free lunch in life, Sid, as you know. You want to be healthy, get like Sid on those machines, get that beautiful color to his skin. That's why he's out in Hollywood doing movies. I mean, Sid's my role model, not Ozempic.
You are funny. And now, thank you. I love you, Dr. Mark. And now there are people, and this I became aware of this weekend, that are quote-unquote microdosing some of these GLPs. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, and also kids, by the way, I don't think kids should be using them. I'm a believer in lifestyle change. That's why I like what Maha's talking about. Have you exercised? Kids used to exercise 60 minutes a day. Now there's no physical education classes. Microdosing, I don't believe in anything, because physicians and the FDA have to figure out what's a proper dose of something. Microdosing is kind of cheating without knowing the science behind it. You're changing your body's chemistry. You're changing your body's metabolism, and you don't know why. And who exactly is ordering that? I think we've gotten more and more to a do-it-yourself society, and it can be dangerous if it isn't something. Do it yourself. Go out to the gym. Do that yourself.
Dr. Mark, it's always great. You're always great. You're always on TV. You are.
Are the Yankees going to pick up Merrill Kelly or not? They need a pitcher.
I think they will, and they will do everything they can. They're still 3 back of the Jays. They get the comeback win. Judge the home run yesterday. Look, I think both teams are buyers right now in a big way. The Yankees and the Mets both need pitching, so I would expect the Yankees will get the Kelly deal done and some more deals along the way. The Yanks are 3 back. The Mets are a half a game back. They both need help. You don't need help, Dr. Mark Siegel. Excellent job as always.
Great to be with you, Sid, and you definitely don't need help.
Thank you. I love you, pal. Thank you. That's the great Dr. Mark Siegel. He really is terrific. Lisa, we're going to do this tomorrow, you and I, okay? We'll do this live on air together. Louis, I got to tell you, when you texted me yesterday, I was so happy because I really did miss you. Like, there were times I'd be walking through Europe singing songs. I'm like, where's my guy, man? I thought about you often. Which is gay, but it's true.
It's a little disturbing.
Yeah,
okay.
I know. Especially after George Santos was just on.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go dancing through Paris. But yeah, whatever you feel like.
No, I was happy. I was happy to see you this morning,
I'm glad you're back.
Me too. I love you, pal. Justin Ellick, you too. Terrific. Noam Layden, great. Flippin', Lisa G, you're all fantastic. My listening audience, we love you guys. Great to be back in New York City, and the good news is, as my friend Gene would say, God willing, we'll do it all again tomorrow for a 6 a.m. Tuesday show. So until then, from everybody on Sid and Friends in the Morning to all of you in New York City, enjoy this gorgeous sunny Monday. We'll be back tomorrow, folks. Until then, peace.
Breaking news.
And
And we are beginning this hour with, if you ever watched an episode of The Cosby Show on MSNBC, on NBC, if you ever watched an episode of The Cosby Show, one of the child stars at the time, a teen child star, Malcolm Jamal Warner, is dead at the age of 54 from an accidental drowning. So Warner played Theodore, in other words, Theo Huxtable, the son of Bill Cosby's Cliff Huxtable, on the NBC sitcom from 1984 to 1992. And it's widely being reported now that he was in Costa Rica on a family vacation and drowned while swimming. The Costa Rican National Police have told ABC News that Warner drowned near a beach, and they claim that he was caught by a high current in the water, and he was found Sunday afternoon. Dominic Carter here with you. The number to reach us live this hour on this Monday afternoon, a beautiful Monday in New York City, 800-848-9222. But what we're talking about this hour, the real cost of broken policy and failed bail reform. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem in New York blames sanctuary policies for the migrant accused, the illegal accused of shooting the off-duty Customs and Border Patrol officer. And now, thank God, a second illegal migrant has been apprehended in connection with the shooting. Kristi Noem visited the officer in the hospital and blamed sanctuary policies for playing a role in the attack. How could you not? And then when you look at how many times the alleged shooter has been arrested, that there was a deportation order, and yet he's still free to roam the street, still free to cause chaos and wreak havoc on people's lives. Law enforcement from Massachusetts to New York, and this guy is on the street. It is absolutely reprehensible, and that's why we have to thank President Trump for the job that he is doing to clean up the streets, to get rid of the illegals, to get rid of these migrants. They have to go. I can't be any more direct than that. The real cost of broken policy and failed bail reform. A stolen car, slamming into a 63-year-old woman on a New York City bench, and a man who's just out riding his bike. The vehicle, a Malibu, a rental, reported stolen, then careens into an empty NYPD van, and the video is chilling. Oh, the driver tried to flee. This is not the first time that she's tried to flee from the scene of an accident involving apparently drugs and alcohol. She was picked up by cops nearby, and her alleged passenger, drugs and alcohol found in the car, and she has a pending Brooklyn court case from an April 13th wreck that struck a bystander. The real cost of broken policy and failed bail reform. 800-848-9222. First, Secretary Noem addressing the media after visiting the Customs and Border Patrol agent.
Miguel Francisco Moro Nunez is and has a rap sheet that is a mile long. He was arrested. He was charged with grand larceny and also assault. The state of Massachusetts has an active warrant out for him for armed robbery with a firearm. He also has many other charges against him, such as kidnapping and witness intimidation. There's absolutely zero reason that someone who is scum of the earth like this should be running loose on the streets of New York City. He was arrested 4 different times in New York City, and because of the mayor's policies and sanctuary city policies, was released back to do harm to people and to individuals living in this city. Make no mistake, this officer is in the hospital today fighting for his life because of the policies of the mayor of this city and the city council and the people that were in charge of keeping the public safe. They refused to do so, and now we have the situation on our hand where someone who has dedicated their lives to protecting the public is now fighting for his own.
So Mayor Adams says he has nothing to do with the policy. Mayor Adams, we've known each other a long time, and you know on a personal level I really like you. But, Mr. Mayor, you cannot just think you're going to erase the fact that you welcomed the migrants here. Let's not pretend that you were trying to fight and get rid of them. That's not what happened. You, Mr. Mayor, welcomed them here. I kid you not. If I were the mayor of New York City, I would have went to the Port Authority, made sure that my press secretary called every station in town. What is the mayor going to do today? What is Mayor Carter going to do? Mayor Carter, with his police standing behind him, is going to turn around, and I would probably have a baseball bat in my hand, is going to turn around every single bus that comes in and say, welcome, but you're not welcomed here. You've got to go somewhere else. And you want to sue me in federal court? I'll see you in federal court. All of my lawyers of corporation counsel delay, deny, while I continue the policy. So, Mayor Adams, let's not play this game that you didn't welcome the migrants here, because you did with open arms. And then when it blew up in your face, then you changed course. But it was too late at that point. The border czar for President Trump, Tom Homan, also at the news conference with Secretary Noem.
I'll say it again, sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. And I'm going to work very hard with Secretary Noem to keep President Trump's promise and his commitment several weeks ago that sanctuary cities are now our priority. We're going to flood the zone. You don't want to let us into jail to arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. You want to release him into the street, which makes it unsafe for the community, makes it unsafe for the officer, makes it unsafe for the alien. Anything can happen on a street arrest. So what we're going to do, we'll have more agents in New York City to look for that bad guy. So sanctuary cities get exactly what they don't want, more agents in the community and more agents in the work site. If we can't arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of the county jail, then we'll arrest him in the community, and we'll arrest him in the jail. And when we arrest him in the community, if he's with others that are in the country illegally, they're coming too. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. President Trump is not going to tolerate it. And I'll work every day with Secretary Noem to make sure we get as many bad guys, illegal aliens out of this country that we can.
Please, Tom Homan, flood the zone. Your words. Flood the zone of sanctuary cities. That is exactly what we need to clean things up. In a moment, I'm going to Joe, line 1 in Mount Sinai. But first, again, my premise today, the real cost of broken policy and failed bail reform. A woman that should have been in jail from a previous, at least, car accident, out free, driving drunk, high yet again. This time she killed 2 innocent people. And this is a report on the horrific accident that happened near Chinatown, right off the bridge. And this is a report from WABC TV.
Shantae and Michelle, let me give you a sense of where we are. This is Canal and Bowery. This is the foot of the Manhattan Bridge, and that vehicle that was involved in that crash was coming off the bridge here. We can show you by the skid marks and the path. That car actually mounted the sidewalk here and then went straight across, took out that tree, and then struck the pedestrians. A bicyclist, actually, who was in the middle of the intersection, and then a woman who was walking a little bit further on the sidewalk there. You can see the Chevy Malibu, that was the car that had come off the bridge, and that NYPD auxiliary van, which was parked at that location, driven across the street and against that jewelry shop, the back end just completely destroyed. All this taking place around 7:30 this morning here again, the intersection of Bowery and Canal Street. A high-speed crash is just by evidence by the amount of damage here. And again, those 2 pedestrians pronounced pronounced dead at the scene. A man on a bicycle, backpack lying in the middle of the road. A woman who was on the sidewalk struck as well. Condition of the driver not yet known, but the investigation continuing here in Chinatown after that deadly crash.
Broken policy, failed bail reform. How many innocent people have to die? How many? 100, 200, 300? Does it require someone related to a major elected official to bring about the change of policy? Does it require someone to be a victim that's related to Governor Hochul or to the Speaker, Carl Hastie, or to the leader of the state Senate? Is that what it requires? That one of their family members has to be a victim before we stop this failed policy and bail reform that is a complete joke? Where you see the man that allegedly shot the Border Patrol agent, oh, I know what crimes to commit. I know what I can do. I know how many times I'll be released. Even if they arrest me, I'll be out in a few days. Maximum, I might walk out within 24 hours, and I can complete the cycle yet again. Line 1, let's go ahead and open up the phone lines, 800-848-9222. Joe in Mount Sinai. Joe, what's on your mind?
Good afternoon. Last week when they showed you pictures on Fox News and the others that these people in California were throwing bricks and stones and challenging the officers, I knew this was going to happen. If we don't stop these son of a bitches now, we're going to lose our country.
Okay, but wait. Joe, when you say you knew this, you knew what was going to happen?
When those people were throwing that somebody was going to shoot, and
but they didn't know that he was a Border Patrol agent. They didn't know that he was in plain clothes, off duty. They were just simply trying to rob him.
They got the nerve to shoot somebody. They don't belong here. We should put a cap in their ass and push them over the border. I'll say it the way they say it, like Tren de Aragua. Put a cap in their ass and push them over the border and let them die of natural causes in the desert. And any agent that rescues them and brings them to our shores should be reprimanded. You rescue them drowning, take them to Mexico side and leave them there.
Hey, Joe, I have to state for the record, I have to clarify something that you just said. Everything you just said, Joe, I absolutely love you. Everything you just said, I agree with you. Use the damn language that they use. I'm not going to say what Joe just said, but Joe is 1,000% correct. And then they'll stop. We're coming right back. Come on, Hunter Biden. Do you think we're all stupid? Now, I'll admit, folks, I have never taken sleeping medication before. But former first son Hunter Biden claims in an interview, a new interview, that his father, remember that debate that ended his campaign? It was over anyway. You know it. I know it. The whole world knows it. But, Democrats want to play this game. Oh, it was the debate. No, it was the bad policy for the last 4 years prior to that debate. But anyway, Hunter Biden says, and there's no record of the Mr. Biden being prescribed Ambien. And Hunter Biden says, I know exactly what happened in that debate. He goes on to say his father flew around the world. He's 81 years old. He's tired. They gave him Ambien to be able to sleep. And he gets up on the stage and looks like a deer in headlights. Only one problem. According to the physical exam for that year, 2024, the doctor makes note of Kevin O'Connor of 6 medications for the commander-in-chief, but the popular sleeping aid was not one of them. But let's just say Hunter Biden is not a fan of President Trump's policy of dealing with the illegals, of dealing with the migrants. I want you to listen, folks, to what Hunter Biden had to say about President Trump's a profanity-laced address about his deportation policy.
For someone, am I going to be like all these Democrats say, you have to talk about and realize that people are really upset about illegal immigration you? How do you think your hotel room gets cleaned? How do you think you got food on your table? Who do you think washes your dishes? Who do you think does your garden? Who do you think is here by the sheer just grit and will that they figured out a way to get here because they thought that they could give themselves and their family a better chance? And he's somehow convinced all of us that these people are the criminals?
And now, with decades of experience covering elections, here's Dominic Carter's Daily Briefing on the New York City mayor's race.
And to go back to just 1 second to Hunter Biden, excuse me, Hunter. If I were you, I would not use the word criminal. Not a good look for you, okay? I wish you much success in your rehab and so on. But you really, really shouldn't be using the word criminal, and lay off the F word, man. Come on, give it a break. Let's switch to the mayor's race, and the phone lines are open right now, 800-848-9222. So Zoran Mamdani goes to Uganda, right? Goes to Uganda, but it's like he's putting his thumb in our eye. He's mocking us. Referring to what he refers to as the haters. And he says, basically, newsflash, but I'm coming back. Mamdani, why don't you stay? It's okay. We'll be all right. You'll just stay in Uganda, all right? You like to tell us all the time that you're from there. I want you to listen to this, what the Democrat nominee for president, what he put on social media.
Being a politician means listening, not just to your supporters, but your critics too. And some of these critics, especially on a certain website, have been giving me consistent advice. For example, at SamWhite087, Zoran, go back to Uganda, where you come from and belong. At Teflon Gone, loser, go back to Africa. There are thousands like this from across the country. I hear you. And I agree. I'm going back to Uganda. I'm headed there in a personal capacity to celebrate Rama and I's marriage with our family and friends. But I do want to apologize to the haters, because I will be coming back. And since you will undoubtedly read about this trip in the New York Post, inshallah on the front page, here are a few of my humble suggestions for headlines.
All right, we'll have to save that and can that about the headlines. We're coming right back. And we see all of your telephone calls. We're about to get to them in just a moment. I want to say, first off, though, thank you to the men and women of law enforcement throughout our country. There are millions of us that appreciate what you do day in, day out. You know, most people avoid trouble. When the bullets start flying, 10 out of 10 people go the other way. You go into the fire. You go into the situation. So thank you for that. And I want to apologize to law enforcement for all the knuckleheads. And, you know, it's interesting because at times I've been a knucklehead, too, pulled over for some driving offense where I was guilty. And I've told this story before. What changed my attitude was, and it always seems like the police officers that pull me over happen to know who I am before they pull me over, but I wasn't aware of that. And so one day, this was in the Bronx, and at the time I was in television, and I get pulled over, whoop, whoop. And the officer walks up to the car, and I was not in a good mood. And I rolled down the window, and I'm like, what? And he looked at me, and I said, what? What are you pulling me over for? And boy, did he check me for life. Now, I hadn't given him my ID. He said, Mr. Carter, you're not this way on television with the viewers. Why are you this way with me? And I said, officer, I apologize. I'm having a bad day. You know, because police officers, I guess it's part of the process. After you're busted and you know you're wrong, they ask you, do you know what you did? In which they're asking you to tell on yourself. And if you go to trial, and I always go to trial, if you go to trial, you already told on yourself to the officer, and that's part of the testimony. So be nice to our men and women in blue. You know, you see them in restaurants, you see them on the line getting coffee, and so on. But here's why I'm apologizing for all the knuckleheads. And I want you folks to listen to this, and then we're going right to your telephone calls. This happened. It was a traffic stop. Never listen to the person that's trying to advise you. So it's two officers on scene. They're telling the woman to get out of the car. Get out of the car. Ma'am, get out of the car. At a certain point, the time for talking is over. Listen to this, folks.
Or the woman finds out the hard
Mr. Supervisor, now you're reaching inside our vehicle. I feel threatened.
I am.
You're reaching inside our vehicle. I feel threatened. I feel threatened. I feel threatened. Yo, right now. Stop right now. Stop right now. Stop right now. Get off of her right now. Your job is done. Get off of her. Get off of her right now.
It's okay. I have a fee
Get off of her right. Let her go. Let her go right now.
It's okay. I have a fee schedule. I have a fee schedule. It's okay. I have a fee schedule.
Ma'am.
What am I gonna do?
Follow what I'm saying. Step out of the car. They have no jurisdiction over you. She is not a United States citizen. They have no jurisdiction. You are going to get fired from your job, and she's going to get $250,000 for winning in court. I will see you in court. I will see you in court. I will see you in court. Hey, if you want to play, guess what? I'll see you in court.
Step off the car. Hands on your back.
I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God. Oh, you are. Ceci, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you had to go through this. I'm so sorry, Ceci. I promise you I will get you out of court. I will get you out.
All you had to do was comply.
That's all they had to do. That's all they had to do.
I gave him my passport, sir.
That is not a driver's license.
Sir, you can look me up in the system and you'll find me.
So why is it people always want to comply after police had to get physical and show you that they're not playing anymore? So I wish you could see it. They gave her, about 12 tries with her jailhouse lawyer sitting right next to her. But it wasn't him that got yoked up. It was her. Literally snatched out of the car, dragged on the floor, and they still were nice. Dominic Carter here with you, 800-848-9222 on this Monday afternoon. Let's go to your telephone calls. Juan in New Jersey, line 1. What's on your mind, Juan?
Hey, how you doing, Dominic? I just wanted to call you out on something. You were saying something about Hunter Biden, that he's a criminal. He shouldn't be saying anything about criminals because he's a criminal himself. But what about your boy Trump? Your Trump is a convicted criminal also. And he talks about criminals and this and that.
Okay, so you ready for me to respond, Juan? You ready?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Ooh, Juan, you got me. You got me. Not. Now, let's think about this for a second. Do you want to talk about the tax charges for Hunter, or do you want to talk about the gun charges for Hunter, or do you want to talk about the pardon that Daddy gave him on the way out when he didn't show up for the sentencing on the gun charge? Or do you just want to focus on Trump? I'll leave it up to you, Juan.
Okay, I can speak now?
Yes.
I'm not talking about any charges. I am specifically talking about you're saying that Biden shouldn't say or even talk about criminals because he's a criminal.
No. What I said was, Juan, that he should not use the word criminal himself. That's what I said.
Uses it every day, right?
What you said he used? You cut off. I didn't hear you, Juan.
But Trump uses the word criminal every day,
as
right?
He should. As he should. He's the president of the United States of America.
Do you even listen to yourself after you have your show?
I am listening to myself. Are you listening to yourself? Now, let me tell you what I heard from you, Juan. Are you ready for me?
I didn't use my real name? Is that what you're going to say?
No. That's not what I'm going to say. What I'm going to say is the moment your call popped up, I could clearly see you were a Trump hater. Number one. That's number one. Number two, you're trying to compare these false situations. You're ignoring that Trump's case is under appeal. You're ignoring that it was a kangaroo court and that if it wasn't held in New York, he would have never been convicted. What happened to the other cases, Juan, that were up against Trump? What happened to those?
Sir, I'm not talking about
that. Yeah, you don't want to talk about that, right? Because you're a straight-up Trump hater. Just admit it, Juan.
No, I'm not a hater. I hate them all.
Okay, you hate them all. All right. Well, that's fair. You hate them all. Okay. But Trump's situation, are you going to tell me you don't think, Juan, that he has a good chance at winning his appeal? And then,
Who cares if he's gonna win?
wait. Who cares? Oh, so we want to call the man a convicted felon, but then if he wins his appeal, that doesn't count.
Of course he's going to have it overruled.
Now, are you listening to yourself?
Of course he's going to have it overruled.
Okay, so wait a minute. So if his case is overturned, you still want to call the man a convicted felon?
When that day comes, then I'll change my mind. But
so Juan, are you listening to yourself? I mean, believe me, I'm prepared for every call that I take, Juan. And I know that what I say has to pass the muster. It has to pass the scrutiny test. So I am complete, and I got to move on, Juan. But thank you for the great call. It really is refreshing to hear the Trump haters. It's just oozing and oozing and oozing the hater rate. Oh, he's a convicted felon. He was elected president again. He's a convicted felon. 34 counts, Dominic. Excuse me, it was a kangaroo court, and it started over some nonsense, right, with hush money payments to a porn star. And what businessman you know would not pay the porn star to make this stuff go away? Oh, well, he paid the money, backdoor routes, and a violation of campaign finance. No, not really. It was questioned, and nobody wants to talk about the fact that the DA prior, Cy Vance, wouldn't take this case on, would not take the case on. Let's go to line one, Judith in Brooklyn. Judith, what's on your mind?
Hi, I just want to say, okay, to this guy before, I hope he's listening. President Trump, every single credible lawyer out there, a professor for 60 years, Alan Dershowitz, Greg Jarrett, the other guy, what's his name, McCarthy, all said they don't know the crime to even explain to anyone what he did. This is like you said, kangaroo court down the line, okay? This lady back there or whatever, she's in a Bergdorf dressing room. You kidding me? He went there and he started to rape her over there or do assault or sex. He needed that. He was a very hot bachelor guy, and he had a hotel over there nearby. He wanted to do anything and take her there. Come on. The whole thing was like so ridiculous and so trumped up. Every single credible lawyer said there is no crime. They have no idea how they even found a crime. Okay? So that's what I want to say.
Okay, well, Judith, thank you. Thank you so much for the call. Let's go to line two. Adam in Florida. Adam, what's on your mind?
Oh, that last bit that you just played, they're called sovereign citizens. They think they're allowed to.
Yeah, I know what it's called. I know what it's called, Adam. But what's your point?
Very comical. No, it needs to be stopped because then they go to court and they tie the courts up for months and months.
You're correct.
It's just a ridiculous.
You're correct. You're correct. Now, Adam, and you know, right? They claim they're not citizens of the U.S. And because I had a buddy of mine try that. Literally, I was driving from Gaffney, South Carolina, to get to Charlotte, to get to the airport. And my friend is now deceased. And, you know, he grew up in the hood like I did. And we're driving. And, of course, I'm speeding. Whoop, whoop. State trooper pulls us over. We're now back in North Carolina. And so the trooper is walking up to the car. And I'm like, okay, shut up. I'll do all the talking. And the trooper pulls up to my friend's side of the car, the front right side of the car. And my friend starts that nonsense. I am not a citizen of that. I said, shut. I can't say exactly what I said. I said, officer, I apologize. Yes, I was speeding. And he just looked at my friend like he was high on crack. And unfortunately, my friend might have been high on crack. I don't say that lightly. And I think I got a ticket, and I had to pay the ticket a couple of $100s. But yes, Adam, and Adam, can you imagine if you're a police officer? I didn't even get a chance to get to the MRI situation yet. I may have to save this. The man that was wearing the 20-pound chain and was sucked into the MRI machine. Talked about it early this morning. I want to do so dayside. But Adam, can you imagine you're a officer, you pull somebody over, and this person benefits from all the fruits of being an American. And this nut job is going to tell you, I'm a sovereign, whatever it is, and I am not a citizen of the United States of America. Can you imagine what it's like dealing with that garbage?
It's a simple quote. I think you said it once before. You comply, you stay alive.
And that's the bottom line. You comply. There's no problems. And lately, and thank you for the wonderful call, Adam. I try to put myself in the shoes of law enforcement officers. When you pull somebody over, you don't know who you pulled over. You don't know what weapons they may have in the car. They have the element of surprise against you. Oftentimes, you're out there by yourself, and at nighttime, it's extremely dangerous. And so, just remember, folks, as Adam just said, you comply, and everything is good. You know what? I'm going to try and squeeze in the MRI situation. Soundbite number 14, right? So the wife is now talking. Nassau County, man sucked into an MRI machine. He was wearing a 20-pound workout chain. This is part of the story that aired on News 12, Long Island.
Adrienne Jones McAllister says her husband, Keith McAllister, died after he was sucked into an MRI machine at Nassau Open MRI in Westbury.
I haven't been able to sleep. I'm barely eating. I just can't believe. I still trying to wrap my head around the whole thing. He waved goodbye to me, and then his whole body went limp.
Now, folks, I feel bad for the man, but who in their right mind walks around with a 20-pound chain on, unless, as I said earlier this morning, unless you're Run DMC, and they're not popular anymore. The news story continued.
Adrienne said after she'd had an MRI on her knee Wednesday, she needed help getting up. She said she asked the technician to get her husband.
And I yelled out Keith's name, Keith, come help me up, come help me up.
She said the technician went to get her husband and brought him into the room, despite the fact that Keith was wearing a 20-pound chain around his neck with a large lock that he used for weight training.
They were standing there laughing and joking before he even came to the table.
When Keith got closer to Adrienne to help her up, she said the unthinkable happened.
At that instant, the machine switched him around, pulled him in, and he hit the MRI.
Horrible, horrible situation. 800-848-9222. Let's see here. Let's go to line 1. Nick, Long Island. Nick, what's on your mind? Nick, are you there? Nick going once, Nick going twice. Nick is gone. Let's go to line 2. Mike in Brooklyn. Mike, what's on your mind?
Now, I got a question. Correct me if I'm wrong. When Trump sent the forces out to Long Island to clean up MS-13, which is what he did, nobody complained about that, did they?
Yes, they did. They did. A little bit. That claiming that it was too heavy-handed. And when he said, when you're on your way back to the station house, rough them up. Don't make the ride too easy. Rough them up a little bit. There was a little criticism, but not as much as now, Mike. What's your point?
No, it's just that. I don't understand where we are in this world anymore.
Mike, it's real simple. Mike, come on, Mike, you know what time it is. I'm going to let you tell me what time it is.
I know things are changing.
Right, things are changing. Free. Those on the left want migrants to come here, for me and you to pay for it, for them to take our homes under Mom Donnie. You know what time it is, Mike, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not happy anymore. But what are you going to do?
You know what, Mike? You know what, Mike? You're not the only one. I do this in spurts, right? So I'm like, maybe I should relocate to Florida. No state taxes, right? And I think about people like Sean Hannity that have done it, and Rush Limbaugh, right? No state taxes. But then my wife doesn't do well with the heat, and neither does my son, who has epilepsy. So then I'm like, okay, maybe I should relocate to Delaware, where, no state tax. I believe no state tax. And then I'm like, I don't want to go where Biden is from, and I don't really know that much about Delaware. So we've all had the feeling, Mike, that that we're fed up, can't take it anymore, and want to get out of here. I'll give you the final word.
I'm not getting out of here. My wife would kill me if I said to her, "Let's move." No, that'll never happen. I'm a New Yorker. I'm a Vietnam vet. I fought once. I'll fight again.
Wow. Well, thank you for your service, Mike. Greatly appreciated because we all know freedom is not free. Let's go to line 3. Frank, Staten Island. What's on your mind, Frank?
How you doing? About like Mandami, I really hope he doesn't get in. I'm going to try to vote for Cuomo or maybe Sliwa. But I want to ask about one of his policies: the government-run food store or city-run food store. I know that that could like undercut prices, which is the fear. But just one question: we already have dollar stores, right? And people go to those dollar stores to get a lower price on a merchandise, and those stores are not putting like supermarkets out of business or anything else.
Well,
So
you raise a great point, Frank. But for the most part, you tell me, and I go to dollar stores, right? But dollar stores are not really selling what supermarkets sell. Number one, you can't really buy meat unless it's frozen. They have the freezers with these little, and it's not $1 anymore. I think it's $1.99. But I understand your premise. You're saying that they're similar. The bottom line is this: nowhere where government-owned grocery stores have been tried has it worked. And so you're comparing apples and oranges when you say compare it to a dollar store. But thank you for the great call. Let's go to line 2. Tony in Brooklyn. Tony, what's on your mind?
Hey, Dominic. What was I going to say? USA, their funds were cut, and Colbert was losing $30 to $50 million a year. That sounds kind of convenient after the aid was cut. That Colbert, that the network cancels Colbert's show. Do you feel that USAID was subsidizing his show?
I can't imagine it. I don't know where you're getting that from, that USAID was subsidizing his show. He's just been losing money, a ton of money. And he's been losing money because he's not funny. The show is not good. After David Letterman, they should have just taken it off the air. That's the bottom line. The dude is just not funny. I don't think it has anything to do with USAID. He was losing millions for years. And if you're CBS, Tony, how long can you continue to stay with a sinking ship? And that ship was sinking big time. Folks, all it takes is $11 a month. Donate $11 a month to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation at T2T.org.